sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn o ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Olórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Olórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí ìyá àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ní. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ tàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lágbo Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àní nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀.
Ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ òṣùlùkù ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù báyìí lábì lùdì báwọn lábì lùdì ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù àtẹ̀lù lùdì àtẹ̀lù létí àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù mẹ́rin àtẹ̀lù bàrú àtẹ̀lù kẹta àtẹ̀lù gbogbo àtẹ̀lù mẹ́jọ àtẹ̀lù mẹ́sàn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́rin kọ́lá wúwúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìí òkọ́ abẹ̀rẹ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìí òkọ́ àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀ àbúrẹ̀lú ní àtẹ̀lù aláàbàrà dábìlẹ̀ ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe.
jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọ́n ṣe mọ́ o tán bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yẹ ọlá ní ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé láyé o.
Àwa ò ní sábà mọ̀ láyé.
Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé.
Àwa ò ní sábà mọ̀ láyé.
Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o.
Àwa ò ní sábà mọ̀ láyé.
Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé.
Oh, all right, all right. Enough of all that. Anisha Bamo laye ami epo. Amen to that. Anisha Bamo tebetara titomo abi bó ṣe sọkọ nìyẹn, you know, amen to that. There's not even doing any accord with that one. It's just amen to that. Anisha Bamo laye. I mean, who would argue against that? Ta ló fẹ́ ṣàbámọ̀ láyé. So amen to that, of course. So yes, Nisha Bamolaya and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. So we came out yesterday, we're coming out today again. So is this the beginnings of our consistency back? I will see if we come out tomorrow. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. The day continues to be glorious, of course, for reasons that you're spending it in the company of your friend. One man went to mow. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. I hope you're having a great time. So I have a confession to make. I've not especially prepared for this session. So we might be winging it a little bit. So there'll be a little bit of winging it about this particular session, but hopefully we're able to pull it together. There's not an abundance in the news cycle. The big news item was the convention of the ADC, you know, but then the other big item was that the Supreme Court came out to tell us that they're deferring judgment on the ADC situation and status quo should still be maintained. So this convention that the ADC had today, it has no meaning. INEC was not in attendance. It's not registered or acknowledged by any of the superintending authorities. So it's essentially just a party for the boys. I heard they just got some boys' quarters in Abuja and there's a pop champagne. And then Dino Milaye entertained them for a while. They claim they have sacked the other faction, but then the other faction will tell them, so the other faction will tell them that, you know, they are not in a position to sack them. So a lot of that funky stuff going on. Shall we just have a look? Let's bring this up. Let's bring this up. Oh yes, I didn't even tell you about the protocol. Click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me send it into the comment section again. Where's that hyperlink that says StreamYard? So come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let's see, there it is right there. So come join me on the screen via that hyperlink right there in the comment section. Stay StreamYard if you want to come and engage. If you are coming to join, though, come with something to discuss because, like I said, there's not an abundance and it's a hurriedly cobbled together sort of a session. Usually we try to prepare a bit more, but in this instance, we're just going to go with the headlines and we'll see where we land. Yes, come join me on the screen via that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you feel so inclined, share the links to the stream. Say hello to me in the comment section, super chat if you will. So all of those things. Shall we just get started? But please make sure you are liking and subscribing. At least do that. Everything else I can forgive, but I cannot forgive you engaging with the session and not doing the barest minimum, which is to like and subscribe. If you don't super chat, I forgive. If you cannot come into the studio, I forgive. If you don't share the links, I'll struggle to forgive you if you don't share the links. So, but I could still forgive that. You know, if you don't say hello to me in the comment section, I may not forgive that. But especially, I cannot forgive you engaging with the session and not being subscribed and clicking on like, because it doesn't take nearly anything away from you, and it adds a lot to the platform. So why not do it? It takes absolutely nothing away from you, and it adds hugely to the platform. So why are you not doing it? If you're engaging with the stream now and you're not subscribed, then why? You know, if you don't like it, then don't engage. And then if you do like it, then subscribe. It's one of the two now. You cannot not like it and be engaging with it all the time. And if you're engaging with it all the time, then why are you not subscribed? So it's almost like you're pickpocketing, you know. Anybody listening to me engaging with the stream that is not subscribed is tantamount to a pickpocket. That's how I say it. But why don't we just get started before we chase all of the viewership away with the oversell? Oh, all right. Let's kick it off with this one. Let's kick it off with this one. As soon as it comes on the screen. Oh, what's going on? All right, let's bring this up. Is it coming up? There it is. So there it is. Let's kick it off with this one. So we kick it off with this one. National Convention, David Mark ADC expels Nafiu Balagombe, Abijide others. So the Nafiu Balagombe is the other faction in contention with them at the courts. So they've held that convention and they've expelled them then from the ADC. So that's their stance. There was let's see. Let me see. Where's the but before we get to that one, let's actually start it off with this one. So we started off with this one. So we started off with this one because this is where the story should sequence. Supreme Court grants accelerated hearing of appeal on ADC leadership dispute. So this is how the morning broke for the ADC party. So it is quite a curiosity actually that on the very day that the Supreme Court was going to make a decision on their fate, that is the exact same day that they've chosen to hold a convention. It's just the arrogance, the lack of regard for law and order. The Supreme Court sits to make a decision on your matter, and on that very day, when the decision has not yet roosted, you are holding parties in celebration of a position that is in contention. So it's just, off the basis of that arrogance alone, the Supreme Court should fight against them. It's just the very idea, just the ignorance of the arrogance and ignorance of it. Supreme Court grants accelerated hearing of appeal on ADC leadership dispute. Well, I think the headline tells us most of what we need from this, but the Supreme Court on Tuesday granted a request for an accelerated hearing of the African Democratic Congress ADC leadership dispute. A 5-member panel of the court, led by Lawan Garba, fixed the 22nd of April for the hearing of this case. So today is the 15th, so that will be roughly in about 7 days' time. But I'm just conscious that this is a race against time, against INEC deadlines. I'm not quite sure. I think the cutoff mark for INEC deadlines is in the end of May, which gives them what? I'm hearing myself back. So hold on. Let me just all right. So I think the cutoff time for the INEC deadline is roughly the end of May, which gives them roughly about 6 weeks to find somewhere to have. It's so ridiculous because even if the Supreme Court finds in their favor, you know, they still have to rehold another convention because they cannot force INEC to ratify a convention that INEC did not attend. So I'm not quite sure what they did today, but what they did today is not a convention. INEC was not there. Therefore, here go, it is not a convention. If INEC is not in attendance, it is not a convention because INEC is meant to supervise, to be the superintendent of any convention, to make sure that it's in conformance with what the Electoral Act stipulates. So if INEC is not there, then what they held today is no more than a jamboree, a party. So we'll see how this plays out anyway, unless they bend the law to accommodate these people. I'm not quite sure. And why should they bend the law to accommodate them? Supreme Court grants accelerated hearing of appeal on ADC leadership. The Supreme Court on Tuesday granted a request for an accelerated hearing of the African Democratic Congress ADC leadership dispute. A 5-member panel of the court, led by Lawan Gaba, fixed this 22nd of April for the hearing of the case. The panel earlier on Tuesday fixed the same date to hear appeals regarding similar leadership disputes within another opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So I thought they had actually given up on the PDP space, because we don't even know quite where the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has landed. Has he made a decision yet? Is it with the ADC now? We don't fully know. But I don't think there's any dispute left in the PDP. You know, I think Wike already owns that party. Who is he even contending with? The only person left in that party is Seyi Makinde. So I'm not sure. But on that same day, they will reach decisions on all of the political disputes in play. The panel earlier on Tuesday fixed the same date to hear appeals regarding similar leadership disputes within another opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The ADC appeal was filed by the interim chairman of a faction of the party, David Mark. So you see, there's all of the things that does not connote or denote permanency. David Mark is an interim chairman of a faction of the party. So it's just entirely standing on. There's no firm footing by any metric of measure. He's not a permanent chairman, and even his space in the party is in dispute because the party itself is saying it's not a member. The ADC appeal was filed by the interim national chairman of a faction of the party, David Mark, who is a former president of the Nigerian Senate. Mark's lawyer, Jibrin something or the other, a senior advocate of Nigeria, requested the Supreme Court grant the case an accelerated hearing, citing urgency of the situation. Granting the request, the request was granted. So no real decision is being made at this time. Granting the request, the court directed Mr. XYZ 24 hours to file and serve his brief of argument. He also gave the respondents' lawyers 3 days to file their response on being served the appellant's, upon, that should say, being served the appellant's brief. The respondent is Nafiu Bala, who is laying claim to be the legitimate national chairman of the party. Rauf Aregbesola is the interim national secretary of the David Mark-led faction. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and Ralph Nwosu, a former national chairman of the party. So that's just that's where that is positioned. Do you want to know the backstory to all of this? Yes, I do want to know the backstory to all of this. Let me see, where was I? So the backstory to all of this, the journey to the Supreme Court followed the ADC leadership crisis, which ensued last year in the wake of the influx of top politicians into the party. The political bigwigs joined the ADC in droves. The political bigwigs joined the ADC in droves included Mr. Mark, Mr. Aregbesola, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Ahmed El-Rufai, and former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. The politicians who defected from mainly the All Progressive Congress APC and the PDP had adopted the ADC as a coalition platform to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. The leadership crisis in the party began after the resignation of the party's former executives, led by Mr. Nwosu, and the emergence of a new National Working Committee led by David Mark on the 29th of July 2025. So we're getting the backstory to how, because I'm a bit hazy as well as to what's led to all this. So in the sequencing of it, so politicians from disparate parties decided to leave their party, adopt the ADC as the portal, as the vehicle to prosecute the 2027 election. So all of them converging to the ADC. So when they came in, what they're now telling us is that the executives of that party then resigned. So quite why they did that, I don't know. The politicians, let's actually take it from the top again. I think it's important that we understand just what the backstory, the backdrop to all of this is. The journey to the Supreme Court followed the ADC leadership crisis, which ensued last year in the wake of the influx of top politicians into the party. The political bigwigs who joined the ADC in droves include Mr. Mark, Mr. Regbeshola, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor El Rufai, and former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. The politicians who defected mainly from the All Progressive Congress APC and the PDP adopted the ADC as a coalition platform to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections. The leadership, so that's okay so far, where we did so far. Now, the leadership crisis in the party began after the resignation of the party's former executives, led by Mr. Nwosu, and the emergence. So what led to that resignation is that lead that we don't know. That's the vague and hazy sort of a space that we don't know. So what led to, were they forced to resign? Were they bought off? What exactly? So people cannot just come into your house and then you move out of the house now. So they must have paid you something for the house to transfer the ownership of that house to them, or there must be some sort of formalized arrangement to transfer the ownership of that house. So what led to that resignation? That's a bit hazy. That's a bit foggy. That's a bit vague. The leadership crisis in the party began after the resignation of the party's former executive, led by Mr. Nwosu, and the emergence of a National Working Committee led by Mr. Mark on the 29th of July 2025. The development triggered a legal challenge when Mr. Bala, a former vice national chairman of the party, filed a suit at the Federal High Court seeking recognition as the rightful leader under its constitution. So it's starting to come together now. So apparently, allegedly, and what seems to be the case is that these money bag criminals move into the ADP, these money bag politicians move into the ADC, and then the leader of that party, a guy called Nwosu, he resigns with his executives. So maybe they paid him off, almost certain that they did pay him off. But then, of course, by the structurings of the constitution of that party, if he resigns, it should then default to the next most senior vice, which would be this Bala. So I don't think he quite got part of the money that was paid out. This seems to be what's playing out. But he's now, or maybe the government got to him and gave him even more money to go and fuck them up. That seems to be what's going on anyway. So I think we're getting a bit of a hang of it now. Yes, the leadership crisis in the party began after the resignation of the party's former executives, led by Mr. Nwosu, and the emergence of a new National Working Committee, led by Mr. Mark on July the 29th, 2025. The development triggered a legal challenge when Mr. Bala, a former vice national chairperson of the party, filed a suit at the Federal High Court in Abuja seeking recognition as the party's rightful leader under its constitution. INEC was joined as the fourth defendant in the suit. Whilst the case was pending, the Federal High Court ordered all parties to maintain the status quo pending determination of the substantive suit. So it's the vagueness of this language that opens the portal for that opens the portal for all this contention. The vagueness of that status quo is what opens the window for all of these Sakama J that is playing out now. So what does status quo mean? So the situation as it obtains at that time. Actually, why don't you just put it on why don't you just put it on Google to see what the actual literal definition is? But status quo means the situation as it obtains, as far as my understanding is. Let's see, status quo meaning. Yes, status quo, the existing state of affairs, especially regarding social or political issue. So the existing state of affairs, that's the vagueness of it. Because if the Federal High Court is asking them to maintain status quo, then what is status quo? The status quo as it obtains is that David Mark has instituted himself, as inserted himself as the leader of the ADC. So that's the status quo. But the status quo before that was a different. So what exactly does that mean? There's a vagueness to that language that opens the window for David Mark to continue to parade himself as the chairman of that party. So I think that's where the legal suit is. Why don't they just be a bit clearer? They just have to show up that they understand Latin or whatnot. Whilst the case was pending, the Federal High Court ordered all parties to maintain the status quo pending determination of the substantive suit. The Court of Appeal later dismissed an interlocutory appeal filed by the Mark-led faction and ordered all parties, including INEC, to maintain the status quo earlier ordered by the Federal High Court pending further determination on the matter. So there's still no decision as to, I think this is pretty much a very black or white thing. If the party constitution says that if the chairman resigns, then it defaults to the next most senior person, then I cannot see where the argument is from David Mark, etc. But then, of course, what arrangements do they have with the party, etc., etc.? The Court of Appeal's decision would mark a major shift in the dispute over the party's leadership structure. Following the ruling, INEC received letters from both factions on the 16th of March. The Mark-led faction asked the commission not to recognize Mr. Bala and to maintain its position pending resolution of the dispute, while the Bala faction asked INEC to give effect to the Court of Appeal judgment of the 12th of March in its favor. INEC later removed the name of Mr. Mark as national chairman and Rauf Aregbesola as national secretary from his website April the 1st, saying it would not recognize any faction pending the resolution of the legal suit. The dispute later escalated into a protest in Abuja, where party members accused INEC of bias and warned that the handling of the crisis threatened internal democracy within the party. So that's just. Are we any clearer on what it all means? Whilst the substantive hearing at the Federal High Court in Abuja unfolds, Mr. Mark and his group proceeded to the Supreme Court to challenge the Court of Appeal ruling. So you have to understand that all of the various gradients of the Nigerian judiciary system is still in play. So they are at the Federal High Court, and the Federal High Court told them to maintain status quo. They took that status quo to the Court of Appeal to give its definition, and the Court of Appeal referred them back to the judgment that held them in abeyance. So the Federal High Court has not even yet made a decision for them to appeal, but they are appealing the abeyance that the Federal High Court put them in because the language is vague and subject to interpretation or misinterpretation, depending on, so they moved that to the Court of Appeal, and then the Court of Appeal, even more vague in its pronouncement. Now they're in the court, in the Supreme Court. But what throughout all of that journey, they're still very much active in all of the legal phases. The Federal High Court has still not made a decision on the substantive case, and then they've still not taken that substantive case decision through the legal hierarchy itself. So it's all muddled up, as is always the case with anything Atiku and Peter B and the rest of them. So as the Supreme Court tells them to hold fire, they ignored that in its entirety and went on to have a convention anyway. So here they are, National Convention. David Mark expels Nafiu Balagombe, Abijide, others. So is there not a contempt of court sort of argument to this sort of thing? These people are in dispute with you about the ownership of the party, and you are suspending them from the party. So is that not sub judice, or is that not, what's the term again, contemptuous of the legal process? As the court taking any decision to empower you to make that decision, the David Mark-led African Democratic Congress (ADC) has expelled the party's former deputy national chairman Nafiu Balagombe and a member of the House of Representatives, Leke Abejide. The decision was announced at the party's national conference in Abuja on Tuesday. Others expelled by the Mark-led ADC include Kenneth Ehiato, Stella Chukwu, and Elias Aduku. So there it is. Nafiu Balagombe is insisting that he is the authentic national chairman of the party, despite claims that he earlier resigned from the position of deputy national chairman. So I think that is where now we're clear on what the contention is. Alongside Abejide, he led a protest to the headquarters of the Independent National Commission, INEC, on Thursday, where he demanded that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, etc., and his posse stay away from the ADC. Bala accused the political figures of attempting to hijack the party. So there it is right there. They almost certainly find in favor of Atiku because we need them to be in play in order for us to have an election. So they'll find a way to find it in favor of Atiku, I'm sure. You failed woefully as a minister. Ononuga blast Aregbesola for attacking Tinubu. So this is so there was a lot that went down at that convention, and part of what went down was Aregbesola mocking the renewed hope agenda. And by the way, Bayo Ononuga is right. Aregbesola was a categorical failure as the Minister of Interior, because if you weigh Aregbesola against Tunji Olubunmi Ojo or whatever his name is, if you weigh Aregbesola against the guy that is there now, it's like night and day. The same parastatal, the same ministry, but you see the impact that this guy is having on the lives of everyday Nigerians. And you see that the only thing Rauf Aregbesola did was to announce public holidays for Salah. That was what he did for 4 years. Nothing meaningful came out of him. Presidential spokesman Bayo Ononuga has launched a scathing attack on Rauf Aregbesola following the latter's criticism of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The exchange comes hours after Aregbesola, speaking at the convention of the African Democratic Congress (ADC) on Tuesday, described the current administration as a government of scammers and urged Nigerians to prevent it from retaining power. If allowed, this regime will continue to chant renewed hope till eternity. We have a duty to stop these scammers from retaining power, Aregbesola said. In a swift response, Ononuga dismissed the remarks and accused the former governor of Osun State of hypocrisy and poor performance during his time in office. My attention has been drawn to Rauf Aregbesola's attack on the Tinubu administration at today's illegal elective convention of the ADC, a party of desperados and power mongers who to date have not articulated any credible plan for Nigeria, he said. Ononuga further criticized Aregbesola for failing to reflect on his own record before attacking his former boss and benefactor. Unfortunately, Aregbesola did not undertake any honest self-reflection on his own record in public office as governor or as Minister of Interior, he stated. He alleged that Aregbesola's tenure as governor of Osun State was marked by hardship and poor economic management. His 8 years as governor of Osun State was characterized by unmitigated hardship for the people. Under his half-baked socialist policies, civil servants went unpaid for months, and those who were paid received only a fraction of their salaries, Onanuga said. It is to Aregbesola's infamy that Osun became known as a state receiving negative federal allocation and paying just 20 to 30% of normal salaries. It was worse for pensioners in Aregbesola's Osun State. Many pensioners who relied on their meager monthly payments died before they were paid at all. Turning to Aregbesola's tenure as Minister of Interior under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Onanuga said it recorded major security lapses. As Minister of Interior under President Muhammadu Buhari, his tenure witnessed the highest number of jailbreaks in Nigeria's history, including the famous Kuje prison escape in Abuja, he said. During his 4 years, obtaining a Nigerian passport became a nightmare process, and there were 15 other attacks on correctional facilities in Jos, Obolongo, Ibo Kaba, and Okitipupa, resulting in over 4,000 inmates escaping to join criminal elements. Onanuga added, for someone who failed so woefully to secure our correctional centers and uphold his duty between 2015-2023, it is ironic that Aregbesola now seeks to lecture others on insecurity. He further accused Aregbesola and other ADC leaders of lacking credibility, credible policy alternatives. Let's do that again. He further accused Aregbesola and other ADC leaders of lacking credible policy alternatives, stating the real scammers are the politicians inside the SPV called ADC. Defending the current administration, Onanuga said the government had acknowledged challenges arising from reforms, but was implementing measures to mitigate their impact. The Tinubu administration has never shied away from acknowledging that policy reforms have brought unintended consequences, impacting the most vulnerable, he said, adding that efforts such as wage increases, social support programs, and economic reforms were underway. He insisted that the administration's renewed hope agenda was yielding results, including improved economic indicators and increased investor confidence. So that's I think we'll see more and more of this. As we get into the thickness of the politics of it, you will see a lot of the records of these people being brought out into play, and then we'll see how that stands up. So, like I've said previously, it's going to be a show your workings election. You cannot hide behind. It's not gaslighting. Will not do it anymore. Peter Obi was telling us that he has the best plans for the North out of all politicians in Nigeria. Okay, very good. I'm sure the Northerners will be glad to hear that. But what exactly is that plan? And they have to go to the farm, and it is a farming. I will do agricultural revolution. Even they will get just some sluggish retardation is probably what his plan is. Tinubu's mole drama as Oyegun suffers gaffe, shouts APC at ADC's convention. So this is just a minor little faux pas, a gaffe, as they said. But I have the anticipation. Let's see if you can hear it. Tell me if you can hear it. Let's see.
APC. Rise. No. Did I say APC?
No. Look at that.
APC.
Did you hear that? Can I copy this?
Sir, don't worry. Just say, "Awuzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim."
Why would he say that? He's not a Muslim.
The devil is a liar.
I think I need to drink some strong purgative.
No. Purgative.
To get
Not
that out of my
purgative.
system.
Thank you, sir.
Purgative. He wants to drink some purgative. This ridiculous guy. So there he is. I'm not sure if you heard that or not. Let me bring it into the studio and play it to you again. Just a ridiculous human being. He wants to drink purgative. What does that even mean? Is that even English? He wants to drink purgative. All these semi-literate elements that continue to govern us. Like the retard from Mocha called Peter Obi. That's a good example of a semi-literate that wants to govern you. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the specter of somebody like Peter Obi being? Can you pause for a moment and imagine that? Some retarded half-wit from this is what he said.
APC! Arise! No. Did I say APC?
No. Sir, don't worry. Just say, "Awuzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." The devil is a liar.
I think I need to drink some strong purgative. To
It's okay,
get APC! Arise!
But yes, that is an easily done faux pas. So that's an easily done faux pas. Nobody will be slaughtered for that. But the wider thing is that when it comes to the ballot, the names of those two parties are so similar that it might well confuse the slow of wit sort of electorate. You know, people that are not sharp, they will be intending to vote ADC, they vote APC, intending to vote APC, they vote ADC. The names are too similar. Hopefully their logo are sharply widened so that the divergence is a lot more marked. Hopefully INEC does what they have to do to make sure there's no confusing those two parties together at the ballot. So still staying with the ADC, British Chinese envoy attends ADC convention. I'm not quite sure that they should be doing that if they did do that. Representatives of the British High Commission in Nigeria on Tuesday attended the National Convention of the African Democratic Congress ADC, organized by the faction led by David Mark. The Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yung Dun Hai, also attended the event held at Rainbow Event Center. The faction's national secretary, Rauf Aregbesola, confirmed their presence at the convention. The British High Commission was represented by a 3-member delegation led by its secretary political, Thomas Sampson. That might well be a Nigerian person, you know, a Nigerian Brit. A Nigerian staff member of the High Commission, Damilola Oyedele, was also announced as part of the delegation. Shortly after the proceedings, Dino Milaye, a former senator and one of the event's anchors, announced the arrival of the Chinese ambassador. He, however, noted that communication was affected by language barrier. I suspect that may well not be. I suspect that lies are being told. This may well be commissioned Oyinbo people and commissioned Chinese people, mainly actors. And I'll tell you why. The British High Commission is fully aware that there's a legal position in contention. So they would not put themselves in the middle of a legal squabble in Nigerian politics. No, they will stay away. So I suspect that whichever Oyinbo they went to hire is not from the British High Commission. Shortly after the proceedings began, Dino Milaye, a former senator and one of the event anchors, announced the arrival of the Chinese ambassador. He, however, noted that communication was affected by language barrier. So that, of course, I don't accept as well, because the Chinese will not send an ambassador to a country as important as Nigeria that does not speak English. So what language will they use to communicate when they know it's an English-speaking country and a powerful and important global country as well? So that's just an outright lie. That is just some ching-chong, ching-ching. No, now. Anyway, I was going to say it should be more sophisticated by that, but then, of course, it's Dino Milaye. The only thing we know him for is all these kids. Kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe ẹ̀ńtà abẹ́ lórí don't cheno where that's the only space that they know is good. The presence of foreign missions had been anticipated as the Mark-led faction had repeatedly appealed to the international community over the party's leadership crisis. So then goes on to give us the history again, which I think we've already gone through. We're still staying with the ADC space, so because matters are rising quite sharply and evolving at breakneck speed within that space. 2027, El Rufai to contest for presidency, ADC chieftain McAfee. So you know, it'll be interesting when the dust settles. We know that when the ticket is eventually awarded, it will go to Atiku Abubakar. I think we know that. Oh, where's my what not? Where's my blue screen? Did it drop? I'm in my conservatory, as you can probably see from the glass. This is where I usually stream for. It's slightly detached from my house. That's why I'm able to shout so loud, and all the people sleeping and not awoken. Shaking Loyle. Let me use this one. There it is. Let's use that one. That always sits better. Yes. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. So that's the blue screen back there. Oh, all right. Where were we? I've lost my train of thought. Actually, what were you talking about? Remind me. Yeah. Yes. Oh no, I was not saying the permutations. How are they going to permutate within the ADC? Is the question. So it'll be interesting when the dust settles. I want to know what the field looks like. I want to know what the field looks like when the dust settles. Where is everybody in the comments? Nobody in the comment section today. Why is everybody so quiet? Let me see who's there. Anyway, I didn't even acknowledge people. That's Agbadorian right there. That's Ayo, of course, right there. The mighty man Ayo. We have Taylor Abayomi, one man, one Nigeria. Good to see you, my guy. I think or lady. I think I may well be coming across that name for the first time. Amuri Israel right there from Thamesmead. Maybe one of these days we'll meet up and have a drink. Amuri Israel. That's Suraja right there from Dublin, Ireland. So good to see you, my guy. You know, I was just saying, there was a time I was actually looking to buy property in Ireland then. That when people were still buying properties, I was lazy about it as ever with most things. And I never went to do it, just to hold it or just to use it to hold funds back in those days. That's Jajon right there, known as Nigerman, Adura Nla, Waoni, Chekiniko. I think that was during that music time. That's Ayo mocking me for being unprepared. Who else have we got there? You know, we've got Abdul Mumin right there, the man in Saudi Arabia. Patrick Glory, the Patrick that always comes in to confront those are so people populate the comment section, say hello to me so I know that you're there. So where were we? Yes, I was just saying that it'd be interesting to see how things play out as we start to know the field for the ADC. So we're in anticipation that we'll have Atiku Abubakar in play. We know that. We're in anticipation that we'll have Peter Obi in play. We already know that. We're in anticipation that we will have Rotimi Amechi in play, and we already know that. But we were not in anticipation that we will have El Rufai in play. But that kite is now being flown now. So this would have been a commissioned piece by El Rufai to have his name now in circulation. El Rufai to contest for presidency, ADC chieftain McAfee, a close ally of former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El Rufai and a member of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Hayatuddin Lawal McAfee, has disclosed that the ex-Kaduna governor is preparing to run for the presidency in the upcoming 2027 general elections. McAfee made this known whilst addressing journalists on Tuesday after the trial of El Rufai. I think they actually granted him bail of 200 million naira, if I'm not mistaken. According to him, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will hand over to His Excellency Malam Nasir El Rufai 2027 May, and the journey has started. Correspondents report that the finger what does that mean? The finger Kaduna State Governor, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to say there. The Kaduna State Governor has been under detention by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Matters Commission, ICPC, where he's undergoing trial for alleged corrupt practices as the governor of Kaduna State. So I don't think anybody with a conviction would be eligible to run as president. So maybe they should give him a judgment quickly, and that would remove him from the field. Let's see. Everything wraps around the elections, by the way. So let me show you this one. El Rufai granted 200 billion naira bail, barred from media interview. So how can you bar a politician from media interview in the throes of a heated and heavily contested election? So banned within what scope is it banned? Just in general or pertaining to what's been alleged against him? The Federal High Court has granted bail to former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai, who is being prosecuted over alleged corruption by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The court set the bail condition at 200 million naira with 2 sureties required. The court added that one of the sureties must provide a certificate of occupancy for landed property, whilst the others is to be a recognized elder in Kaduna State, subject to verification by the Kaduna State Council of Elders. The court further directed Mr. El Rufai and his legal team to refrain from granting interviews until the conclusion of the trial. So I think the interviews is relating to what is being tried over. He was also ordered to report to the ICPC on the first day of every month and to deposit his international passport with the court. El Rufai's bail comes days after he appeared before the Kaduna. So those are so El Rufai is back in place essentially, but not in time for the ADC convention. That seems to be the case. What else do we have? We don't have an abundance. So, like I said, not. And people that usually send stuff in, they didn't even send stuff in. I don't think my guys sent in much. Let me see. Is there anything else there? Oh, all right. Let me see. What else should I bring you? Like I said, actually, I think I held it well. Actually, for a session that I did not really take that much time to prepare for. I think we heard it well. I just want to show you something. Just some of the data that's coming. Just hold on 1 second. Oh, this should be interesting. Let's see. Actually, there's some interesting things that were sent in. Maybe I didn't get the time, the chance to peruse it. You know, I've always told you that Tinubu is going to contend these elections based on achievements, and you know, and the opposition, they will have to contend the election based on their plans for Nigeria. All this ethnic jingo and dog whistling and gaslighting is not going to work this time around. IMF project 4.3% GDP growth for Nigeria in 2027. So that's quite a leap, actually. And we're getting closer to that $1 trillion economy that Tinubu promised us. Is looking more likely than ever before. Yeah, so I think that headline tells us what we need to know. The Independent National Electoral for not independent. You see, you know, I memory read sometimes. I'm looking at the International Monetary Fund. but I'm reading the Independent National Electoral Commission because, of course, that's what I always read. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has projected a 4.3% gross domestic product GDP growth for Nigeria in 2027. According to the IMF's World Economic Outlook growth projection, this is a 0.2% increase from the 4.1% recorded in April 2026. IMF, however, stated that global activities may face a major test from the outbreak of the war in the Middle East. So I think the war in the Middle East may well prove to be a boon for the Nigerian state because we're just harvesting a lot of money from that at the moment. So it's like the Gulf oil windfall, another Gulf oil windfall, but this time in the hands of a responsible person. So we're still talking about IMF and projections, and this is what they are projecting for countries in terms of growth. So the anticipation, so these are the growth projections anyway. I don't think it's in any particular order. So they're anticipating 2.3% growth for the United States. That's quite a large number actually, because for an already settled first world country, you don't expect quantum growth because everything is already there. But countries that infrastructures and other big events can reshape their economy, then you can expect that quantumnal sort of a growth, but you don't expect a quantumnal sort of a growth in an already established economy. So a 2.3% anticipation for the United States is quite an endorsement for Trump. So what you would expect from an industrialized country is what you're getting in Germany, 0.8%, 0.9% France, etc., etc. United Kingdom, 0.8%, but Nigeria, 4.1% is the anticipation. So let's look at it vis-a-vis. There are not that many African countries there, but Saudi Arabia is 3.1%. So Nigeria growing faster than Saudi Arabia. South Africa, 1%. Nigeria growing faster than South Africa. So I'm not quite sure if they've done this in a hierarchical scale. That means first to last, but that doesn't tell us that they've done that. All right. So yes. So anyway, optimism for the Nigerian economy. So that will come as bad news to the opposition spaces. Number of intercepted victims of trafficking by country of destination. So where is Nigeria on this scale? It'll be are we at all on that on the we're not showing. People have been trafficked in Nigeria, but we know that. So why is Nigeria not showing on the scale? Libya is the highest for all of the reasons that we do know. Benin Republic, Ghana, Senegal, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Where is Nigeria? I can't see Nigeria on the list, so I'm not sure why somebody sent me this. But anyway, maybe to establish the fact that Nigeria is not on the list. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure about the authenticity of that because you have all of the anticipation that Nigeria will be there. So here is the president. So here's the president of Ghana speaking about Nigeria. So it's always interesting to see what the outsiders think about us. So let's see what the president of Ghana has to say. I don't think I've picked that up quite there. Let's yes, and then let's do this. Tell me if you can hear this in the comment section. It's only about 30 seconds anyway. So I think it says he prays for Nigeria so that if your country falls, then you'll start screaming into his. I think is what he's saying. All right. So that's that. I think it's starting to look back on itself. So what else haven't we? I think we may well have covered everything that people sent in. There's not that strong. There's no real strong hitting sort of a storyline apart from the ADC convention and what else? No, that's about it, really, isn't it? So. Did you see the thing of Donald Trump presenting himself as Jesus Christ? If that guy lasts throughout his tenure, I'll be surprised. He's had to take that one down. But there's something I may have for you actually. Where did I put it? Do you remember that storyline of our friend in South Africa that declared himself the? Did I bring it along? Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Do you know what that means? Una momento. Oh God. Why is it not available? It is available. I just watched it now. Please be available. Let's see. There's a video I wanted to. There's a video I wanted to show you from TikTok. Now it's telling me it's not available. I know it is. I just watched it. That's why. Hold on. Let me see if I can try and outmaneuver this thing. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Is there a? Let's see. Let's see if I can download it. If I can find a quick TikTok download, I'll download it. Otherwise, all right. Let's just leave that. It's not really. It's just that guy. Do you know that guy that was calling himself the AZ of South Africa? He did a public apology where he was just looking glum and contrite, you know. And I was thinking how hard the mighty fallen, and I thought maybe that might somewhat interest you. You know, we were tracking that storyline as he gained momentum, and it was sort of like a trending. You're wondering why I'm talking like this. I'm trying to see if I can use something to grab the video. If I'm able to do this, I know I saw it on. Okay, is it there? No. No, that's not it. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. So let's just so let's grab it from there and put it in here. Let's see if it doesn't pick it up, then it doesn't pick it up. No great shakes. I'll go and do it. Oh yeah, do we have it? No, we don't want it as an MP3. We want it as an MP4. That's what we want, isn't it? Let's see. I just thought it's because we're tracking that particular storyline. I'm not sure how the it is downloading as an MP4. Is it? Let's see if it downloads. And then there's one more clip that I wanted to play you as well. There's this clip of do you remember a Jealous Speaks? We brought him on this platform, I think, twice already. You remember a Jealous Speaks? There was this particular clip circulating of a Jealous Speaks, telling us that he was being commissioned to pie Showore. Yes. So we can have a look at that as well. Actually, let's have a look at that first, and then we'll come back to the Igbo King. So we'll give him time to download.
Are you saying that Showore is buying Igbo sympathy?
Of course.
This is a man that came for you when you were.
That does not stop me from saying the truth. That does not. I fought for him too. Let me say it here. I hope the people he surrounds himself with will reject the type of the type of offer I rejected to assassinate him. I will tell you this for free. Yes. I called, somebody has made that offer to me. When we are off, I will tell you who.
To go and assassinate
yes.
Showore.
Yes. I called a man, he's in the DIA. I called him and said, please, are you aware of so thing? He said, no, he's not aware that the guy is not even a serious threat as such. I said, then why is this man doing this? And I even told him, this case you people have with him, make sure he doesn't get to this 2023 election, because that's when you will see the impact of his incarceration. It's not proper. I lobbied without telling him. I think I've mentioned this to Dejade Onju before. My woman is aware of this thing I'm telling you. I don't like beating my drums in public. But the person I'm telling you about, if you watch it,
I wonder what he meant by beating his drum in public. Is that a metaphor for something? You could get arrested for that, here in the UK. I think they call it dogging. Do you know what they call dogging? No, yeah. Yeah. Do what they call it dogging, not doggy, but dogging. If you know what they call dogging in the UK, tell me in the comment section. It's a behavior not for any sane mind. They call it dogging. So that's Ejele telling us then that it was being commissioned to spy Showore. Showore is aware of that clip, by the way. He posted it on his thing as well. But why would anybody want to spy Showore is the thing. So here is now that guy that declared himself the AZ of South Africa. I haven't now seen about countless shops burnt down and people being beaten up. Here he is now trying to somewhat act contrite and apologetic. So here is the lasted for only 2 days. AZ of South Africa, taking off the crown and telling him that no, I'm just too good, from Abakaliki. Look at him. It's the most pathetically ridiculous sort of thing that you just why do it in the first place is the thing. Everybody knew what the South Africans are like. They can barely tolerate anybody in their country, and then you go and do that because you got away with it in Benin Republic and Ghana. South Africa is a totally different beast now, but here he is now showing contrition.
Good day, South Africans, traditional leaders. My name is Chief Solomon Obonna Atiku. I would like to sincerely apologize to Kunkane Jong-ol Sandile, the Amakaka Osa Kingdom, the traditional leaders of South Africa, the people of Gompo, and all South Africans. I am sorry for the confusion and the concern caused by the event that took place on 14th March 2026 in East London. I want to make it clear I was not crowned as a king. I am not a king. I do not claim to be a king. What happened on that day was only my appointment as a senior elder in the Igbo community in the Eastern Cape. It does not give me any authority as a king or traditional leader. I respect His Majesty Kunkane Jong-ol Sandile Vrende, and I recognize his authority. I also respect all traditional leaders and the law of South Africa. It was never my intention to disrespect the people, the leadership, or the country of South Africa. I take full responsibility for the misunderstanding, and I am truly sorry. I support all effort to restore peace, understanding, and unity. I humbly ask for forgiveness. Everyone affected, thank you.
So there it is right there. That was the erstwhile Eze of South Africa, not an Eze no more. They don't do you know they say Chris supposed to recognize Chris, you know. Don't take your funk to people that you know are funkier than you. The South Africans, they will slice and dice you. And I even mean that literally, not metaphorically. They will slice and dice you. So the way was, you know, they are now going from shop to shop now, kicking people out. The Eze of the Eze of Zulu land. Can you imagine the audacity of that guy? They'll probably still find a way to deport him anyway, because they just have zero tolerance for those sort of goings on in South Africa. What else do we have for you? Like I said, there's not an abundance. You notice that a lot of what we've been talking about wraps around the ADC convention. Tinubu joking that he will send Godswill Akpabio to the ADC to go and dabaru them from within. They may well think it's a joke, but but we'll see how that plays out. Breaking ADC expels. Yes, Ababa, we've done that. ADC expels Nafiu Bala, Leke Abijide over anti-party activity. I think we've already done that. I'm just scanning through all the tabs I have on my screen to make sure that we have mentioned. There's this one that we haven't mentioned. I'll only give you the headline, really. All production drops as NMPCL generates 2.68 trillion naira in January. For all of the times that oil production should be dropping, it is not now. When oil is eating $150 per barrel. So of all of the times that oil should be dropping, this is not the moment. What else do we have? I'll send you to the other side. Tinubu, I'll send you to the other side. Tinubu teases Senate President. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday made a light-hearted remark about the Senate President Godswill Akpabio during the commissioning of the Nigeria Revenue Service building. Speaking during the ceremony, Tinubu joked that he could send the Senate President to the other side to represent him. Senate President, I will send you to the other side to represent me, and then you can scatter them anyhow you like. They are confused, the president said. The president's remarks comes amidst rising political tension involving the African Democratic Congress ADC, which has alleged that the ruling of Progressive Congress APC is attempting to destabilize it. So it's just is kill or be killed is the politics that is playing out now. The blades are out and the knives are out and the blade is sharp, or how does that saying go? So it's that. What else do we have? I'm just making sure like I said, there's not an abundance in the news. I didn't even have to really prepare. So it's almost like a single strap line storyline for this one. Unless panels turn up and come with something. All right. I think that is all she wrote. That is all she wrote. All right. Okay. Let me play you. For today and today only, let me play you a different music from the Kegite music. I'll send the link into the comment section again, and then I will see if anybody turns up or who turns up. So this clip that we're going to play here is like it's like a message across the oceans to the United States. So here it is.
Yeah. Power plant day. Rich day. You scared of the pictures? Power plant day. Rich day. Open the fucking straight or you'll be living in hell. Censor the satellites. How what we did to your bases. You're losing your mind and you're losing this war. Face it. You tweet like a madman, threatening power plants and bridges. Praise be to Allah. You sound unhinged, you bitch. You want us living in hell, but you're the one scared of the sky. Begging every satellite company to hide what we did to your guys. 17 bases hit, C-130 and Blackhawks gone. On a million wasted just to save one pawn. Now you're blocking the photos so the world doesn't see how bad little Iran fucked up your military. Power plant, preach that. Open the fucking straight or you'll be living in hell. Censor the satellites, how what we did to your bases. You're losing your mind, then you're losing this war, face it. Sacred defense. We still standing. You censoring the sky.
And there it is right there. Both in the propaganda war and the actual real physical war, the Iranians are giving the Americans a thorough flogging. Joining us, Zeta. So we got Zeta joining us. So we have the company of Zeta. So Zeta, now only you and me. What's going on? Madam Z. This is the thing. Is that Zeta gone to bed? Oh, all right, let me play you one more clip. If you still don't have Zeta, then as always, we just we meet tomorrow again. Let me play you Showore rescuing Ejele in the previous encounter.
His Excellency.
Thank you very much. We are just here to see our man who is unjustly detained here by a pastor. So, but I know it's not your fault. So how's everything now? Is everything good? I just came in on Sunday. You heard the story, so and I reached your wife and she said, I tell her I'm going to see you. After this, I'm going to see Femi Falana and also Deji. So what's the start of what's delaying you? Why are you still staying?
They brought one production warrant from Moka and stayed
What man?
Hey, but
Hello?
the bail you got before, why can't you execute that?
We finished it.
So leave.
They said I can't leave because of the production warrant.
Is that the situation?
That's another thing.
Hello, what man?
Zeta, yeah, you waking up? I was just people are turning up. So I was just about to. I was calling you, but anyway, good to have you here.
I didn't hear you that you are calling me. Am I the only one in your studio?
But Patrick and Baba has now joined us, so now four of us, which is great.
I think
Patrick has come to attack you, and Baba has come to protect you from Patrick.
Attack me for what?
You know the man, the one where they always come here to fight you all the time.
You see, there are the funniest thing I hear in this your platform. Honestly, sincerely speaking, and sometimes when I kick against it, I get abuse of my life. I don't really do care about the abuse. It's in this your platform that I was told that Iranian military is stronger than United States military. And I give
Nobody
them
said
chicken.
that now.
You said it.
Nobody said that.
You're even playing the video.
I said the Iranians. No, hold on. Just hold on 1 second. I said the Iranians are cleverer than the Americans. And from all that has played out over the last 5-6 weeks, that's patently the case. They are smarter. They have more brain, more cranial. Everybody can see that now.
Okay, so you are smart, you are brilliant. An enemy fall on your country. You send out let me finish. You send out everybody to look for him, even put money on his head, bounty. And that same enemy came into your country and picked that boy, the airman. The airman hid in your country. You couldn't find him. I wonder that kind of smartness, but that's okay. That's okay. If that's
that's brute force now.
If that is what you call smartness, that's okay. And it's in this your platform again that I heard that Jesus Christ is a fat man.
Did you not see the image that Trump put out?
And that's how big Jesus is.
Right. So that's a doctor, Abby. What was that image signaling?
You see,
hold on. what other interpretation is there for that image? Other than that?
I'm a Catholic. I'm a Catholic.
Right.
I knew
Yes.
that there are a lot of.
One man, can we please discuss what is relevant in Nigerian politics?
Please, you just came.
I was expecting you yesterday, BT, when Yayi was
BT, please,
Yayi was announced.
Please, BT, let's not just start. I came here before you.
No, that's
okay?
What you do.
I came here before you, and I have the right to discuss for 5 minutes what I want to discuss.
Let's ease it in.
Please don't come at me like that.
No,
if you don't like what I am saying, that's fine, and I don't care.
Hold on.
And I don't even give a damn what you say. I don't care what you say. But please don't come at me like that. Okay?
Zita,
don't.
You are too quick to temper, Zita. It wasn't.
I'm not quick to temper. Look, woman, let me be honest with you. I'm having it enough with these men in your platform. BT, don't come at me like that.
BT is your
I
guy
beg
now.
you, in the name of whatever you worship, do not come at me like that.
Zita, settle down.
It is my turn to speak, and I got to speak.
Zita, hold on.
And whatever I am speaking, you don't like it, that's your business.
Can you hold on, please? Just hold on. Don't say anything, or just hold on. If you actually listen to what BT is saying, he's not pushing against you. I don't think he wants to go into that American space because it's such a toxic conversation. It jars people so differently. So he doesn't want to be jarred by that. So it wasn't you especially. It's just that conversation. It jars people differently.
Woman, please.
And he doesn't want to be jarred by the American.
I am the one doing the submission.
So it wasn't you that it was going.
I am not the one doing the submission. So he shouldn't come to me like that. Let's first. He said, "Let's first."
Like I said, it's not personally. It's not.
You played the music. You played the music here.
I'll come back.
You played a music that I lashed to say what I want to
hear
say.
From you about Yayi when you it's gone. Oh, all right, carry on, Zeta. But I still insist. Anyway, I don't even have to insist. The events that has played out over the last 6 weeks, it tells us that the Iranians are supremely cleverer than the Americans because they have won. They have won this war, both in propaganda and in actual fact.
I agree with you. It's okay.
And the Americans are. What did they come in for? Hold on. What did they come in for? They wanted regime change. The regime has not changed. They wanted to collect the enriched uranium. They're not collecting it. They wanted to start a civil revolution within the country. That's not done. So they blew up a few places, destroyed the country, and punished the civilians. But everything remains. And since these guys have now discovered a new source of wealth,
you must have been listening to mainstream media. Anyway, one man, let me say this.
I've been listening to Donald Trump, who is always talking. At least he knows what he's doing there, or does he?
When I came to your platform, I said something, which these things you mentioned was not my reason. I gave my own reason why I want that war to continue, and the war will continue. Anyway, that's by the way. Let me go back to anybody you say he's
the war will not continue because
it will continue.
We will see.
It will continue. Your smart, listen, your smart military that are smart American military, they must finish their smarting. Don't worry about that. Anyway, let me go back to the funny part of life that I was saying. I'm a Catholic, and we have a lot of saints that present themselves like that, with ornaments of healing in their hands, crown on their head, and all those things. So seeing somebody putting
angels on their shoulders,
seeing somebody putting rope on himself is I wouldn't call that person Jesus, unless that person is actually the Jesus I know. So in this your platform, they told me that one fat man with the head of Donald Trump wearing rope. In fact, actually not one fat man, Donald Trump wearing rope on himself, presented himself as a Jesus. And I was abused when they said, if that looks like Jesus to you, that's not my Jesus. And I still stand by it. If that thing that he made himself look like, if that is what you people see as Jesus, that is not my Jesus. First of all, my Jesus is not fat. My Jesus does not have short hair. So if one mainstream media person come out and say that thing is Jesus, and everybody carries it as Jesus, because they have made people not to think and not to see. I am not that kind of person. Hate me, like me, I don't care. When you present something to me, I look at it critically. Jesus does not have short hair. Jesus is not a fat man. Jesus' face is not round. So for somebody who just put rope on himself with AI and carry the
Let me ask
light
you.
of healing in his
Do
hands,
you
trying to pray for some automatically turn to Jesus to you. That is
let
fine.
me ask you, Zita. Good morning. Do you know this? Do you know how Jesus look like?
I know the Jesus they've been presenting to me now since I
So
was born.
is that so? You believe that is a true picture of Jesus?
Hold on. Listen, there are difference between what you think it is and what you have been presented that it looks like. There are two different
So
things.
why are you? So
Since
the one that you know. Wait now. Let me ask. We're having the correct. It's not a fight. The one that you know, somebody presented it to you. How do you know that? How do you authenticate that against the one that another person is presenting to you?
okay, how do I authenticate the one they presented to me?
Yeah.
It has been consistent and universally accepted that that's what it looks like. Anywhere you see Jesus Christ picture hung, it's the same picture. That means is generally accepted. They brought out that picture and taught people to believe that that is actually what Jesus looked like. Even when you watch movies that people act to be Jesus, they make a replica of that same picture they've been carrying about. With the same height they presented, whether it's six what, a rare height like that with blood group, I think B plus.
We have seen different pictures of Jesus
I
Christ.
don't
So
know which one you
I
are
think
seeing.
Simba,
the
can I
problem.
ask
Let
her a
me tell.
question, please, Simba?
Okay.
Zita, you would like me to shout? No problem. There is an English word, depict. D-E-P-I-C-T. He depicted himself.
I understand the language now.
Exactly. He depicted himself.
he was
That's it.
trying to show himself as Jesus. I
Good.
still stand by what I said. In the first place, trying to show himself as Jesus in the physical eye, what is presented is not Jesus. Acting to be like Jesus too. The
I'm an
scenario, hold on.
artistically disposed, I
The
can draw
scenario
myself in
he
this
presented
thing.
in that AI thing he did is not the scenario of Jesus. So for you to tell me that that scenario and what he looks like and who he's praying for, he's trying to show himself as Jesus. To me, that is not the scenario I find my Jesus.
Wait, if
So
you
I still stand
appreciate,
by what I am saying.
if you
With the
appreciate,
physical eye, what he drew with the nose and blah, blah, blah. He was not even showing himself coming from heaven. He doesn't have the wing, doesn't have the crown. Okay? Because when Jesus left, he was crowned. So he doesn't have the crown. So for anybody to come and tell me that one man put rope on himself, I'm trying to pray for somebody or that he's trying to show that he's doing what he's putting himself like Jesus.
look,
It doesn't work for me. But if that works
can
for you,
others,
that's
can
okay.
let's
But
make it
honestly,
interactive.
sincerely speaking, Jesus is
You
not a
always
fat
do
man.
this at
One
times,
man, can we
and
go to
it's
the
not
next
good
to
for
the topic? I've finished
conversation.
what I'm just
You,
making joke of you
we are,
people telling me that Jesus is a fat man.
we are not quarreling here, or we are not debating to
I'm
win.
not quarreling,
We are,
no. That's what my voice is, more especially when I
no,
get
we are not debating to win. You understand? We should appreciate art if we see one. That is why in the Sistine Chapel in at the Papal residence. What's it called now? Don't even scramble my brain. You will see different painting by Michelangelo. You understand? Subject to different kinds of
you have
interpretation.
started this your name calling again. Anyway,
Yeah,
no
I will.
problem.
I'm educated. I'm a scholar and I read books. I'm not a scientist. I'm an art student. So pardon me for that. I'm an art student and I quote from books I've read. I quote Shakespeare. I quote.
Good for you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. He presented himself, he depicted himself as Jesus. And the man is trying to wake up from the dead. You understand? Which Jesus also did.
looks like Jeffrey Epstein. And it's AI generated, even though it's not a work of brush and paint. I appreciate it quite all right. Fascinating. I'm not religion. Even though I
Anyway,
was born
I think you are
a
saying
Catholic.
what somebody has said you believe.
Can
Because my
I?
Jesus is
I'm
not a
not.
fat man. Neither there is a, if he
You
has
want
put
to
a crown
win
on
this?
himself and
I'm
the
not
angels
winning this
following him
with you.
behind, it would have
I'm
made a lot
only
of sense
telling
to
you
me.
what I'm
But
watching,
if you sit
what I
down and
see.
this
Okay, you
is
can have the
one man,
floor.
what I'm saying, do you know why I'm saying this? This
Go
is
ahead.
how when Donald Trump won the election, what's his name? Elon Musk, after spending his millions, came to the crowd to rile them up. He made a gesture of thank you and raised his hand like this. One mainstream media guy, which
That
state was
wasn't a
that?
thank you gesture. That was Heil Hitler.
They said it is.
Do you know that
Wait,
that's
let
his
me finish
background?
now. I'm the one that started it. I don't know why you're rounding yourself up. He made that gesture, just one voice from, I've forgotten that place, that TV station. I've forgotten the state. I'll find it out later anyway. The guy said, yeah, that he has made
Hello, one
he
man. Can
has
you hear
made
me?
what do they call it?
One man,
Whatever you people call that
one
thing
man.
that is irritating you people.
Hello,
That he made that sign.
one man.
After some months, the guy came out and said that's not the sign he made. Then they started bringing Alexander Cortez, bringing all Democrats
One man.
that have
Can you
greeted
hear
the
me?
crowd that way. At the end of the day, that guy was fired. So if what you people do is to sit down, one person will tell you people something, somebody will say something, and everybody wants everybody to believe it and act like a robot. I'm not like that. If you go and ask, say pictures, chat picture, videos of Alexandra, not only them, not only Alexandra Cortez, who greeted like that, but that guy, because he wants to run on that man, he said that thing, and people just jumped on it. Everybody believed it. That greeting like that is even Bernie Sanders, or whatever you people call that old man, he has greeted like that before. Even Obama has greeted like that before. So all of them are Nazis. Una go tire. Anyway, no wahala. One man, you can go to the topic of the today.
Just hold on 1 second on what you're saying there. That's the
Yes,
salute.
hail Hitler.
That's the salute that you're talking about, Zita, and this is the complaint. This is the controversy. So that's Elon Musk. So that's the salute that you're talking about, and this is the complaints that people have about it. Can you see?
That salute is called Hail Hitler.
That's Hitler
H-E-I-L.
himself. That's Hitler himself now doing it. We have our 3-4 Zetas now. So which one are we staying with? Zeta, which one is the...
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm going to
You
drop one
call
of
that
your...
Hitler. So Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders is narcissist. Alexandra
but
is
it doesn't...
narcissist.
Bernie Sanders doesn't
Bama,
come from...
hold on now. Let me finish.
No, hold on now.
When it comes to this kind
Zeta,
of things,
you don't like... Let people push you back.
No, wait now. Let me finish calling before you start
we know
pushing
where
me back.
you are. Just hold on. Just hold
Wait.
on. Okay,
Let me
carry on.
finish. You brought out what is his name? Elon Musk salute, right?
Right.
That is,
yes.
You agree that is narcissist. You have to
Well, I
bring
don't
out
agree. It tells us
Can I
that's
finish
Hitler.
now?
Hold on, that's
I know they
Hitler
do
right there,
argument.
and this
Let
is
me
Musk.
respond to you now so that you can continue. You have to bring Obama's salute like that because
Right.
Obama has saluted like that. You bring out Alexander Cortez saluting like that. You bring out Bernie Sanders saluting like that. So if you agree that thing Elon Musk did is salute of Nazis, that means Alexander Cortez, Bernie Sanders, and Obama, they are all Nazis. And because they salute like that.
Hold on 1 second. One man.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Google is your friend and AI is your friend. Can you go on the ChatGPT and put the command? Where did any of those people, Madam Sister mentioned, salute this way? Maybe they can help us to bring it out to to the fore. We can compare and contrast.
You don't
Some
need
of,
to do ChatGPT. You need
no,
to show the
we
video.
could, because
No,
as I
you
can
do the
tell you
video.
this,
You need to show the
some of the
video.
followers
Go
of
to
these people
YouTube
have
and
drank
type
a
it and show
very
the video.
chilled
What I said
Kool-Aid.
is video of them saluting like that, not
Any
ChatGPT telling you, oh, they have never saluted like that before. What I'm telling you, show a video where they
listen,
saluted like that and see whether their salute is different from that your mosque own.
woman,
And
can you
if
do
they,
that?
let me
Can you
finish, if their
search?
salute is the same, then all of them are narcissists.
Can you search and see if we can compare those greetings to the one this one is doing right here and establish if it is actually the same? Please.
It's not worth it, Adewale. It's not worth
I
all
don't want
this.
to go into it
You
in
just
that
let her
depth.
finish and then
It doesn't.
any other person
We
can
could
take
be
up
in
that
that.
topic.
Yeah, we can
He
be in
wants
that
to win
rabbit
an
hole.
argument, but this is not a
I've
platform for
finished.
winning.
I will just say this.
I've
All those people,
finished.
all those people that you mentioned, they don't have family ties. But if you look through the Elon Musk family history, you don't have to go back 2 generations before you find them deeply embedded within the Nazi party. So it's family history. Don't worry about the laughter now. Just let me speak. Let me mute you for a moment so I can actually speak. His family history is heavily tied to Nazism, and him not doing that thing, and his politics also leans towards the far right, with the family history tied to Nazism. It's far right politics, and him now doing Nazi salute. So the combination of everything, it places him more towards that than any of the other people that you mentioned. But we can leave that and go on to Nigerian politics. Like I said, it was the ADC convention today. Now, not a lot happened. Essentially, a jamboree is just how we have to describe it. So, what is anybody's outtake? Well, do you want to take the floor first on that, Zita, or do you want Baba to go first? What's the outtake from the ADC convention? Have we learned anything? Has anything new emerged? Or is it just a party? The INEC was not there, so how is it ratified? What does it mean? What impact will the resolutions have when it's not is in dispute one and then INEC is not there too? So who has any thoughts on the politics of today? Anyone there?
I'm here.
Oh, Baba, you take the floor.
Okay.
Baba. Hey, Baba, sorry, before you take the floor, I think I have a comment on what Zita said earlier. Please, if you can allow me, please.
Yeah, go ahead, please. By all means.
If you are getting angry just because somebody put out a picture representative of Jesus Christ out there, I don't think it's actually because can you tell us, is there anyone that can tell us what Jesus actually looked like? Every image that we have out there is just an artistic representation of what it looks like. And you believe one, and then you came here, you are saying,
you see that image that they have of Jesus Christ cannot be true. Because what
exactly,
we do know,
it's a guesswork.
What we know historically, it's a Palestinian.
And it's just a product of human imagination.
It's a Palestinian, and the Palestinians
and then
are
you
darker,
believe that you are, and to me, I see it's like some people need that in front of that picture. And that's that donation.
Baba, please.
BT, how are you?
Kalesa, please, can you just, when you, in your submission, when you discuss this ADC thing, just for a few minutes, sir, one man, my Benjo, for 3 minutes, can you just briefly talk about what's going on in your state? Because people are not mentioning it. The recent move by the House of Assembly in Oyo State to remove the Olubado.
Yeah, I saw that. Fayoshe was there, wasn't
it? Yeah, because of its interference in the selection process of the next governor. So just briefly talk about it, maybe for a minute or two before you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a complicated matter, actually. Let's start. Fayoshe broke the news, and we should realize that actually there is a beef or a tiff, political tiff, that's TIFF, between Fayose and Makinde and Wike. That's been going around for some time. And Makinde is acting small. Makinde is really acting small, immature politically. Fayose said he had it on good authority that Makinde wants to remove the Olubadan from the throne. And he said he challenged Makinde to come out to debunk it. Up to now, 3-4 days now, Makinde has not come out to debunk it. And the antecedents we've been having from him of late, a popular street which he named after Wike, because of that thief they are having, he changed the name in a ceremony. In a ceremony, changed the name to another prominent Ibadan son, just because you are having a problem with a friend. So if you can do that, because you are pained that the court cancelled out your so-called convention, then you are capable of doing anything. Olubadan is a friend of the president. They go way back. The president has done him a great favor in time of need, and he cannot abandon his friend. This same Olubadan raised your hand and introduced you as the next governor when he was still a Magaji, not even an Olubadan. So he has always been in your corner. But as soon as you got to the governor's seat, you plotted against him. You changed the whole the Magaji hierarchy, which is established. You said all the Mogajis will wear crown. And the President Olubadan, Alhaji Rashid, refused and said, no, succession to the throne is through this line. We are not Obas. We are head of families. And he said, well, if the Olubadan refused to wear the crown, he should not expect to be an Olubadan when its time comes. Olakuleyin, who was a sitting Olubadan, died. And both people was a sick man, actually. And
sorry, Baba, can you give us a bit more volume? Your voice is a bit low.
Yeah, Alhaji Rashidi knew that Olakuleyin will not last too long, and he could do himself injury because Makinde has a knife, he has the yam as a sitting governor. It's a local thing. So he put his head out to wear the crown. That's where the problem actually started. And when they came in, Olubadan has always gone to Aso Rock. Some publicized, some not publicized. Now, Fayose came with that. You did not refute it. But then I believe strongly that Makinde and the wife of the other governor actually are plotting to impeach him. It's of course a situation. Ajimobi. So it's a situation of kill or be killed. If you hear that somebody is trying to put you down, so the only way to stay alive is to make sure that person also is put down on his back. But then there is a Speaker of the House, Olubode or Adigbega, what's he called? Is Makide's man, but he wants to be the next governor. And the body language of Makinde he is reading is not actually a situation where Makinde could make him a governor. So he started running like a headless chicken here and there, and meeting people and soliciting. And of course, directly, Olubadan or Mrs. Ajimobi will not tell him directly that You are the speaker. Go impeach the governor and we will make you a governor. They will not tell him directly, but I know somewhere he picked up that hint. But a coward, the coward that he is, he couldn't really make that move. He couldn't make the move. Rather, he pander to Makinde to say, look, they want me to impeach you, but I have refused the offer, thinking that that could serve or warm, trying to warm his heart into himself into Makinde's good graces. But that's not going to wash. Because Makinde, as far as I'm concerned, if he survives the next 7 months before the next election, when they are swearing in the new governor on the 29th, by 3rd June, Makinde will be in the nets of EFCC because he is a foolish politician. He spent so much money, about 1.7 billion or 5 billion, to do that convention, which the federal court said, do not attempt it. Where did he get the money? And also a sitting senator who is on the rise, also a Magaji, 3 of them, because they have a local law in Oyo State that says, if you've won a crown as a traditional ruler, you cannot aspire into the political arena. And that senator is a Magaji, and he tried to crown him as a king. And the guy refused to go. The 3 of them, particularly that one he targeted, refused to go. And Olubadan said he doesn't have a hand in it. He will not support that move. Do you know what Makinde did? He went ahead for the ceremony, put 3 seats there, put the crown there, put the walking stick there, and the horse tail there on each seat, and pronounce each occupant, absentee occupant, as a king. I mean, even Baba Salah will not do that. The late Baba Salah comedian will not do that. He spent money for that party. Which kind of governor are you? Why are you so wasteful? The oil subsidy surplus money you guys are benefiting from, and the foolish television talk head on air personalities stupidly asking what are they using where is the oil money, the oil subsidy surplus money? You have it in your pocket. You are supposed to do better things for your people. You are being wasteful because all of you are washed with money. He will have his day in court if he survived this. Because I believe Fayoshe. I believe Fayoshe. Fayoshe don't bullshit.
But Baba,
Yeah.
this tool of the Olubadan itself, I mean, the governor has 6 months or 7 months. How do you think that plays out? I mean, there's really nothing Tinubu can do. Makinde is the governor. If he really wants to move in that direction, unless they're going to do then reverse it back later if they get rid of his guys. So how do you think that plays out in the next 6 to 7 months now, sir?
Well, since the shit has, pardon my the pun, the shit has hit the fan. Except if Makinde is crazy, then he will do that to the Olubadans too. And Oyo will burn down. Don't forget, Oba Rashidi is also a political thug in his own right. And he has the backing of the presidency. Besides that, there is a precedent in Kano when they made Sanusi the emir. They got a certain governor, sitting governor made him the emir. Another governor came and removed him and installed Bayero as the emir. That's how we ended up with 2 emir. Even if he succeeds, if he wants to commit political suicide and remove Obaladoja, the next person may not present himself to be crowned as Olubadan. That they could plot against him. for that. But let's say somebody even present himself, the next governor on day 2 of being a governor can remove him and reinstall Olubadan. And history will not forgive Makinde for that.
But because they let him get away with this, your side, you know what happened within the laughing issue, which I think was not right. But the guy was not popular anyway. So, but like you said, hopefully it does not go up. So thank you for speaking on that, sir. Thank you very much. We can go back to the ATC thing now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. BT. For the ADC, let me start with the 2 court rulings today. That's the Federal High Court, where is the beginning point of all of this brouhaha, and then the Supreme Court also. They both adjourn to the 3rd week of April for them to present their arguments. And the Supreme Court has bent backward to do accelerated hearing against the convention. That when I mean not, that's against the rules, convention. Same thing for ditto for the Federal High Court. But the one thing they both courts said, still maintain, while we do this accelerate hearing, and you are submitting your brief and things like that, and counter brief coming in, please still maintain the status quo ante bellum. Even the Federal High Court.
Which date? Which date did you quote just now?
You say?
You mentioned a date now that you said that they fixed.
I think 23rd or so.
The 22nd of April. That's
okay,
in a 7 days time.
7 days time, yeah. Because when you submit a brief in the Supreme Court, that is the appellant, the other side will need a window of 30 days.
Papa, sorry, why is our judiciary actually endangering our democracy, knowing fully well that this thing needs to be given accelerated hearing? Why are they delaying, adjourning, and all those things? Why can't they just deliver the judgment and let's clear the hair?
You know why you cannot practice law? Why I cannot practice law?
There's a process involved.
No, there is a process involved. There is a window. When you put in your argument, the other party has 30 days. 30 days to respond.
To get to the Supreme Court within a month it must be.
I mean, they've done
even getting there in 12 months is fast.
Yeah, that's why I use the word they bent backward. You understand, for them, and they appreciate it also. But even the High Court asked the lawyer, I hope you guys are not doing your convention, because he warned them again. And the lawyer said, no, we are not doing any convention today, which is yesterday's of Europe, but my own today. They said no. The lawyer said no. But they went ahead. They went ahead to do the convention. That means this. What happened to Mark?
Sorry, before you go to the consequences, what does that convention actually mean? Because there was no representation from INEC, so that means it's not a ratified or INEC endorsed convention. And if it doesn't have the ratification and endorsement of INEC, then what does it mean? What they did today? What does it mean?
It's if they think they won anything, they won nothing. They won nothing today. Nothing happened today other than rascality.
It's just a party, isn't it?
Just a party, because Makinde's own is recent. It happened, and INEC did not present themselves. Same thing today, it happened. But what you went there today just to make the usual ruckus, the noises, which people love these days in the cyberspace, in the internet, where there are no polling booths. And they said there is an adage, and I'm quoting again for those who hate quotes from some of us who are scholarly. There is a saying that says, when you are in a hole, stop digging. When you are in a hole, stop digging. You are in a hole already. You should be looking for friends. You should be working towards amicability, a kind of camaraderie. Yet you went ahead. The only House of Rep member you have, Abejide, and the contentious man, Nafiu Gombe, you say you expel them. That's another case entirely. Because even if you escape the trap of this convention thing, they will still go to court, because on that place, in that place where you pronounce them expelled, it's an illegality.
This is where we need Ogbenio. Maybe I'll even send him a text. Is this sub judice what they've done today?
Yeah.
On the very day that the Supreme Court is sitting on their matter, they have a convention. The very day.
Because people who don't have understanding, they think they are calling sympathy. But the only thing is, these noises in the internet is getting to their heads. But then, Yoruba say, Ojulo Pesi, if we are patient enough, they will soon scatter. Maximum end of May. They all have presidential ambition. They are plotting against themselves. They are enemies. All of them are their enemies. And they repeatedly done it before to one another. Is it to be with Atiku in 2023? We want to talk about.
Did you see the Obi interview with the Rice TV? He indicated during that interview that this ADC might not even be his last move.
Of course, it will not be. It's not going to. We all know. We all know it cannot be. They are all. Atiku will go to NRC. Obi will go to NDC or the other DLA. They prepared
or
for
SDP
him.
even.
Or SDP. Obi will go elsewhere. Whether Kankwaso will go with him.
And we're not aware that El Rufai has resigned from SDP. Did he resign or?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that he resigned though. We just heard that he was in SDP. The next moment he went straight. All these are loopholes they are leaving for somebody to litigate against them. You watch your flank as a politician. There are rules to the game. It's not an open thing. There are rules. If you want to be a player, know the rules guiding the game you are going into, so that you don't allow people to just pluck you from the stick easily, from the tree easily, and olule you will be. You don't. It's an art of its own. That's why people like me cannot be a politician. You get my point. But these people,
Baba, don't you see
Baba, you will make an excellent politician, no? But sorry, carry on, Simba.
Don't you see their action as a maybe signs of plugging that country into chaos?
Repeat that again, please.
I said, what their actions of going on with that convention? Don't you think that is an attempt to throw that country into chaos?
It will not. Too many things have happened in that country.
I don't think they have the popularity to. Baba. I don't think they have the popularity to throw the country into chaos. They've attempted it severally.
They have the means to throw the country into chaos.
You mean the money?
Yes.
Nah.
But they don't have the followership. They don't have the endorsement of the people.
You are thinking that Nigerians are just they have they are educated to that extent. Those guys out there, they don't need anything rather than some few 100 naira, 1,000 there to just start.
Simba, by the way, did you see the Itobi meltdown today at the ADC convention?
Who?
When the ADC, the Rice TV journalist pressed him on that, asked him if he was going to stick around, and he kept saying that if they dollarize the primaries, that he's not going to.
That will leave. That will leave.
The guy was sweating. I'm like,
is that Obi?
Yeah, he said it. He said he would leave.
He said it on a Rice as well now.
Yeah. But he was sweating.
Well.
He was. I'm like, I never seen him like was panicking. Like that's the way he was. I'm like, I've never seen him that way before. No.
BT, what
Obi
he's
has
trying
lost
to
all
do,
of the fake credibility that is carefully crafted over the last.
He has surrounded himself with activists. Activism will not take you anywhere in politics, more so Nigerian politics. Activism will not take you anywhere. He surrounds himself. It is strategy, strategists, people who know the terrain. And all those people, he's running away from them. He's running away from them. And look at Tanko. Tanko is your spokesman. Tanko is head of Obedient Movement Union. Let's talk about Tanko. Tanko is a failed politician. He was with Gani Fawehinmi.
So it's not really a true member of ADC. He has built his own
in a Nigerian Conscience Party he led. In fact, he was the chairman of the party when Dele Momodu ran for presidency. They did not win. Why did they proscribe the party, or why did they cancel out the party? Common four words, which is part of the rules. If you fail to win 4 words, then you are not worth to be a political party. That was how what he inherited from Gani Fawehinmi, he lost it. That's the kind of person you are following, leading you by the nose. Aisha Yusufu, Mama P, the other one wearing green beret all over the place, and they are making raucous noises. This is
no. Those ones are just they're earning money now. Those are. But Baba, before you move away too far from what you said earlier, do you think Yoruba land should and will punish Dele Momodu after the election? Do you think they should, and do you think they will? I think they should, and hopefully they will. Dele Momodu especially.
If you listen to him carefully.
If there was ever an etu brute, that's an etu brute right there.
No, if you listen to him carefully, he's now cautious. He's somebody like that. You understand? I won't say I know him too well, but we've broken bread a couple of times together when I was trying to promote a published book, The Last 100 Days of Abacha, written by the guy who was Yaradua's chief spokesperson, who is now the chief editor of This Day. Forgotten his name. He wrote that book. That was how I met him, because Ovation has.
Were you a publisher in a previous life, Abawa?
I would say I was a distributor. Let me put it that way.
Oh, okay, carry on.
Because I was to distribute the book at the Ghana end, and then I used the British High Commissioner to promote it and stuff like that. So, an Ovation already has an outlet. So I tapped into his outlet, and that's how we met, in his house, in his office, and we went around and stuff like that. He's a very good guy, very helpful, but they talk. And maybe because I have a quiet disposition, I know what I had when we were doing all that thing from him. I even went to his restaurant. He's quite a nice guy, you understand? And that's why he's always repeatedly saying, look, they know me. They will, you understand, when he talks, he say, I know Ashiwaju very, very well. He has slept in Bodilon. He has slept in Bodilon before. He has slept in Wike's house before. He moves around. You understand? So since they clapped him back, Omokri and FFK, they clapped him back. And I think it was the Commissioner for Justice in Ondo State, Ajulo, that cautioned him that don't use that word again. But today I observed when he was trying to use that word, that Abacha being Tinubu being like Abacha, he said people are saying. And Shimon Kimbaloye, the chief troublemaker, wanted to jump in on that. He says, it's not me saying, people are saying. And quickly he jumped into other things. I think he grew up in the Ife court. As far as I'm concerned, he's a Yoruba man, despite the fact that he has his roots in Edo State.
He's not a Yoruba man now. We cannot give him.
Nothing cannot be forgiven.
You know, one how does that saying go? He's not a Yoruba man. He's an Edo man. And that is what we're saying.
He has to eat. You understand?
How much more can he eat? What is there any room in his body left for food?
The thing is,
One might be nice. One might be nice.
he's trying to. You know, we all have this dream. Growing up, I look at the Rothschild. One of them I met in the 80s, actually. I look at their history. I wanted something like that too. Spread my children around the world. You have this so a Baba in England, another Baba in Netherlands, and things like that. He has a dream, you understand, and he has built a legacy in Ibadan. He has a kind of what's that place called now? So that was according to Omokri. Omokri alleged that for the last outing in 2023, Atiku paid him 500 million. Then I don't know what to say about that.
Baba, how can you use one word to qualify such a person? This is somebody that was formerly a friend to Wike, Tinubu, and all those. So is it not why?
He doesn't
Is
believe he
it,
was a former. He still believes they are his friends, that they will understand that it's about stomach here.
The word they are
so
looking
if
for, Baba,
anywhere belle face, the kind of person, eh?
Simba, the word you are looking for is elebi.
Exactly.
See, look, there is some people in life, they don't like crowded field. They feel they cannot fight. So they look for a smaller field to play where they can earn their living. He is that kind of person. He cannot thrive in the Tinubu camp because there are too many fierce fighters. He will not, maybe not even near the table to get the crumbs. So he felt, okay, if I can't, let me go and meet this man who I can reach easily and I will earn my money.
That shows he lacks substance. Maybe because you know you have met him before. That's why you are.
Or he likes soft life. Let's put it that he likes soft life or soft politics. How about that?
Because he likes going to, as you said, he started from all this mushroom party where he will become maybe one of the big wig within the party. Then all this, the little thing there, that is what we'll be eating.
Yeah. Well, we all have our characteristics. You get my point. And I think what he's done so far, the only thing that got my goat was talking about.
And by the way, everyone else, we're just gisting. So Baba doesn't object to, as you can see, Simba is conversating with him, so long as we are convivial with it. And by the way, sorry, Baba, can every single person listening to the sound of our voices right now look at your devices? So are you looking at your devices? Does it say subscribed? If you're not already subscribed, then please subscribe. If you're not subscribed, then yeah, it's tantamount to pickpocketing. You come here all the time, you don't subscribe. Yeah. It's like you're taking without earning. It's like pickpocketing. So make sure you are subscribed. Back to you, Baba.
Baba, do you think there will be a primaries at the ADC, or will they just anoint someone?
They will do consensus because time is not on their side.
I think so too.
It will be consensus, and that's where people like Obi will have. Look, he can't play in that pool. No, he cannot play in that pool. Look, can you see where you have thugs like gold-plated thugs like Dino Melai, like Rotimi Amechi. Pound for pound, those are Atiku's men, Dele Momodu and all the rest. The Atiku's men, Tambuwal who the last second, he betrayed Wiki, who he has been planning with for months.
Baba, do you hear what he said during the convention when the journalist put it to him? He said that they are repentant politicians. That all of them.
You see, the thing is, this is where I came to the conclusion that he has agreed to be VP. Obi is not stupid. He has agreed to be Atiku's
But
VP.
when you see, sorry, sir, if you see if you look at the decisions, even whenever ADC is making any move, any something, Obi is always at the background. He's not even reckoned with in that party.
Yeah, I said it yesterday that when they were when decisions are to be made sealed, is always absent. He went to Kwankwaso to eat our food, and people were hailing him. But when Kwankwaso was to shift base, it was with Atiku he tied his agreement. Obi was not there. When they want to have a side avenue where they can bath in case the ADC project failed, and they went to PRP to meet Bala Dati Bala or Bala that is elder brother in PRP. Obi was not there.
Baba Ahmed.
Baba Ahmed. Obi was not there. When the British High Commissioner was to meet Atiku,
even when Makinde visited, he was not there.
It was Atiku. He was not there.
So
everybody knows it's Atiku's party now. And
so,
it's fast turning into a Fulani party as well. There's a lot of because I follow their Twitter page, the ADC, constantly a lot of northern Fulanis, Hayata Din moved yesterday. A lot of the stalwarts of the north, they are moving to the ADC. So
that's why
I mean, it's a clear Fulani party. So forget it.
Obi is not blind. That's why I conclude all this one is doing.
I think they've punked him. That's what they've done.
He's playing to his base, so that maybe they will treat his case with understanding when he eventually accepts.
I think what Atiku has succeeded in doing, he knew that Obi being on the other side would be his weakness, like what happened in 2023. So he has succeeded in actually capturing him, so that he can
Simba.
But it depends on how he uses him, though. If he's able to give him the VP slot, but I don't think Atiku especially wants him as VP. I think Atiku would rather run with Rotimi Amechi than Peter Obi.
Don't say what you just said. How he's going to use him? I mean, how do you even allow yourself for the kind of trap? Why didn't be in the one was involved beside chick? I'm coming.
But it's a side chick now. It's an Atiku tool now.
One man, I saw it coming. You saw it coming. We all know. So why didn't Peter Obi see that coming?
You see, he has agreed, and they will give him the VP ship because Atiku.
Are you sure though? But Baba, don't be so quick to concede that they will give him that slot. And I'll tell you why. Every off-cycle election that Obi has tried to influence, he has lost. The latest being that Abuja canceled something. So there's that. And then his movement is hemorrhaging too. And everybody knows the composition of that movement as well. They know that there are a lot of special purpose, zeitgeist elements to his votes. So those elements don't. Everybody knows that any political permutation knows that the core Obi votes are not more than 2.7 million at the most, mainly based in the southeast, and it's not gaining any momentum. It's hemorrhaging a lot. So if they do the calculation, Obi's votes versus Rotimi Amechi's money, I mean, anyway, we'll see. Sorry, Baba.
Yeah, BT wants to.
I'm saying that to your point. Obi has lost momentum in the southwest, clearly, south, and in the north central. So where is the votes going to come? And
it's the southeast. Yeah, that's all he has.
Those elections in Kano, Edo, and Abuja was a test to see if he still has the momentum with him, and clearly doesn't. Like I said on your show, it's not like they lost. It's how they lost those elections that is really troubling if you're an ADC chieftain.
You see what they are not realizing? The party registration registrar is going to be at the heart of this election. And APC started early. We don't know their numbers so far. I think as of the last count when I was following, that was like 2 months ago or so, they had over 6 million. already as members. That is crucial. I don't know what the numbers are now. The Ashiwaju has already made his calculation. You see the North Central, he has locked it in stock and barrel. Nothing will shake that. All them, he has locked it down in the sense that he made their son INEC chairman, the army chief, the secretary to the government, and a host of other positions, which they've never enjoyed before. Coupled with this insecurity thing. If you look at Reverend Dachomo, that man who started the Christian genocide thing with America, he is now a Tunumbu man. Can you believe that? Reverend Dachomo. He talks in favor of Tunumbu now. So this North Central vote cannot go anywhere. Cannot go anywhere. And that includes Kogi, who produced the NMPC chair, a group managing director. So they've never had it so good. Look at it, Nasarawa now. We have 2 lithium factories employing thousands of people. In this cycle, from 2023 to date, Nasarawa has 2 lithium factories, massive ones. So Bago is into agriculture big time. And Lagos State has even bought some land from him to help in farming. So a lot is happening in that. So if he has that, the Southeast is going to be a big battle. Let's say Ashiwaju is running against Atiku and Obi, for instance. There is this issue, and I think the intelligence here in the Southeast, like I told you at that time, that they have a party already. They are not talking because that party, they readied it for Obi, that is the DLA, and Obi is not biting. They are angry at him. They are very angry at him because they know definitely that where he is going, there is no road there. They will go against him. All Ashiwaju needs in the Southeast is just a 25%. And I think if Obi becomes vice president, he will lose. I don't want to exaggerate anything. Let's say he will lose 25% of the votes. If he can get 70%, let me put it that way. But Ashwaju will get his 25%. So it will remain only northwest and northeast. And if Ashwaju were to still stick to the vice president is carrying now, I don't think Zulum and Co, Fintiri, and all the rest will allow or will not show face to contribute. So the whole thing, whether they like it or not, and don't forget, Ashwaju has played a smart politics in the north. He sowed a seed between the Hausas and the Fulanis. And you have a lot of people now questioning, the Hausas questioning what they've given gain for hundreds of years following the Caliphate. Caliphate happened to them in 1804. So we are talking of just 222 years. They've been following the Caliphate. What have they gained? They've gained nothing. They are asking that question. So that vote too, I don't think is locked in for the Fulanis. It's not locked in. Because one of the politicians there, a politician was asking that, so Malami came for 8 years. He knows, that politician knows Malami well, and he was wondering that in 8 years, this is what you acquired. I think it was Suli Lamido who questioned that. Sule Lamido questioned Malami. I'm not a thief like you. So the North too is not stable. Forget all the noises you are hearing from the internet. There are no polling units in the internet. I've come to realize that people deceive themselves. Even when they see blue, they will want to call it black, or it's wishful thinking, blind thinking that I want this thing to be black. I'm seeing it as black. I'm not going to see it as blue. If you say it's blue, that's for you. But to me, it is black. Agidi. But on come 16th of January, it will be different. And if they shout rig, 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 they will bring out their party register. APC will bring out their party register. And Amupiton said in that his marathon interview with Dr. Abati, one thing we must realize, he said, look, they have rejigged that beavers. They've rejigged it. That if the polling unit says there are 100 registered voters here, that if the numbers in that polling unit is above that, beavers will not send the results to IREV. Beavers will not send it. Beavers will not send it. Let me be honest here. What does that say for me? In the polling units, for instance, where APC know is not their stronghold, they may stuff the ballot. They may ask people to stuff the ballot boxes. Stuff it in the sense that they will do overvoting. They will do overvoting. This is just an academic exercise. So don't think I'm supporting evil here. They will stuff it, and the beavers will not post it. So all the votes there is
that is part of election rigging now. That's rigging.
Well, America has practiced democracy for 250 years, and we still talk about rigging till today. Even the 2020 election is still in dispute till today. Even the one for 2028, they are all doing a lot of rigmarole to make sure that they rig or they don't rig or they prevent rigging. 250 years. We are just at it now for how many years? So we are still practicing.
You know, the ADC, I think they're on their own. Don't let us look down on them. I think they are doing a good work by actually doing all this gaslighting of INEC and all those things. You know why? Okay, look at the revalidation of the voters card that they intended to do. Now, because of their noise, they cancelled it. Because you know what that one would do? Because that one, actually, all those people that used to come from other countries to come and vote. And then this idea that we have almost 100 million registered voters.
93.
They are saying nearly 100 million. Is not true. And it's also going to affect the credibility of that election in the sense that that will be the denominator. Oh, only 38% people participated in the election. Oh, the Nigerians are not willing, and there is voters have appetite and all those things.
Though Amupiton started late, if he had started early with that, people will have bought into it, because what he was saying in that interview is correct.
No, they're supposed to have done it since last year.
Yes, there is no 93 million voters anywhere. Do they want? That's the figure we've been maintaining since 2012. So people have not died. People have not matured above 18. So we have to clean it up, because consistently since Shagari's time, Nigeria's outing has not gone beyond 33%, 37%, never hit 40 voter turnout. So if people are now talking,
do you know that we have more voters in 1983 than in 2023?
Yeah. So
and we have nearly twice the population.
That Shagari won that election with 12 million votes, and Awolowo got 7 million. Compared to what other other
Yeah, so it
candidates.
has always been like that because we've always overloaded the voters register. We've always overloaded it. So we need to really clean it up. That is a starting point. But
They should not be with all this fire brigade thing that we used to do. Such exercise supposed to be done maybe immediately after the election. They supposed to have done that one maybe late 2023 or 2024, but not when election
yeah,
is approaching.
yeah, it's all wrong. You get my point? It's all wrong. But what will work against most of them is this consensus thing, because the direct primary is too expensive and is cumbersome. I don't think any political party will want to engage in that. So when they say consensus, Nashiwaju is there as the KBAC for APC. You can see how Yayi came up. You can see how they are flagging that of Amzat. The Oyo one is settled. The Oshun is settled. But the other parties don't have a KBAC. So there is going to be fight here and there, ice crashing, pillow throwing, and all the rest.
I think what he has going on for him, Baba, is because I could remember what he did when he went to use that guy in the house that time. What is the name of this guy in the Ekiti state now? The majority leader in the house.
Opeyemi or Bayemi or something.
Okoyemi, yes. When he was campaigning for that guy, when he went to choose that guy that time, he told the Ekiti people, say, this is the person I wanted to use. This other guy that you people wanted, I will find another appointment for him. And they agree. So, being a ruling party and they have somebody like a figure that everybody actually respects and they look onto him. The ADC doesn't have that, and they don't have any other choices or say, okay, if we don't get this, we'll give you this. Because it's just all these things, just a promise. But this is
It's
somebody
a
that has
political horse trading. Political
exactly.
horse trading. It's just like even the big wigs in the ADC, like Kwankwaso, El Rufai, and all the rest. Don't think they are angling for 2027. In their heart of hearts, they know they are going nowhere in 2027. They are angling for the 2031 politics when properly, by convention, power goes back to the north. That's what they are angling. They want to be relevant. They want to be seen to be helping Atiku to win. They know Atiku cannot win, but then after the election settle, they will start very early. And when they start
So,
very early,
Baba, do you think, let's assume that Atiku wins this election. There's no 2031 for any of them now.
exactly, and they are not getting younger. They are all in their
Atiku
60s,
will not
late
say we
60s.
spend 4 years now.
Oh, Atiku
So,
will spend 8
what they
years.
can even be thinking of any aspiration, that would be 2035.
Even if Obi got this thing, he will spend 8 years. Don't let's be deceived. Even El Rufai said it before. Have you forgotten an interview? As criminal to be, stop saying you are spending 4 years.
Yeah, but
we all know it's not possible.
Obi's a man.
The Northerners should feel insulted by him saying that anyway.
That was almost what
it's
El
like
Rufai
calling
was
them
saying then.
fools.
Yeah.
It's like, sorry,
So
BT,
they were
you were
not going
about to
to
say.
take that chance. That's
No,
why Atiku
I'm like, it's like it says for 4 years, then it would then tell you, by public demand. It's not me,
By public, of course.
it's normal now.
Oh,
My
yeah,
people,
you know the language
my
already,
people
BT.
said no. We should. I'm doing a good work. We should continue. I'm not
You will
finished.
start seeing a lot of people they will be buying adverts.
Different
The Fulani
association,
group of
exactly.
Adamawa insist.
Yeah, I'm
Some people
riding
will
on
go
the
to
wave
court
of the
and sue
people.
him.
The people have said
They
no.
will go and
don't
sue
do
him
it.
that he must continue.
run? Oh, I dare you.
And so they all know the games they are playing. That's why I'm laughing that we should just be patient. May is here. May ending, all of this will end. And I want to see the reaction. But to me, by my calculation, by my own logic, Obi has accepted to be Atiku's VP. He's not telling his people. And I wonder what kind of politician are you? Why are you not opening up to your people? Because
But
these
Baba,
are
that is widely known now. It doesn't have to tell anyone.
No,
That's
no,
widely known.
no. Oh my, well done. Baba, when do you think he's going to come out clean to his people? Because at some point he has to tell them, right? So when do you think he's going to come out clean? That it will be obvious.
No, he wants the story to build up to open the window.
He
Zita,
wants the
are you
story to
there?
unravel on its own.
Yes.
He does
Zita there.
it.
Zita, you've been very quiet. Sorry, carry on, Papa.
Yeah, he doesn't want to put up an explanation or anything. You get my point. So he will allow just the situation to speak for itself. It's like,
and then he will send out the usual Aisha Yesufu to start. You'll see her starting to do the sensitization within the next 3 weeks.
So what happened to
then the intelligentsia in the east
Yes.
will come after him.
No. But what about the Mama P, the Obi or nothing movement within the ADC? What about
dollar now? Dollar.
Okay.
You understand? And there is a question of money. I mean, Ashiwaju has a lot of forces arrayed against him in 2023. You understand? Yet he won. I was surprised when he won the primary, because that night I was having my heart in my mouth when I look at all the people sitting.
I thought the VP had it that night, honestly. I was like, Osibaja had the momentum. It was the way it came out for that speech. I was thinking it was going to defeat it.
Yeah, I was not even looking at
Did you see how he
Amici
has
that night.
faded away?
I was not looking at Amici. I was looking at Osinbajo. But then I looked at the body language of Aisha Buhari. It gave me some hope. Because if
Aisha Buhari wanted Tinubu to get that ticket.
Of course.
It's because she understood that, no, we can't. After all, she wanted to have that payback that,
But Rotimi did well in that primary.
Does she really have an impact?
She did. She was a powerful woman now in that.
Oh, she was a powerful woman. Whether we like to believe it or if you've read the Buhari book, you'll find out, that she really fought them. Some women are just stubborn. They don't show it. You don't see it in their face.
You remember when they tried to marry a wife for Buhari just to bully her? One minister like that.
They even went as far as to damage her and convince Buhari that she wants to kill
turn again?
He wants to kill
Zita
Buhari.
will be calling you all day now. We're just
no verse. I heard when you people were discussing about Oyo State. And when you people do the deep Yoruba village discussion, I prefer to stay away.
The palm wine and amala politics, yes. No, we're talking about the permutations now in the ADC and how it's playing out. And El Rufai is actually even flying a kite now. He has commissioned a guy called McAfee to start to beat the drum.
Is it not the same former governor of Kebbi State?
I think it's a senator. Is it not a senator that wears glasses? It's a parliament.
No, it was a former governor and a senator.
All right. So he's commissioned him now. He's flying the kite now that Tinubu will be doing his handover nose to El Rufai.
No, I think all those things, one man, don't be fooled. All those things, they are just using it. They have a plan. All those things, baby, it's like El Rufai is not contesting for anything. Forget it.
Yeah, I know he will throw his hat in the. Did we not see it with Pastor Bakari? Even when they know they have no chance, they will still do it now.
They have to make it look real now.
Yes.
They have to.
Although Baba was saying they will form a consensus eventually because they cannot afford. There's no money in that party now. They can't be doing some heavy primaries now.
One man, they have money. The problem they have is that they are stingy. They have a lot of money in that party.
Yeah, but it's how they apply it now. They have to save every single penny for the campaign now.
They don't need to. They have a lot of money. David Mark alone can sponsor the whole. If the big Mark want to act like Tinubu 2014, he can. But the problem with them is that they are stingy.
He has not finished the Abacha loot under the Abacha.
Remember that time they were looting in dollars.
It's not about stinginess. It's about being sure of the returns, because if you spend so much of your wealth and nothing they lose, you've lost a lot of money. And besides that, the federal government can follow the money trail and they can come after you.
No, forget all those ones. Forget all those ones. They know how they've been keeping that money for God knows how long. Excuse me. See, Baba, let me say this. It is all about stinginess. a little of what you believe in, but you cannot be too sure until you take a step. You cannot say you are not going to try because you are not going to win. It doesn't work that way. Tinubu took that risk in 2014. He opened his vault.
But Zita, Tinubu knew he would win because they knew Goodluck Jonathan was weak. Yeah.
Hi, one man, do you know what it means? Do you know that was the first time that thing happened in Nigeria?
Yeah,
Probably in Africa.
Was an imposter sort of a president now. He never really fitted into that office. He felt like he was an imposter there. And he acted
No,
like
that's
an
not what
imposter.
Tita is saying. That's not what Tita is saying. He's talking about the coalition that led to winning that election.
One man, that 2014,
No, I'm
2015.
Okay, I'll come after you, Zita. Go on.
Okay, when we say this type of a thing, we undermine the effort that coalition put in to win that election. And I don't like it. That's why these ones are not serious. When we say, forget it, Jonathan was weak, Jonathan is a layman, Jonathan is not even supposed to be there, Jonathan couldn't have done anything, Jonathan, you are seeing it that it was a walkover for Tinubu. That means we did not watch what happened in 2015. It was war. That was an election I watched every inch of it. Jonathan, he got to a point when Jonathan go to the north, like Katsina State, he will pull the crowd though. The heavy crowd will come out, they will welcome him because most governors are PDP governors. They will welcome him, they will immediately he leave. Immediately he's gone, the villagers will start pouring water on the road and be sweeping his leg. It was war. Those men fought. They fought. Even Jonathan was using his power as the president. You know that election was postponed? How many times?
Was it twice or thereabout, or nearly 3 times?
Those men fought. They hired the most expensive campaign. What do
they said they used the Obama campaign crew.
The most expensive. That one was telling them what to do. Do it like this. Do it like this.
That
Don't
was
do like this. Don't say like this.
Axelrod, yeah, the electioneering consultant.
Okay.
From Chicago.
Okay, one man. Let's turn it the other way around. Now, you said Jonathan is weak. And then, even in his weakness, the coalition that time spent so much money, put in so much effort, look for the best, campaigned like hell. And now, back to today. You have a candidate who is Maradona, who is not a weak candidate, and they are behaving like this. So how do you compare the two? You have a weak candidate, according to you, but I don't see a president of a country a weak candidate anyway. And the people who want to sit in put everything into it. Money, time, screaming, campaigning, connecting, disconnecting, did everything humanly possible in their own side. Hello, can you hear me?
We all can carry on.
Because sometimes this thing, I don't know why it's doing like that. I think this thing is time. I would have time to look at it. I think it's timed. So it will to get the man out of the place. And now you have people who have a strong candidate. Don't you think this is the time for them to put in more money, more time, do double what the other man did, the other people did to unseat him? But they're not doing even anything closer. They're just being stingy. Honestly, sincerely speaking, that you can't tell me they don't have money. Nobody will tell me they don't want Tinubu out of that place in anyway. they are stingy and they are dumb.
No, but
these are the only two problems they have.
What Baba was arguing against, and even is that yes, they may or may not have the money. They probably do, just about, but they don't have the confidence that deploying that money will push Tinubu out, because they know Tinubu is a fearsome politician, and not only, even if Tinubu was not out of power, they couldn't stop him from getting in. Now it's him. He has all of the decks are stacked in favor of Tinubu. So why would they deploy so much resources knowing that it's not going to come back?
Then you are not a fighter. I am a fighter.
It's not about fight now. You have to pick your fights now.
I don't take it like that.
Knowingly go into a fight that you
I
know you
need
lose
to
now.
go in and fail. After all, when
do you go to a gunfight with a knife?
Hold on, let me finish. In 2023, P2B was fighting blue-black murder. For you people, you see him as somebody who might win or might not win. But me, as long as there is an election, what I see is a vacancy. Anytime electoral body declare an election in any country, I see a vacancy. Even if anybody is occupying it, I no longer see that person. I see a vacancy. And when I see that vacancy, what it simply means to me is that anybody can occupy it. They don't do politics like that. Anybody can occupy it. Otherwise, when a strong man goes into politics, you say, well, I cannot beat him more. Make I kuku sit down. It doesn't work like that now. You have to put in your offer. P2B spend almost, after everything, when the Labour Party started their trouble, we find out that they had how many billions that they squandered. What about Kamala Harris? How many billions did she squander in 6 months? So you don't do an election like that. The moment election is declared, see that seat as a vacant position and find any way, anyhow, you are going to get in there. The problem I have with this guy, I will keep saying it, Tinubu is using juju. Sometimes it's good to be superstitious. Tinubu is using juju on them. Because they come to me, apart from being stingy, they come to me as people who are weak and dumb. But I know they are not weak and they are not dumb, because these guys have stolen our money. Blue, black, red, purple, and black. So they are not dumb, they are not weak. They can't be so aggressive in collecting our money, so aggressive in stealing our money, so aggressive in ruining our country. And when it comes for them to be so aggressive in something, people say, hey, it's because it's a strong man that is there. No, it doesn't work that way. I won't take that. I won't take that they're not doing anything because Tinubu is a strong man. I won't believe that. No force is impregnable. No force is impregnable. Find a way around it, which they are not doing anyway. So Tinubu is actually going to compete against himself. Hello?
Anyway, you may be partially right, but not wholly right, not to the substance of it. I still feel that, these people are not stupid. I think we can all agree on that. And these people are wealthy. I think we can all agree on that as well. And these people, wealthy people, look to protect their wealth. I think we all know that as well. And there is no indicator that indicates that there's a window of penetration. They've thrown everything. If something opens as a window of penetration, then they can deploy money and pursue that window. But there's no window of penetration. They can't outspend him. They know that. He's probably as wealthy as all of them, but he also has the sovereign wealth of the country. They can't out-politic him. And he has done sufficient enough for him to present an argument for his governance. And then if you look at the people that are constituting the opposition, they don't have a narrative because everybody knows their stock. So if you deploy money in that sort of space, you know full well that money is not going to bring you the returns that you're deploying it.
Okay, what you're saying is that after 2027, ADC will die.
Is that not what? Do you not? Is that not what? Okay.
So which party will compete with APC in 2031?
there'll be a resurgence in the PDP. I think that's what we'll see.
Okay.
But ADC is a special purpose vehicle now. After the elections, Atiku is gone now. He will announce his retirement from politics, go back to
You guys
Abu
should
Dhabi.
stop saying Atiku is gone. Atiku told you that as long as he's alive, he's qualified to contest.
But he will say that now to keep the something. But the window
You want to
doesn't open
contest
for
at
him anymore.
84? That would be strange.
No, in fact, it'd be ridiculous. I'm even looking forward to it. Do you remember the last campaign, Baba, when this guy, he was struggling to climb down 4 flights of stairs?
I think it was in Delta.
4 flights of stairs. So I'm looking to
even
see
in
how
Anambra. In Anambra, they helped him.
Yes, so I'm looking to see how we will campaign this one. It doesn't have the physicality. It doesn't have, it. Did you know that Dewale was here? It's been so quiet all the way to Dewale show.
I've been listening. Sometimes I want to interject, but I'll just hold my peace and.
Maybe you should start charging your hotel bills. If you are coming here to sleep, then you have to pay hotel bills.
Those men are not.
No, I've never. I enjoy the conversation.
What they're using their money to do.
You learn more when you listen than when you just blabbing and honestly, the conversation is very interesting. And I think everyone is right. Sida is right. Baba is right. But the point is that when the election gets to this stage, these folks don't use their own personal money. Presidency is not something that most of the time you always have a state bankrolling some of their expenses, but they don't have no state on their side. If they're contesting for senatorial position, yes, they spend their own money because they control the narratives within, the constituency that they're coming from. Remember, politics is about grassroots, right? But presidency is not about spending personal money. They have to have states,
That's where the money comes now.
Yeah, and then they don't want to spend money because they are not sure. That's where that stinginess aspect of it comes, from. But come to think of it, why would you spend your own hard-earned money, the money that you've, warehouse all this while simply on a project, a phantom project that probably would not yield anything, and there's no compensation if you lose out. So everybody actually correct on that analysis. But I'm enjoying the conversation.
And the new money from Malami and El-Rufai already locked.
Yeah, the federal government knew that is going to come out, and then they decided to, put bad luck on that aspect. Anyway, continue when I'm sitting.
And Malabi was stockpiling that money for exactly this purpose, though.
Yeah, because he has a global ambition.
But it was dumb. How could you make how old is that boy? 21 years old?
Who?
The son.
Okay, yeah. And the
who
wife.
Never worked for a day in his life.
That guy owns one of the biggest complexes in wherever it comes from, Gombe.
And you have billions of naira traced to his account. Now, how do you explain that to is reasonable? Somebody whose brain is functioning. A 21 years old boy. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this is Nigeria. Anything is possible.
Strangest thing yet to happen in Nigerian politics, but I can understand their frustration. You understand, but then politics is politics, and there is always the X factor. I think that is what is giving them hope, the little oxygen that.
It's that X factor that we're waiting to discover now.
Yeah.
Baba, there's still the sense that there's still 1 or 2 big events that will shape these elections. That is not. We know one of them will wrap around insecurity, but what will the other one wrap around is the thing. Because these people, they will throw
same feeling
event. Yeah.
Same feelings I have.
You're just looking for the curveball, on a buru sort of.
One man, who is that man you said that was saying they told him to buy who?
Now your pal now, Ejele speaks.
You see, some people who just so he is now an assassin. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, that's how he depicted himself. They asked him to. He used the word assassin.
So he
And
must
I
have
was
been a
shocked.
terrible assassin. Because somebody who is an assassin don't show himself, his face in camera. Even when you see him, he doesn't talk about it. I mean, people just talk recklessly these days. And is it to show face in camera or what? Come on now. Ijere now they buy people.
Ijele for don't buy many people who are in life, I suspect.
Now leave that thing.
It's going back again, Abi.
Do you know he was deported? Anyway, there's a lot you don't know about that guy.
Woman, leave that thing. These guys, there is something I noticed that is happening in the world today. People just say and do something to trend. One of my friends in the US called me and was laughing. He asked me whether I know one lady in Nigeria. I said, how the heck will I know the lady now? You're supposed to know. He said, no, that she was just asking me because she wants to tell me a story. What is going on in Nigeria? I said, what again has Nigeria done to you people? He said that a lady came out online and claimed that she has cancer. Hello?
Oh, blessing CEO.
That she has cancer. And they said they even donated 100 million. That she stole somebody's cancer report, removed the person's name and put her own name. Like doctored somebody's cancer. She stole somebody's disease. Come on now. What is going on?
It's called politics.
No, it's not politics. It's social media.
Oh, okay. It's called deceive me, I deceive you kind of game now. So
Everybody comes on
you have to
camera
make a living.
to say something. I never look, one man, I never knew human beings appreciate themselves like this until social media came out.
No, you know that lady is actually sick. He's sick
No, it's not.
psychologically.
Okay. Let me give you an example that will make you laugh. Have you ever seen somebody who is on TikTok and then tell him to connect to one man? As old as woman is everywhere in TikTok. It's actually very funny. A whole woman. Hello?
We're listening.
One man in TikTok moving about. You see, when I see things like that, I keep saying, so I never knew human beings appreciate themselves like this, that they want to be on camera for the world to see them. It's actually something I discovered. So they go to that camera, whether it's good or bad, some will even do the worst things so that it will be that they will notice them. Ha! It's scary.
Madam Sita, you are talking about somebody duping somebody about medical. Is it not the same social media? A woman is praying for a new baby to become a Yahoo.
What do you mean by new baby to become a Yahoo?
You never see that video when they are doing the naming ceremony and it's time to pray for that new child, and the woman was praying that that child will become a Yahoo boy. You laugh, Abby.
And the mother of
That lady, that blessing CEO was brought to a television channel with other panels. I'm talking about experts, medical doctors, journalists was kind of like interrogating her.
No, but
so their
let
faces.
me tell you something. Adewale, human beings have a tendency of madness.
Nigeria own is grade A.
Every human being. It's a pop-up. That's why sometimes, even when you are diabetic, they will tell you to take sugar. So that your adrenaline no go there too much. Because if you see what people do in social media, You will not even believe that a human being will behave like that. A man will be chatting with a man in social media, say, send me your nude. Are people mad? Are human beings mad? Of course they are.
You mean chatting with a woman, not a man? Which man is asking another man to send him his nude? Well, you are not a public.
If it is nude, that will even be better.
Even congressmen and women, congressman, a congressman, even at that level.
Did somebody not come off the elections? Is it in California or New York because of all these sort of things?
It's California.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that guy has that garbage on himself. He still went as he did. He wasn't satisfied with the corner he was. He jumped to contest for governor.
It was stupid. I'm one of his fan, but you know when you have stupidity, you know, see, people like this are very dumb.
You said you are his
sorry,
fan.
Diwali. Sorry, sorry, sister. Guys,
because he abuses Trump.
Sorry.
Wow. No, it's not that. It's not that. Way before you even become the Trump nemesis, I've always liked him because number one, he's young, and two, he's relatable because you know this is a younger person who speaks the same language of the younger generations. So I also believe that his presence in the Capitol is, you know, is an addition. Apart from the fact that he was never a Trump supporter. Now, seeing him getting involved and tangled in this kind of mess is number one is very, very despicable, and to me it's shameful. He has done this thing way for a long time, but you know the narratives is usually about what you've done in the past. All he needed to do, which I believe Trump actually, the tactics Trump uses as well sometimes, is that when you know you have a baggage like this in your past, you're supposed to have put it in the forefront. Maybe dropping hint here and there in the media, trying to control the narrative. That's how you change that narrative, control you from the hand of those who actually coming out now. I don't believe the guy actually raped somebody, but you know, when a relationship becomes sour, I believe he got involved in what you call it, relationship that shouldn't have been in the first because he was married and it didn't happen the way it's supposed to. I mean, the way the other partner thought it will happen. And you know, when you are now messing with your staffer, your subordinate, it become messy. Now it became so. How do I say this? Now he became so lazy about the control of the narrative. Now you are contesting for a governor of number one biggest state, United States. That is the most dumbest move ever, and you didn't know how to, you know, the message has already been out there. You're doing private video, TikTok video, which to me is nonsensical. And at the end of the day, he is not just quitting the race; he resigned from the assembly, which to me is the most disgraceful thing ever. But if you know that you are actually not doing, because the party already taking their endorsement and all that, money is already about to be dry up. So he had no choice than to pack his bag and go home. And how that is not how to end somebody's political career. But he ruined in himself because of his prick. That's where I see it.
All right. Sorry, Diwali. We're going to be taking it to the back in about 5-10 minutes. I thought Simba was here, but he dropped, so we may have to take it to the back. So anybody that wants to come in now, because it may just shut down suddenly. And please, can people make sure that they are subscribed? Look at your devices. If it's not saying subscribed, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that you are subscribed. So like and then subscribe. Sorry, hold on just 1 microsecond. So like and subscribe is at no cost at all. but it's a big uplift for the platform. So if you engage with the platform, if you are listening or watching to us, if this is more than once that you are listening or watching us, then you should be subscribed. Once is okay. If this is your first time ever, maybe you get away with not subscribing. But if you are twice or more watching us, then you should be subscribed. Otherwise, you are virtually picking our pockets. It's like you're one of those people that hide things under your skirt in a supermarket, that sort of behavior. You don't want to be one of those people. So make sure you are subscribed. So BT, sorry.
No, I thought I was going to ask you about you were supposed to.
BT, excuse me, make I greet one man. One man, good morning, long time on. I'm in Midwest.
Salam alaikum. I see you coming now. How body?
I say make I go. I know I never talk with you for a very long time. Before I come, you don't run come out. You want go meet that small Yahoo waiting for one corner and you go pretend say now walk you they go.
Don't worry now. Man does not live by flesh. By what does the Bible say? The Bible has something to say.
Just move on. Just move on.
By flesh or by bread alone.
No, I was going to ask one man about. You were supposed to do a deep dive into the Peter Obi interview.
Yes, I was intending to. That was meant to be the afternoon session, but the window didn't open. We could still. If we don't do it tomorrow, then it may be completely out of the loop. But we'll try and do it tomorrow.
I do enjoy the morning thing because it's morning time when I'm driving to work. So, and you have this. Yeah, but briefly on the Ogun State thing, because I was
your Yayi guy,
because you guys spend the first 2 hours of the session on non-Nigerian matters, to put it lightly. But anyways, I'm so happy for Ogun State. For the very first time in a long time, we have a consensus candidate that even people across party lines, everybody wants him. The everybody across board. I'm like PDP, APC, Christian, Muslim. Everybody is in love with the
even
man.
Iyabo Obasanjo has suspended her ambition.
Was she ever really in the
I wanted that to be your governor actually,
just
for the
for the
name, for the name something.
No, but I think we want him to do well, and if we're going to adopt the Lagos social plan
model.
I think not like it's perfect or anything, but I saw this guy was there, or Oshaba was there, former governors were there. It's like their own version of the GAC of Lagos, kind of.
I didn't see Amosun there though.
No, it was there. It was by it started by the former governor side. Oshaba's it was to his left. It was at the meeting. You had the former deputy governor back in the day. Kaka was there. So that's their own ADGAC in Ogun State, and everybody kind of endorsed him. So there's no killing this time around. We all. Omar, do you know what's funny? When Daniel was in the church, and it was just on a lighter note. It was just talking about how Amosu gave him hell when he was governor. Omar, do you know how many people died in that battle between Amosu and Daniel? A lot of people died in their thousands of people died, and today they are friends.
People died.
A lot of people died in that Ijebu thing because of politics. Now they just moved on, and that means people died for nothing. So but now today they're friends. But I am glad that Ogun State is now finally, at that level, that capacity, that we can now move on with a common front. Yeah.
Few months ago, I could remember, I said a few months ago, remember on this show, you are one of those people castigating the present governor of that state, calling him all kind of names.
But today
it is now the bride everybody.
This is the fickle politics of Babati.
To be fair to me, no, hold on. I said no. I mean, this year I changed tune, and I gave you the reasons why. One might be fair to me. I told you exactly why I changed tune. I said the start of this year, he's been doing things I didn't expect him of him. So It was. I've been consistent in my.
It was not Shegun Olo that was chasing him up and down, wasn't it? It was one of the people that forced him.
Yeah, Shegun needs to be. He needs to be given an appointment, like in politics.
Did they not give him some singlet in Lagos State that it should be a road marshal?
Which Shegun are you talking about? Show me.
No, Oshegun Olo. It's like an influencer sort of a guy.
Oshegun used to follow. He was a follower.
He's the one that was chasing Reno up and down about Lagos Calabar.
It was part of the Showere Boys back in the day.
It's still a Showere Boy now.
Yeah, but
he works for Sahara Reporters at some point. Yeah.
What he has done for Ogun West, Yayi is from that part of Ogun State. It's also a Yewa boy. So what he has done for that Ogun West, I mean, that guy needs to be in government in one capacity or another. Maybe local government or something.
He used to go around chasing potholes all over
and showing everything. And, Yayi is from that part of the state, so yeah, he deserves that. But my friend from Ekiti, I had issues with Dakwa Biodun's approach to governance, but the start of this year, start of last year, he surprised me with the level of investment that they brought into the state. And
is Yayi from Yewa?
Sorry.
Is it Yewa? Yayi, I mean.
Yayi is from Yewa, yeah. He's from Yewa. Good. His mom is Egba, but his dad is Yewa.
So, sorry, does Tunaija and Remy, do you want to document quick thoughts before we take it to the back? Unless Tunaija, do you want to just give us just a quick thought, and then Remy as well?
I think.
Are you still recovering from the beating they gave you on TikTok? I saw you fighting.
What is this old man doing on TikTok?
Who's that?
Hello.
Me, or is it not me that they give Glasgows?
No, it was Tunaija actually. He was fighting.
What is he doing what is he doing on TikTok?
Do you know what he calls himself on TikTok? He calls himself Jimmy, but his voice is still the same. That's really.
Look at this woman.
It was Tunaija that they were giving a flogging.
You brought a fake commission officer that is talking rubbish from both sides of his mouth.
No, I'll be bringing him on YouTube. That guy.
I'm just interested in the ADC and Alanda. There's also a court today or yesterday.
Remy, you cannot do that now. You must first talk about your state first. You cannot just jump to ADC.
I told you. You are skeptical about Yayi, and I'm 100% sure that is the next governor of the state.
I agree now. It's obvious they endorsed him today.
Even Yabo Obasanjo already stepped down, and she's not going to even get.
He was not running the don't black woman. The woman was not running the contention.
Never. She just came in and want to get crashed like that. This is not a KB or a Kitty or sorry, I'm sorry.
No, she wasn't pushing it that much though. Her ambition was still on the consulting level. She hasn't taken it up to the
consulting thing.
Where's the money, Tev? Where's the money?
Baba we give now. Baba
which Baba? Yeah. Baba Christmas. That man know the give shishi.
I want to ask Baba. Baba, you see there, sir? It's no more there. I would have loved to have a very good question.
No, I'm here.
But Baba is here.
The question is that with ADC going ahead with their convention yesterday, do you think even yesterday there was a court summon that they should not hold it? Do you think INEC did not attend? What would be the outcome?
Zero.
They will not recognize
them. It's an exercise in futility. I mean,
why are they doing something like that? Are they crazy?
They are just. I don't understand them.
Sorry, Tunaija, are you there? I'm going to shut it down in a moment. If you don't want to document your thoughts, if you
should not make him the host because one man. Hold on. The last time he was here, he literally abused everybody on the platform.
I think Simba is back anyway. So Simba. Simba should be the host. Yeah, Simba, are you happy to carry it till?
I will try.
All right, just shut it that way. You're done. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Chief Remy, my Benujo, Chief Remy. You are asking about the ADC. That's why I want clarity as well. That if they win the court case, does that validate the convention, or did they have to go back and do another one? That's what would be the question they ask.
They will do another one.
I think it should depend what the Supreme Court will say. But if we want to follow precedents, I think the Supreme Court might tell them to go back to the lower court again. To go and because there is no court judgment already on all the cases in the lower court. So why are you now jumping to the Supreme Court to do what?
Remy, the Peter B nervous breakdown today on Arise TV. Did you see the video?
I didn't. You mean with Charles?
No, they asked him during the convention that will he stick around, and he said if it was just like that if he's not free and fair, that he might leave the.
He's going to leave. And this is if I were even if they said they should just kick him out immediately. They shouldn't just wait till when they have their primary.
But Baba said that he's waiting to become vice president. That is, he has agreed to that. Allegedly.
I agreed to that initially, but when his supporters were pushing that if he agreed to that one, they're going to withdraw their support. You know, it's somebody that is actually he has not. He's a little bit confused. So I think he done to.
Remy is not confused. He just wants the supporters to get the message. He has no choice. He doesn't know how to explain it. He will become the VP to Atiku. He has already signed on to it.
And that is the end.
Of course.
And when he becomes the VP, what about the so-called obedient that been shouting? All this
he will lose a substantial number of supporters.
Dele will now be supporting Atiku.
Even Dele Paro to me was even skeptical about the coalition. You see, the person you want to die for, the person you supported. Now, the way, oh God, I think, some men, they don't have principle. Even as a politician, you must also have some decorum of principle. Nothing. You are just jumping from one side to another side. And I couldn't believe my heart that they would go ahead with that convention without the court clearing them. And I couldn't even believe that they don't have another alternative party. All of them will just go to that one and then immediately. Well.
But they came up with is it NDC, right? That was the alternative. That was the party they were supposed
to. The problem they are having is that the NDC does not belong to them also. It belongs to Seriki Dixon and the rest. And you cannot just go there and start sharing position again. And Atiku is a little bit afraid about that one, that if they give it to that one, maybe that one will support.
That one has gone to is it a court party? Sorry, Akidesi?
No, before me party called NDP. NDP. It's not.
Is it NDP or NDC? I think it's NDC.
Something like that.
But the intelligentsias like Dele Faru Tibni, the other professor, what's his name now? The one who is taking El Rufai to court, and Professor, all of them, they have a registered party already, DLA, that is Democratic Leadership Alliance. It's fresh. And that's what they are waiting for, whether Obi will come back to them and they will use it.
But according to the INEC timetable or electoral act, it must be in that party 1 month before their primary.
That is why they are all quiet. If you see, they don't talk about Obi anymore of late because they are so disappointed. They are so disappointed. That is why I arrive at the conclusion that for Obi not to follow them, to remain in ADC, he has already signed to be VP. He knows what he's doing, even though his followers don't know. He chooses to stay with the activists. It's the activists that don't know what Obi is up to. But the strategists, who are the DLA people, they can see through the rules.
I think he has lost a lot of these, most of his vocal supporters. I think he has lost them.
They may not want to believe it. He has lost a lot of ground.
Yeah, a lot. And
honestly, I would love to know how much he has contributed to that party, that ADC party.
Himself, himself,
Yeah.
himself.
You know, Babati, by April 24th, Labour Party are going to do their presidential primary this month, probably next week.
Why would Labour want him back? Would you, if you were Labour
No,
Party?
Labour is not going to pick him. And as things is going, I think probably that Dati Ahmed might be their presidential candidate or something.
But you said that the last time that he was not going to be that. Peter Obi still is.
It's a lie. He's just he's just politician. Because today I've not seen any politician picking up their presidential ticket. I mean, buying their form or something like that. But they are going to have presidential primary by April 24, which is roughly today is 15, about 9 days later. So still nobody have shown interest, but I'm thinking it's going to go to Baba Dati Ahmed.
Okay, let me ask you guys. Okay, if people are permutating that Obi will be vice to Atiku, what did APC promise Kwaso?
I think what I learned is that if they win, he's probably going to go to the Senate and become the Senate president.
Is he running for Senate now?
Yeah, of course. After their primary, we go and pick up the ADC senatorial ticket for maybe Kano South or whatever he's going to go to.
Really?
He's gonna go back. He has been a senator
I know
before.
Ashwaju well, and I know Ganduje well. They will make sure he lost that senatorial bid.
You know that kind of election.
No, Remy could make sense in that.
He has been in the Senate before now. What is he gonna do?
Look at it. Look at that triangle between the three people I want to mention: Obi, Atiku, and also Kwakwanso. Don't you think Atiku is the smartest of them? Both the other two are demoting themselves. The other two are demoting themselves.
I'm saying, as Rabi gain. What is your really? You could have done the same thing in the APC or NNPP if you really want to become senator. Why join the ADC? What is the
problem he is having in Kano is that when APC have a discussion with him, he wanted to control 60% stake in Kano, where we have a lot of big wigs.
Okay, so now, so now in the ADC, if he becomes senator, so where is he going to control that 60% now?
So what they are banking on is that there's one particular guy, the former deputy governor of Kano that resigned. They are pushing that one to be their gubernatorial candidate for Kano. But fortunately for APC, they now went ahead for one Gara Gombe or something like that. That guy is as famous or even more famous than the deputy governor that resigned. So it's like all the big wigs and Shekaro also going back to APC. So, and also the Senate president and so many other big wigs, they are coming together to fight him. This is the time that we really show that if you are not on the ballot, I mean, as a presidential candidate, if it's not on the ballot, so this is the time you are going to test his mind. And I think he's going to lose big time. Because Kano State is also involved, a lot of money is also involved.
Remy, pipe down. He's not going to lose big. Don't underrate him. The guy is.
I'm not underrating him. I am telling you the reason why he garnered that kind of vote because he was a presidential candidate of NMPP. But this time
I'm
around,
not even underrating anything. Simba. The point we're making is that the platform is going to is what I don't agree with. I don't mind.
Just a moment, Simba. Tunanja is bitching there. He says you are locking him out.
Is it okay? Sorry. I didn't know that it was a background.
Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
Babati, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that the platform that is chosen to run on is what I don't agree with because they don't have their act together. They're still bogged down with court cases. So if you're a well-established politician in Kano of all places, and you have other platform, other avenues, why choose the ADC? That's what does not make any sense. And then promising Senate president, it has a better chance of achieving that in the APC than in ADC.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand his
when
own
you are too
calculation.
No, let me even ask. Let me even ask. So, if you have the president from the north, the Senate president will also be from the same
It
north.
doesn't
what
make
do you
any
think?
sense now.
ADC
So what
is a
kind
part
of
of the North now. Can't it all of them retire, coming together?
No, just let us look at the visibility of whatever discussion that we are having. So, let's say Atiku becomes the president, then Makaso will
Atiku
become
is
the
from
Senate president.
Northeast.
Wait now, Senate president.
Sorry, Dewale. I just shuffled you. Tonight, what's going on now? You made me get out of bed to come back in. You are not at the back on the screen. So
No, hold on. When you left, they kept me backstage. I rotated in again. They still kept me backstage. And this is the attitude that you see from them. You need to have a word with them because what they are doing here is on you.
okay, so nobody puts Tonight in the backstage, please. Let me just
He
tell
was
you.
never on the platform now. Oh my, he was never on the platform. He just came in.
No,
Were
I
you
think
on
I
the
put him on
platform
the
before?
platform before I came back. It feels as though people are setting him back. So let me just say this. You see, when we started about nearly 4 years ago, now it was mainly me and Tunaja that started this platform. So I think it's a senior member of the team. Or even though it's a bit, every family has that child now. So it's just that child. So please be
He's
nice
a
to Tunaja.
prodigal son.
Tunaja.
my job, Abby. Okay.
Yes,
He's a
but no,
prodigal
be nice
son.
to Nigel. Is a good guy. So let me bring Dewale back on. You just made me get out of bed for nothing, to Nigel.
No, it's for something because your attitude is becoming a little
But
bit
you're on the
unseemly.
screen now. You gave me the impression that you were not.
I wasn't. It was Baba that said I was kindly using the B word at backstage because I had to put it on the front end that I wasn't there. The Baba is the one that said I was being that they should bring me on
No, you
stage.
drop off. They brought you on earlier, but they asked you to speak because you and Remy came in the same time. So when the host said, "Oh, go ahead and Remy and Tunja," but nobody heard from you, and for some reason you just dropped off. So, but they brought you both of you. You brought you and Remy up earlier, but for
All
some
right.
reason
No,
you
they,
didn't
I'm
say
they
taking
anything.
didn't.
Dewale's
I
spot.
came
So
back.
let me
They
bring
brought
Dewale
Remy
back.
on. They brought other people on. I
No,
wasn't brought on.
no, they brought you two together up. Now they brought both of you came on, and you were asked to speak, but for some reason we didn't hear anything from your side, and you just dropped off the screen. They brought you up.
Yes.
Yeah, you can play. You can roll. You can
No,
play
that
the
is
screen
true.
back.
Then I came back in, but you didn't see that I was backstage. But
But
other people came in even after I was backstage. Other people came in while I was kept backstage.
My, you're already on the show. Why are you still taking it?
you
You
know,
gotta-
Maybe Simba is busy with other things, but he didn't put you. He didn't leave you. He didn't abandon you there. I don't think Simba will do that. So let's just move on with the show. I don't think it was anything personal to Nanja.
We are two Nigeria, no vex. She finish.
Why are you two
I'll
begging
just
him? They can
observe.
vex now. What will they do?
Don't worry, two Nigeria is just pinching you.
For
No, I'm
anybody
just
saying no, sorry, for anybody saying I don't have any power to kick Nanja out of the platform. I'm not an admin, so anybody saying that I'm the one that left him back there, please, I don't have that power. I'm not that powerful on the platform. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. ADC is having three chairman in Edo State already, so I don't even know. I don't know where those guys are going because they need to fix their house in order. And when I look at the carnival of people that want to champion that party, I don't know. I don't see difference between them and the people they want to challenge as well. They are just the same people.
No, they said they
So
are
I
repentant. No, they said they are repentant ADC. That's what they said. That they are they have repented. They wish. Yeah.
because the individual interest and ego is too much. And again, the distrust among Nigerian politicians is getting bigger now. Not like when we started this democracy, that they can just sit down and arrange things and have some sense of trust. This is for you. This you will take this. I think people no longer trust one another. They just want to have the key so that they can control the top. So, and that is what is causing problem in Edo. So they have three chairmen as we speak now. It's a very terrible situation there. But why they blame APC? In my opinion, that if there's crisis, they blame APC for. I don't know whether blame APC is
the policy to change Nigeria. They can't tell us what they want.
They have 2 factions at the national level. How come they have 3 factions at the state level? What's really going on? Can you break it down and explain to us how, if you, you have details or anything that...
I think in those states, what really caused the problem is that they will have a former, whether acting chairman or chairman, something like that. So he has a period of time that he's supposed to spend. And before the tenure expire, they conducted I think, what is it called? The one they wanted to do now that they are stopping them in the state level there. So, and they elected another person there. And the other guy who said, oh, I'll be one running that one, they went and also organized their own something and appoint somebody to be the leader of the party. That's why they have 3. So we are watching, but for me, I think it is good to have opposition.
So
but those
Tinubu caused that one too.
Yeah, according to the narration, not be Tinubu go cause for. I knew that thing they were there. I never see any problem where they get. I never see where they say that they have problem internally. They always blame Tinubu for APC for everything precisely. Maybe Tinubu. So I don't understand what is going on among the people. They are very selfish and very wicked. If I look at the old caucus, politicians that have destroyed Nigeria, rule as governor, they did nothing for their people, just coming together to say we are opposition. Tinubu want to turn Nigeria to one party. And so what is the president? His desire is for nobody to contest with him. Across the globe is like that. Do you think Trump want people to contest with him? Or the prime minister of my country? No. But it's left for the opposition to organize themselves and be an opposition. So, and oppose them. That's their duty. But these people, they fucked up internally and they blame APC and PDP for everything. APC and Tinubu for everything. I know Tinubu is strategizing to make sure he weaken them, but he will only exploit their greediness. And that is all. Do Nigeria no want to talk again?
If you want me to talk, I thought they was doing turn by turn.
Okay, I'll continue now.
So why are you going to beg him to talk? If he doesn't want to talk, I can.
If it is turn by turn now, I'm not
for that. It's a conversation. Just
I want to Nigeria to talk to Nigeria. We have to build Nigeria defense, and we have to make sure we protect ourselves and being able to, put our house together so we can be like United States in terms of military might. So
you never tire you. You never tire you. You just want to wind the guy up.
I think there's nothing to be winded up there, because if it is something about defense and security for the country, what is there to be ashamed of? If one is ashamed of that, God help us. In terms of the issues that I see within the country, what I begin to observe that most people have not picked up on is that there are certain improvements that are occurring within the country that is not necessarily due to our change of ways. We remain just as horrible as we have always been. But the areas that have changed is like police people on the road taking bribes, and even airport officials asking for bribe has come down significantly. And that phenomenon seems to be being ushered in, not necessarily because we change our ways, but because of shame, which is the social media shame that, when you are caught on camera asking for bribe, nobody wants to do that. And often the police is forced to sack that individual. So I even noticed it when I was in Nigeria, even a Ugandan, and a few people that come into the country have begun to notice that there is a change that is occurring, and which is something we've never been able to achieve before. And you can tell the leaders are not any less corrupt, but why is it that you are not seeing police officers asking for money, airport of staff not asking for money openly anymore? I think it's because of the shame, and maybe that may also force our leaders to improve other aspects of society too.
Give credit where it is due. To the leadership of the current administration, that's why those things are no longer happening. Give credit. Yeah. Don't be stingy with credit, okay?
See, when it is based on leadership, you can tell the difference. That's why I'm saying it this way. You can tell the difference when I'm saying it this way. Like when Buhari was around and some officials refused to take bribe, even behind the scenes, like even like customs, they will. That is different. You can see that they are afraid. They don't want to get caught. But this one is you can tell it's self-regulation that is occurring. Not because, and some of us have even become ashamed of the way Nigerians behave. So you can see a sense of self-regulation. It's not because those people behind the scenes, they will not do something else. They will do exactly the same behavior. Because I was in Nigeria, I can see that the behavior is different when nobody's watching and everything. But when they fear that somebody's going to be carrying a phone, many Nigerians have phones now with data, not just phones. So they fear that they are going to be revealed, and then you see the behavior altered. We heard of the cases where students used to get, made to sleep with lecturers. A few lecturers were caught, and even if that is still going on, but they are often very, very careful now. There's also the case of that lady, I think somewhere in the southeast, that reported that the hospital she was in was horrible. They didn't have the right amenities, and they tried to censor her. And she recorded it again. Even the censoring, she recorded it again. So you can see that kind of thing will start altering behavior. That Nigerians will start feeling like, okay, they have to be careful with their behavior publicly because they could be seen. And when you know you could be seen, you are more careful about your attitude in public. And I think that is improving the Nigerian situation on the ground. It's making it a little bit more tolerable. I noticed that myself in my own engagement with Nigeria more than, I think, since 2018, when during that time when Nigerians don't trust each other. Everybody thinks if you give somebody any amount of trust, they will run away with your money and all the rest. So they always say, don't go to Nigeria, don't invest anything in Nigeria. But when I invested there, what I realized was that every time anybody gave me their phone number, I almost have everything about that. I know everything about them. That is because of the system that was put in place to take fingerprints, get all your details. And most of those people are on social media. And once you're on social media, everybody knows who you are. They know your family member, they know your friends. So that kind of stuff makes people less likely to want to disappear with somebody's resources because they know they'll be caught. They know their family members, they know everybody around them. So you can see how social media and online presence that is supposed to be meant for other parts of the world is also helping improve standards, or at least a level of security for Nigerians. I never fear that anybody I gave my trust to in Nigeria, once I have their phone number and I have their social media, they are going to disappear anyway because you know who they are. And I'm beginning to think that phenomenon is filtering into other areas slowly. The only area is not filtered into so far is the security area, where you have these type of terrible events keep occurring, and there is no shame yet to what is. I saw a video of people leaving their villages, their towns, abandoning it because of insecurity. This is a country with military. They claim they have military. That is happening. People are paying levies to bandits and terrorists in this country. And we think we have enough people on the ground. So when you look at all those things and you begin to think, why has this not changed? To be fair, maybe because the bandits don't care. they don't care. Their job is actually they'll do this damage. They don't care about their reputation. They don't get sacked. But how is it that the security officials don't act?
So Niger, please, I want to quickly ask you something. Okay, look at it from this angle. I want to comment on it. When the military personnel go from state to state to please the governor to convince the youth to come out so they can recruit them, and nobody is willing to join the army, what does that really speak about our country? I want you to comment on that, because they want more people, they want to recruit, but the youth are not interested.
From what I can see, they are interested is because they limit the number of people that they want to recruit. Like the last time Trump threatened Nigeria, the Tinubu decided that, you know what, this is the time to recruit 20,000 soldiers. So that 20,000 soldiers, even if you have 400,000 applicants, they will not employ them. Like when the police opened up for this in recruitment, I think they had about 300 to 400,000 applicants, and they only wanted, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 6 to 20,000 or so, not anything more than that. So vast majority of the application is going to be
they are going to pick almost 50,000. They are going to recruit from the police. And the problem we are having is that in terms of the military, it is the southern youth, mostly southwest. They are not interested in joining the military. But the northern part of the country, they are interested in being a soldier. So I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
I think there's nothing wrong with it.
No, it's not southwest. It's not southwest, I beg. The entire south. My state, they are begging you.
Okay. Let's say south. Let's say the entire south, okay?
Yeah.
But the police, all of them are really
Remy, have we also looked into the package? What is the salary? What is the benefit?
Recently, the average salary of a constable, the lowest.
I'm saying if you want to bring in this young 18 to whatever your age bracket is, then you have to induce them with, the benefits have to, align what they want. Like, so have you asked them what they want? Or what
the issue is also, it's not about asking them what they want. Can the country is the country rich enough to even pay higher salary?
Not in terms of you're missing my point. If I want you in the army or whatever in the military, there are something like in terms of location. Where do I train? Where do I get to see my family? There are things that you must negotiate with people if you want them to join. So do we know those things? We cannot offer.
Luckily, they are training them on all formations around the 6 regions of the country.
Sorry guys, hello everyone. So we talked about it yesterday, kind of, the incentive for people to join the army or the police, but people have to be creative. Our government, not just creative at all. For example, I would think they would have make it somewhat mandatory to have people join some kind of paramilitary service after school or at a certain age.
They had
when
that.
They do that.
They had that before. They used to call it a man of war. Back days. So from secondary school, join man of war. But
I know man of war, but I don't know the level of. Anyway, let's say they had that. If they had that, it's mandatory. Okay, you're gonna have a large pool of candidates. Okay, from
like
that,
other countries used to do,
you systematically sift out or select a handful of good potential candidates that you make offers to. Okay. And incentivize those people, and that's how you're gonna fill the recruitment. Okay, simply open the freaking recruitment open for everybody, and being a police or army is not. See, the reason why the Northerners do it is because they have way less choices than in the southern part, where someone can be an apprentice or go do business or this and that or do Yahoo whatever. So that's the reason why. If there are opportunities up north also, why the heck would they go there and be pipe a book around? They wouldn't do that.
Prince, can I give an example? Like in Ogun East, for example, they recruited people back to the farms and into their local militia. Do you know how they got the youth to come back? They were putting DSTV in their rooms to watch the Premiership. You might think it's little, but that worked. They created time
that's an incentive, yeah.
Exactly.
That could be.
They are Gen Zs now. They are Gen Z, so you must do what works for their generation. You cannot be archaic in your approach. Have games there, PS5 or Xbox. If it works, they will come.
I think the issue is not necessarily that Nigeria is having trouble recruiting people. If you go inside Nigeria and you see how a lot of people are living, that they barely even have accommodation, barely can afford the clothes that they wear, transportation.
So sorry, Nigeria, where are these people? They don't have people to live, they don't have place to live. Can you tell us which state and which particular area? Because you are generalizing it, I'm quite surprised. We all went to the same Nigeria for holiday to see our family member and the rest. So
I was in Abuja and I went to Rivers and Bayelsa State.
Where in Abuja that these people have no place to live, that they are living in the whatever?
Oh yeah. There are parts of Abuja, even close to the airport. You'll be shocked what you find there. I can assure you. It's not far from like next to the airport.
I
If you
think
see the way people live there,
you are there's one thing you should know in Nigeria. A lot of young people, they always drove from northern part of the country or from southern part of the country to places like Abuja and Lagos, even without knowing nobody. They want to go and catch Nigerian dream. So sometimes you might find they
but
don't have
that is a normal thing now. Is that not
yeah,
normal?
I'm coming.
Well,
They don't have a
that
particular
that
skill.
happened in the West also.
Yes,
People go
they
to
don't
Los
have a
Angeles, go to
particular
New York.
skill. They don't have nothing. So and they don't have nobody. They don't care where they're going to sleep. They just want to live day by just find something, and then maybe little by little they can bring their life together. So you cannot categorize that one that a lot of Nigerians are living in the street. No, I don't agree with that. Everybody look for their dream. So sometimes they do move en masse, young people.
Remy, I know you want to divert this discussion. There are a lot of people in Nigeria that are very, very extremely poor, and they are Nigerian like us. Even where they sleep, you see more than 2 or 3 people inside one single room. Maybe when it's just like, wait, hold on a moment. Well, even though if it is a 1 bedroom and a parlor, you see more than 5 or 6 people living inside. We can't take that notion away. So, but however, if the youth are not willing, my question now is this. These certain youth that are not willing, if you call them for vigilante, you see them rushing out. They want to protect their own place. Can we now say that people believe in protecting their own space better than making sacrifice for Nigeria? I want
okay, before Tuna answer that.
No, that's a good point. Midwest.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's a very good point. That's a good observation.
And I disagree with Midwest. Like if you really want to remove this, to the army, use the Obas, use the Balet. They will find you enough youth. If you really know, they will get you the people if you want them. So why are we not making use of our traditional rulers?
For the soldiers, you mean for Nigeria army?
BT, what you don't get from what he's saying is that the same people who will not submit themselves to be recruited into Nigerian army will readily, for peanuts, join the vigilante to protect their own space.
I get, and that's because of the trust deficit that we have in Nigeria.
Exactly.
I get that, but who can help bridge that gap? Your local ballots, or they can help in that to help kind of like.
Good night, everybody.
Use them.
Good night, Adewale. Sleep well.
Good night, sir.
Okay.
I can see somebody tell a vigilante material telling the KBC that first send your son for recruitment, then we'll follow.
No, that's the reason why I brought up the incentive, because the incentive it should be different across board now. Like if you want a medical personnel in the army, for example, then you have to then are you going to pay some loans? Are you going to provide accommodation? Then everybody would then negotiate their terms to join in
No, see, the problem is this. Those traditional leaders for years, the federal government somehow have wicked them so much. And and looking at the reality on ground, to tell people to say, go and join Nigeria army, it's not easy. The governor of my state was pleading the youth, and if you see the kind of insult they gave to them, you can't believe it. When you tell local
no, Prince, before you go on, I have a suggestion. Why don't we do what they do in America, where the states or regions we have their own reserves, where it's not federalized, where you can say, okay,
we can't even create, you see the problem, we can't even create state police.
No, not wait. I'm saying that for that trust deficit, where let's say the Southwest has an army reserve that is trained by them with them. So they are okay. We are Yoruba, for example, when we have this army trained by the federal government in their reserve. That would maybe people might want to join if they feel like it's still part of where they're from, as opposed to this national.
BT, if they join, see, at the end of the day, it comes down to money, resources. Actually, it truly comes down to that. If you recruit those people, can you sustain them? I mean, can you provide accommodation? The salary on time and do all those, give them the benefit, medical and whatnot.
I think we are changing the narrative here, because what I was saying was that, like, look at the example that I'm looking at here now. They're talking about for 5,000 jobs, which Nigeria tends to recruit, I think 6,000 every 6 months or so, so making 12,000 a year in the military, even when they are facing insurgency. Do you know how many applications that are put in? Almost 500,000. So this is why I was trying to express that given the situation Nigerians are facing, if you go out on the street, you see a lot of young people riding Okada. Those Okada riders, if you want to recruit them to the military, think they will reject it. They will prefer not to do that. They will prefer to have dignity. They will prefer to have authority. They will prefer to have a home. They will prefer to have comrades, things like that. So there are people that are interested. I've seen people that try to bribe to join the Air Force. So it's not that they are not there. It's the question is why are our people not recruiting? I heard the point that Prince is making that they cannot afford this thing, but they can. Do the calculation yourself. You can see that they borrow money all the time that can actually do these things, but they don't do it. Why?
But to Nigeria, for instance,
Now, sorry, but
you have to
Nigeria,
give
I was talking
somebody. Hold on,
on a
the
state
Prince
level.
Daddy, please. You have to give somebody an incentive. For instance, in the US, when the Marines advertise, they tell them, okay, upon signing to be part of it, you get so much money, as much as $50,000. Because if you are going to uproot a man from his base who has nothing, you have to give him something. Maybe 2 months' salary in advance as a bonus, sign-on bonus, or things like that. You don't just say, "Come, let's shave your head, wear your uniform, and you go to war." No, give them something. 250,000.
They do that in
Anything.
Nigeria too. You see, that's the thing. They do that in Nigeria too. Once you finish your training, they give you at least millions of naira. That's one of the incentives to join it too.
Hold on. They give you millions of naira. Really?
Yeah, at least 1
how
to
much,
2 million.
How much
naira.
million?
1 to 2 million naira.
No. My forefather, my brother.
At least Air Force, I know that for Air
Wait,
Force.
wait. They approve the millions, but did they pay you? That's
I think so. I think they give
no.
Please let me just make this.
Because the money gets to you is the point.
Oshunleti and Princess Fumi, please join in. I've not heard your voice.
Yeah, the issue is that
Tunaja, I think you probably made that up. I think you just made that up.
Why would I make it up?
Don't give it's truly there. How come they don't advertise? Okay, if you finish your training after a year or two, you're going to give it 5 million or 10 million. You think people are not going to join?
No, not
That's
10 million.
I
never said 10 million. I said 1, 2 million.
It's 10 millions. How much is the million? So tell us.
Millions now. 2 million is million. 2 is millions now.
Come on now.
Even 2 million people will take. I think you. No, that's not true.
Beside the incentive, if you look at the kind of war Nigeria government is fighting, that war, I think the war is not properly defined. Are we fighting? I can say, are we really fighting an ideology, or are we fighting a tribal war within the army? Because now it gets to a point whereby you see army leaders coming out to tell Nigeria, look, these guys, they don't deserve to die. They are prodigal son to us. They are, those kind of something. And it made people to wonder.
Before we talk about recruitment here first, before you go that far Midwest, see,
okay, thank you.
Say if you try to recruit people and say, okay, something happens to you, we give your family 10 million naira. Trust me, some people would take that. That's a good incentive to say, hey, at least if something happens to me, my family is going to get this amount of money if it's guaranteed or whatnot.
Let's say life insurance, children education to any level, and in case if anything happens, family protection. People will join. They will sacrifice.
People will join. But tonight, I wanted to go. Listen, and by the way, talking about somebody was saying, I can't remember if it's our friend from Spain or somebody else was talking about it. See, the youth of today's youth, or this what you call it, millennial, whatever they are, they are not like back in those days when 20, 30, 40 years ago that people want to voluntarily join the military to serve their country. That sense of patriotism is not there anymore. I don't think it's there. So just like BT is saying, there are certain things, maybe as simple as DSTV or whatever, to incentivize these kids to think about, joining the army or trying to sacrifice their life. It doesn't come to them naturally like it was before. I don't think that's the case. So you gotta put that into account also.
Listen, let me have this one. You know the funniest thing about this fight? When the community is operating ordinary local vigilante in an area, you hardly hear an attack, except Nigeria army mistakenly bombing those vigilantes. These terrorists will not dare go to those areas. I'm telling you, people have observed it. They become so powerless. But when you deploy the Nigerian army, they keep on fighting. I'm not talking about Borno anyway. This is not because they have a stronghold already. But in the southern parts, some area, I can even say in the middle belt, where they like what is happening at this man they call Adodo, I don't know, from this Kogi state. You see, that area, the man is operating heavily with local people. Now it's becoming a little bit safe. So we really need to understand, we need to find out what exactly is going on in our country, because my worry is this. Look, all these guys that refuse not to join Nigeria, I mean, may God forbid, something terrible happen, maybe people die, 100, 200, I say, no, enough is enough. And they have a very tough-headed leaders who want to take the matter and challenge the federal government. These guys will recruit, volunteer themselves to fight the government. I think we are on a bad stage, Abby. Not be bad stage with it.
No, you're at the front end.
We never go.
Why are you scared now? What's going on? Just say what.
No, but you know, now see our country. Not be because of because we're not expecting like. I think in a past stage with it. Because
my brother.
Because my young quick this one. My worry is this: the way the federal government is operating, they are undermining the strength of the commoners. Just because for many years, hey, Nigeria army is coming, they are running away. But they've never tested where people harm the citizens to confront them. And they should be very, very careful. Because the distrust between the commoners and the federal government, when it comes to this army, is getting wider every day. People are now seeing them like collaborators because armies generals are gaining from this crisis. Somebody analyze area. He used Kogi as an example. He said when people, even this southwest, it's just that Kwara area they already have stronghold. Let's put it that way. Once any governor is operating successful local vigilante, their power will diminish. The attack will diminish. The day you will see a severe attack against those local, you will see Nigeria army involved. Either they will tell you Air Force is error, is mistake. So this is my greatest worry, that I think our government, they should be very, very careful. Why Nigeria youth don't want to join them? They believe that the government don't give them nothing. They don't hold the government anything. They can't recruit army with just 150,000 naira, where you blow sarin for senators who talks and make laws upon laws to the extent Nigeria don't even know their law. When something happens, you see sub. And at the end, argument, when the judge pass the judgment, they say don't chop bribe. How be the law where they grant the use?
I think what's his name? Prince Daddy is correct to say that I made that up, but I didn't make it up. But it's correct to say that there's no payment of such payment. I just confirmed it.
So you lied.
That is not. It's not a lie. It's a information that somebody gave me that was not necessarily accurate, or just they didn't know. They just assumed that was accurate information.
But that is what you want implemented. That's what you will wish that they implement.
I think it would be good if they did that, because that one, if they did that, like even you can attest that people. It's not that even with all that, people are still applying. It's the military that is limiting the amount of people they take on. I just told you that 500,000 applied.
I know, but I just give an example of what happened in West even for their own local militia. It's not even the recruitment; it's retention. You know, these Gen Zs, it's wanting to bring them in, and once they see reality, they might just leave. So how do you even keep them?
I think that it is true that they have retention issues, but
they did with these ones that I'm telling you about. They had to bring in all these things, all these DSTV, video games, building them houses like the way they want it designed. They made accommodations for
That's how
their
military is
generation.
supposed to be now. It
But
has
but
to be
no,
fun.
but some people said no. We must stand tall. We must be disciplined. Oh, God, forget that one. This is Gen Z. All these discipline, they up and down. They know you must
No,
accommodate.
you still have to be disciplined, but you still
I
have to have
know,
fun.
but in terms of being too rigid, like the way we were raised. You can't be there with them now. You can't be that way. They still have to.
I think the old ways doesn't work. You have to have an element of fun. I think even the old ways
You
they
must
used
be
to
more
have fun
fun
too.
now. You must be more open. Not all this bars. I mean, everything must be A, B, C, and D all the time. Those kids don't.
No, military is a serious organization. You can't
No,
loosen it too much.
even the American army allows for all these things I'm talking about. They welcome video games. They welcome all these things.
True.
It wasn't
Oh
there
yeah,
before.
video games. Who says they should not play video games? Video games should be
No,
welcome.
I'm telling you what we went to in Ogun is. They're like, no, we don't want them to have anything. They must be focused. Like, oh, God, forget that one.
I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I'm saying,
You have
to,
you have to give them instead. I don't think that is the manpower is a problem. We can even use through NYSC to take the best mind because those ones are also educated there. You can move them into the military from there too.
What happened to the Man of War program we had back in the days? I remember I had friends that did Man of War.
I've heard about it. What was it about?
Actually, just forget about
that.
You see all those.
Hold on. That was a pipeline to recruit people. That back in Man of War was a pipeline to recruit the youth into the army back in the days. So what they would do is when we did the Man of War, you would then train us with the army will come to your school, then you will go. It's a way of gauging your interest. They will gauge your interest in military. Because we didn't know, and people are very scared or skeptical about military back in the day. So it's a way of gauging your interest. So once you show interest, they will now say transfer to maybe a military school, like Navy school, secondary school, or then you just transfer them from there, you join them. That was how they were doing it.
The military provides accommodation. Accommodation is one big issue Nigerians have.
That is our day. The patriotism was high.
People
do it to have fun. We do say those things are no more these days. Which it has
I'm saying that there was
no man of war, no boy part, no army cadet. We have all these things.
The way you describe Man of War, that's ideal. Actually, that's perfect. That's what I was thinking. I didn't know it myself back then that Man of War was for that purpose actually.
Yeah,
and that's really a good pipeline to get
they will follow you from, the way they did was because they will first follow you from back in the days we used to do Boy Scouts, right? You go to Boy Scouts, then you have all this, your senior whatever would be army. They will just follow you around, and then you go to camps. Then you will spend like maybe 3 days in the forest with them. It's like a fun thing for the kids. So you just be like Boy Scout, then because you are a Boy Scout and you are with the army, then you brag to your friends like, hey, I was with the army, blah blah blah. So when you get to secondary school, then it's Man of War. Then you want to join because you're like, man, I was Boy Scout, then I'm a Man of War. Then you want to join the army. It was a very successful pipeline. You just like, man, this is the next thing. I have friends that joined.
Yeah, but you are insinuating that we are okay. The retention issue is there, but remember, our cities are still being protected by these people that we think are not serving. So the vast majority of them, we are talking about like 0.5% is deserting. So they are it's very minimal because remember, military provides accommodation, provides steady income, provides you a level of dignity within society. So it's very, very privileged position in Nigeria. Given the population of the country, we use 0.1% in the military. So it's a very privileged and exclusive club that very, very few people can get into. So that's why you see 500,000 people applying, and they are only taking 5,000 at a time. And that is a problem, given that we have a country that have serious security challenges. So that is where the real issue is. Why are they not taking it on? Because when we talk about this issue, many Nigerians think it's because people don't want to join. People are joining each other; they don't take them on. That is the issue.
And in what capacity?
Forget about that theory you are saying people are joining. 3 days ago, the army came to my governor. Will you hold on a moment? They came to they were pleading, and they have been doing it in the southern region. Across its southeast, nobody's interested. That man that is selling guguru fee, he even have peace of mind joining this kind of something where people will post you to a place and your fellow army will be betraying you. In Edo State, we lost a general. I think somebody we lost a commander. They are now after our soldiers. And when local vigilantes secure area very well, these guys cannot come. They can't risk it, except area where they already have stronghold. Well, those stronghold, perhaps we don't know who equipped them to that level to become so strong. So we need to find out which kind of war are we really fighting, sir. We don't. The war is not properly.
It's
not
an
even properly
asymmetric warfare. It's an asymmetric warfare, and everybody knows how to fight it.
Well, I don't know what you call thematic. I don't know which one is thematic, but what about the ideology?
Means that they don't have a designated address. They can move around
can
easily.
fight Boko Haram? Midwest, your vigilante can they fight Boko Haram?
That's a very good question, because there's
you say they cannot face Boko Haram.
There's a there's a point where
your vigilante can they fight Boko Haram?
Yes, they can. See, in any area where they cannot fight, there are areas where they can no longer fight those guys. I agree. But if you recruit the indigenous people, they will fight them. I'm telling you. Now, in the places where they don't have, where they don't have, see what happened, my brother. See what people are suspecting. Area where these guys have huge supply, like Boko Haram, vigilante cannot fight them. But area where it's like the local people are in charge, that supply is reduced to some society level. So they can always chase them away. This is what people are observing.
See, Midwest, see, if you look at what you are saying about local support, in those areas that the locals that you have in mind already dominate, but in reality they don't. In the context of Nigeria today, they are safe. Like if you look at Port Harcourt, and by and large, it's okay. But Calabar is okay. Imo, okay. Many parts of Nigeria is fine. It's just the areas in the north. That's where the real issue is. And as a matter of fact, even in the north, the cities are generally okay too. It's the outskirts. That's where the real problem is. And we refuse to do anything about the outskirts. And people are leaving their ancestral homes. Every single week, people are abandoning their ancestral homes and going to IDP camps or family members displaced, in other words. That is where the real issue is. And instead of our Nigerian government to put people in those areas, they are saying, oh, you know what, if it is schools, let's bring the schools into the city instead. So abandon our outskirts for the bandits to take over. It's like, I don't understand that kind of mindset. How much does it cost to recruit people to do that job? It doesn't cost that much.
No, what you are saying, I can't understand you. The people living their villages running away, they run away because they are not secured. So how can the government move people to that place? Even if you build school, who's going to attend those schools? So the thing is that
No. You put security there to make it secure. That's the point. Otherwise, we are going to abandon the city.
Even this Europe where we did, area where me I live, I never see police for some period of time now. But crime, they cannot be everywhere. Even if we deploy the American police today, so they are all of them, if they have a huge problem of insecurity across everywhere, bush, forest, reserve, they can't secure everything.
They will show up everywhere. I can assure you they will show up everywhere. They have the manpower. They will show up everywhere. Why is it that they have 2 million? Ask me, why do you think they have 2 million?
Okay. Let us not dwell on that. But what I believe is this, the government they really need to change their strategy and do something about this issue, because the more they neglect it, particularly now when power is in the south and we are just romancing, not really evaluating the ideology behind this fight. Tomorrow, if power change hand, the same element of people who have been sponsoring this evil for years will continue. And then when we talk, they tell you, when power was in the south, what did you do? They killed general, they killed this, they killed that. We are on it, and they keep on giving promises, and people will be abandoning their ancestral home. Why no Nigerians are taking over those areas? And once those no Nigerians took over the place, there you see peace in those areas. There is a lot of things going on. We need to wake up.
See,
where people run away.
This is what bothers me about Nigerians. You will see the answer, then you will just like use one style to pretend as if you don't see the answer, then go and start talking as if Nigeria exists in a vacuum. You see other countries. Do you know that when somebody goes missing in America and they are looking for them, within months they will find them? Within months? Within days. No matter where you go and hide, even when you hide underwater, they will find you. Why do you think they are able to do that so quickly? No matter where you hide, look at it, just think about it. How many manhunt has America done?
No,
They've
because
not
they
found
have
their
the
target.
wait. Because they have the data, have secret cameras that identify you for them, area you are followed. The camera will now, locate you to area where they found you last. They concentrate on what is going on around there, and these are the tricks they are using.
And this is
I'm
one person,
driving
and they are still able to find you no matter how big the country. America is massive, and they are still able to find you no matter where you go inside the bush.
See,
They'll find you.
wait. No. If you just recruit those massive American soldiers you are talking about, and they are not equipped, they will be as useless as Nigeria or whatever other country you can think of.
See, okay. Let me give it. Just hold on. I will make this point.
Hold on a moment.
You can add it to your point. Let me make this point. You can add it to your point. No, this is important so you understand. You say you want to compare them to America. I said don't compare them to America. Compare them to what we have already on the ground in Nigeria. The people that are protecting your cities, just scale those people up. Because whenever they come to the cities, they don't make very good progress. The people in Nigeria right now protecting the cities are doing a better job. So, and because they have the numbers in the city, the terrorists cannot operate fully in the cities. You just need to scale it up to the outskirts. That's all. Nobody's talking fancy American stuff.
I don't know. I cannot get you. I cannot get you clearly what you mean by they cannot.
What I mean by that is that the Nigerian security forces that are operating in our cities right now, they are effective. Yeah. The Nigerian security forces, they are effective in the city. Why do you think they are effective? Because they have the concentration of numbers there. If what you need to do now is scale that up, increase the number so that they go to the outskirts too. It may not be as profitable because the outskirts are not as profitable to Nigeria as the cities, but scale them onto the outskirts so that we don't keep losing $50 billion every year in GDP.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe the time is coming when these guys will be emboldened enough and confident enough to start operating in the heart of cities? Are you not seeing it in the nearest
future? If we are not careful, what they do is they weaken the state slowly.
Okay.
And that is if they are looking to if they are looking to overthrow the regime. Like in the case of Syria, they weaken the state until they are able to overthrow it. But in the case of Nigeria, they don't want to overthrow us. They want to keep us where we are. They want to ensure that Nigeria doesn't develop. We keep bleeding $50 billion every year. Our country is disorganized. That is what they want. And they make us very vulnerable to separation. Because anybody now that comes to Nigeria and say Christian-Muslim separation, you see how destabilized Nigeria will become. That is where they want to keep us.
I agree. Remember the IMF had to delete that comment about Dangote, if you follow, when they said,
don't mind them.
Oh, we need more competition. Like, what do you mean more competition? By importing? They had to delete that. So you've been relying on their report for years, telling you that you are doing very well. No, they don't want you to do. They want you right there where they can control and manipulate your economy to for their own economic benefit. So exactly. on that point, I agree with Nigeria. So, but if you resist that the way they've designed it, they are going to push back. And my issue with Nigerians is that when the war gets tougher, they will side with the West than their own people. That's my
that is a shame. That is a shame. I don't know why we are so afraid.
Like I think that, no. Hold on, let me finish. When we as a people fight back as together, like you want for that, it will get tougher. My issue that are we strong enough mentally to know that people are pushing back against our efforts? That's my own concern.
Do you know what I think happens when you start going in that direction? The people become stronger mentally as long as the leaders are doing the right thing. By the way,
I hope so, man.
You see that in many countries. The pattern repeats itself.
You have white supremacists that are Nigerians that will be pro everything that they want on this platform too.
Yes, I know that there are so many people that
they are white supremacists. If it's white and it's going to, even to your own detriment, they'll support it.
Yeah. I had a conversation about this over the weekend where they were telling me, since you are criticizing the West, why are you staying in the West? Or you are praising Iran, why don't you go to Iran and leave? It's like, I was like, so are you trying to tell me that it's only the Oyibo man, your masters, that are capable of being nasty to a people and still gain from them? Are you trying to tell me that Lenin didn't live in the West?
I was told on this show that thank God for white people. If not for them, we'll still be walking around naked on this show. That tells
People
kind
don't
of
understand at
mindset,
all. They don't have a
that
clue.
low self-esteem, so low self-worth is what bothers me when you come up with security issues like this. Like, I don't disagree with you on most on your security takes. It's just that we need the war itself is more mental than physical with Africans. It's a mental
Yes.
thing.
They change themselves. And that's exactly what I told the guys that day. I said, you people empower your enemies over your own very selves. It's like you literally surrender your power to them. Like, who does that? You are supposed to be trying to advocate for your own people. And if you look at our leaders, when they go to the West, it's not because I'm saying you should be against the West. You should be ambitious for your people. Demand more. Don't keep telling them, don't keep accepting whatever they give to you. And this inferiority complex is the reason why they keep accepting it. And they don't even make any demand. Look at when Tinubu or our defense minister, they go and meet foreigners, they will be like, oh, we need more training. We need more equipment, basically caterpillars. They don't demand any major stuff. While if China or India or even Sri Lanka goes to the West, they are looking for something strategic, something important, like building your warships in our country, or do one big thing, or this is nuclear power plant, and something big.
To Nadia, wait, hold on a moment. You see, the problem we have, to me personally, I felt that they've been able to capture our senses to a point where we believe we can't produce anything. We are not raised or a kind of racial people.
But to the contrary, there's we actually can, because we have our people that actually work for them in their country that are producing with them. That is the proof
so
there.
Now, and to the extent, even the local things we used to produce and we are proud of them, today they are no longer there. They are no longer
there. People, let me give you one that actually annoys me the most about our people and our leaders. Forefathers, you there? Forefathers, are you there?
I'm here.
This is the one that annoys me the most. When we give out all these contracts in Nigeria without skill transfer included, it annoys me. Like, somebody built train, but where is the skill transfer in that contract?
Nothing. Our people are so
believe me. See, let me tell you, the greatest problem we have, when you send our representative to negotiate it, the thing they have in their mind is how much would they be able to steal. I'm just telling you.
That's a big problem.
When they talk, you will see that education in them. But when they come to let's do for our country, my brother, those guys they sat with, we've been negotiating for their country, for their future, and at the same time negotiating how to steal everything from them.
Yeah, that point you made about them just wanting to enrich themselves, it distracts them from actually making proper demands. They don't negotiate very well on behalf of Nigeria. If you look at that last trip the president made to London, he just came back with debt.
He also brought down to the army you were even talking about. Since this war crisis, if the federal government of Nigeria tell you the amount of money year in, year out they pump to the Nigerian army, and sometimes they don't even announce them. They will tell you we have to
hold on, Father, can you let Prince in?
I don't have access to the back end.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, I don't have, at least not yet.
Just wait for Simba. Can you let Prince in? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Midwest. Sorry.
No, these guys is like, let's compare with the army. Now, the politicians that want to represent us, they are highly paid. They are placed in a high level within the country. They have access and connection to so many things that the common man doesn't have. And yet, the only thing they are after is more. It baffles me. How can you, Julius Berger has been in Nigeria for years. Year in, year out.
Do you know, Midwest, even in the 80s, the not even federal, the state Ministry of Works were the one building the roads. It was not even, it was no foreigner. It was local. Our own people built. My own uncle It was my uncle that even built the bridge in my own hometown and the roads, because and it worked for the ministry. Our own was built by them. It was not
You
fair,
know,
but now you see
just
one Turkish,
see.
one guy you think, oh, we build road though. You now see one funny Turkish looking guy thinking about the road to get in Nigeria. I'm like, who is this guy? You can't build your own roads. How did we get here?
And one thing I also think that is really affecting Nigeria badly is the internal dynamics within the country. Because if you have a large population of your country that feels alienated within the nation, you are, especially as a group of people, the danger is that you make your country very weak. Let's say if your country is supposed to be like 7 strong out of 10, you've now reduced your country to 3.5, and it makes it very vulnerable to foreigners when you have that kind of situation. Like if America decides now that they want to break up the country, it will be so easy for them, won't it? And nobody will tell us it's hard because we've kept ourselves separate enough for that to be able to happen.
You know,
and that is not
the level
good.
I want us to be at is what the Indians are doing with Dangote. When you employ them, they come with their skill set, they come with their people. That is where we should be as
hold on. Let me engage you on that one first. The other day, regarding actually Dangote, right? We're talking with Olar, and I said before Dangote commenced that refinery construction, I would think that I would have partnered with the government to create kind of a training center over 2, 3, maybe 5 years even before they commenced the construction of the refinery.
Yeah.
To actually build skills organically from ground and train the future workers that be working in that refinery. But all I said, well, it doesn't matter because skills will be transferred anyways. But is that a better way to go, whereby the whole thing is built and you transfer skills, or actually train from the beginning, young graduates or even high school students that can be trained over 2, 3, 4 years, even 5 years, to gain the skills and the competency to be able to work to build the economy. That, to me, that's a true skill transfer. Not going to do the work after all the Indians have gained the skills and they've done all the work and just employ people.
Yeah, like to your point, those Indians also bring their own kids in for training. They're also learning on the job in Nigeria as well. They're not all experienced Indian workers.
Exactly. That's the point. See, and to that point also, when it comes, there was the Indians are big in IT, and in America or in the West, right? A large percent, perhaps 50-70% of those people that give the H-2 visa, right, to come and work in America, those people are unskilled actually.
Yeah, they're learning like the car. What's the name of that car company that got exposed for bringing people into to Tennessee?
Tata?
No, the Korean car manufacturer.
Oh, Hyundai.
Yeah, they brought in all their people now. They were learning on the job. We were training them how to make the cars in America. So I just don't want us to keep giving up contracts and deals, even when it comes to weapon manufacturing, whatever it is. If we can make it locally in Nigeria, who can we get that we can make it locally in Nigeria and we can train them in Nigeria to make it?
Well, the proper, well, I've said it before, and I think Baba agree with me in the sense that Dangote's refinery was built on the back of Nigerians, and at the end of the day, the refinery is in Nigeria. It was incumbent upon the government, the federal government, to have put demand for skills or job training as part of building that refinery. Okay, in Nigeria. So that's the failure when there's no cooperation between the government, businesses, and institutions, higher institutions in Nigeria. That's when you have a gap and a failure in such a massive project like the Dangote refinery, that we don't even have a center that accommodates 5,000 people that were trained from scratch. I mean, it's a big shame.
Even Dangote refinery. See, you see this issue. If I start discussing, I remember talking about it the other day when I said that No black man has won a Nobel Peace Prize in sciences. And if you look at the head of Dangote Refinery now, I think he's a white man from an India guy, the white guy.
Yeah.
It's like black people, for some reason, they find it difficult to have refined top level management people, officials within institutions, and at the same time, especially in Nigeria itself, even with all our education and our professors, I think we have one of the highest constitutional professors in Africa, and yet at this high level, we find it difficult to operate. I'm beginning to think this is not by coincidence, and I don't think it's also by what they call it, genetics or anything like that. It's a kind of design system, and because if you look at the world, and I think it's another part of we don't pay attention to in the world. Your minds, the best minds you have, are national assets. We don't treat it like that in Nigeria because we don't actually value people. Like in America now, there's a report that's going around that scientists are disappearing. Why are they tracking it? Because they know those things are important to their national security. We, the best minds, as a matter of fact, the best mind, if they cannot get rid of them, they find a way to take them overseas and have them go and work for them overseas. So
Do
we
you
have to
know?
start
Do you
building a
know?
culture of intelligent, technically minded people and protect their interests and
They
ensure that those
have
people remain
now.
national assets.
Papa, do you know, like University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, those students, when they get to their MS level, they are hot cake in Germany. They snag them up like that.
And we think it's a compliment.
Forestry, all those greenery. I have Eko is in where she's in Italy now. She went to Italy. Free scholarship. They are hot in Nigeria. They're not in the boy abroad. They are hot cake.
Exactly.
They snag them up.
But that is the dynamics that favors them over us, and we will never be. It's a very, very clean way of separating us from our best minds that are technically gifted. They separate them to go and work for them instead of them to work for us. And this is one of the issues I have with Abike Dabere. She celebrates too many people that are doing well overseas, which is the backward way of looking at it. The people you should be celebrating are the ones that came back here to contribute, not the ones that are over there. They are damaging us, if anything, because they are our minds and they are serving other people.
So,
You see
BT,
what I mean?
BT, why do you think those agricultural students were living in Nigeria?
The pressure of the environment.
The last one that I know, she's one of my little sister back in when I grew up in Nigeria. She does all this the need for forestry preservation, preventing erosion, all this kind of stuff. So she has all this research that she writes, and they liked one of what she wrote, and she got a free ride to Italy for full scholarship for a PhD, and they want to retain her as well. And she's also working with them, with the government, not even just private firm, with the government. They love her work, that she can help them in some areas. And so the point is they value what she has in her head. So look at Lagos, for example. Look at Lagos now. Who should be begging to hire her with that issue with water erosion? It shouldn't need to be them.
Exactly.
But the country up there values what she has to offer, and then they offer a free scholarship, and she can continue working with the government there. Left
for me. Let me just add this. Left for me. I will recruit more than 2,000 minds in Nigeria, separate them from all this nonsense going on within society and everything, isolate them from it, and have them refine their knowledge to the highest level in the world. And the way we are living our society defenseless, like let me give you the recent example that is occurring in the world right now. You see how America is bombing Iran and destroying all their infrastructure. But one thing you know is that the mines that build those things are still there. If those mines are still there, there's nothing you build, you destroy that will matter. Within years, they will be bringing them back again online. That is why national mind, the minds of the people matters a lot. They are actually the wealth of a nation and the power of a nation. If the minds of the people are always being harvested to foreign and disintegrated to go and serve, your country will never recover. They will never, because when I was in Nigeria 2018 to today, I've noticed a shift in the mindset of Nigerians. The best minds have left the country. literally, I can tell the best mind left the country from COVID-19 to now. The best mind in UK alone, UK took more than 400,000 Nigerians between COVID-19 and today. More than 400,000. Only UK. Those are the best minds in Nigeria that have been filtered out. Not to mention other countries taking all most of our people away, and the quality of the people you have to employ and the dedication of those people is less. This is what we are dealing with, and most of our leaders don't think at this level. Which is, I don't know, maybe the younger generation will.
But back in the days, you applied to leave. Okay, now they're even scouting for people now. They're even coming to the country to even get people. Remember years ago when they came to Abuja recruiting doctors to come to Saudi Arabia? Maybe I think I even got there. But they're literally coming to Nigeria to get to, don't even apply, we'll come get you. That's how. So
I'm telling you, just today, earlier on, no, I think yesterday morning, actually, yesterday evening, I went to a hospital in the UK, and at this reception area, there is hardly one European person there. Black, Asian, Chinese. That's it. That's Chinese, these kind of people. That's all you see there. It shows you how they are tapping into other people's brains to keep their own civilization, this thing going. We just send our people over there to go and work for them. We don't actually tap into it to make our own country better. And one of the ways to only do that is to make your own country more secure, so that, and I can tell you this for sure, it doesn't take a lot for Nigerians to start returning back. It doesn't take a lot.
When do you think the crack in the system you described in Europe or in England will start to show? So because if you're replacing all your skilled workers with foreigners, when would that start impacting you as a people in your own country? That's it.
In their own country. Oh, it's already impacting them.
Okay.
It's already impacting them.
So who's worse off? They or we that we're losing to them, or they're not training theirs locally?
Oh, no, they are not worse off because they still retain the highest level. This level, the jobs you are doing are mundane jobs. They retain the highest level. If you want to get to those highest level jobs, you have to have security clearance. You have to be British national, British eyes only. Those are, you don't get there. It's only them. Those high level jobs. You are basically doing a model job. That's what you're doing.
I'm talking about skilled. I don't know what you mean by high level job. Not to work in intelligence. I'm talking about skilled doctors and technicians or whatever. That's what I'm talking about. Not intelligence security clearance.
Oh yes, those jobs. Most of the people don't want to do it anyway. They don't care much for it. You see, the people from those countries, they are used to high-end way of living, and sooner or later, with the mechanization and AI technology robotics that is coming on stream, they may not have to even work that hard. So this is the situation we face right now. The question is, why is it that we are not using our own minds to build our own countries? Because that's the point Babati raised. Because the transfer of skills is not working. Our leaders, when they sign these agreements, it will have all the nice words about transferring skills, but in reality, they don't do it.
In Nigeria, we've had this enough problems. I think what people should be looking at, okay, what are the causes and what are the solutions? It's not always mentioning, okay, what is the problem and what is the solution?
Okay, let me provide one solution, since we don't want to also complain. So let's look at our strengths. What can we in the short term or medium term? What can we focus that we attract the best minds locally, and also those that are brought back home to work with them? In what fields? I mean, the easiest one would be agriculture. You have enough minds.
I think, Sibabati, personally, if I may comment there, you see, we have to look at how do we really regulate our businesses? How do we regulate investment fund? And if we have people abroad who are in Nigeria, anyway, the way I see Nigeria, we need foundation. We need to go back to regional or some levels of state autonomy, so that it can be a policy that some states that really have high skill or high experience immigrants can now have it as a policy now to attract them back. Two, how can we go into innovation? Okay, let's take agriculture. For years, our parents have been farming with cutlass, hoes, and they were even able to make great fortune for our region. We have a clear history. And now in the modern world, we have We need tractors. We need everything. That is an innovation. So what can we do? We need to train people how to repair and look for a company that can transfer know-how and start looking for a way to build our own equipment that will continue to suit our own environment as well, our terrain and our temperatures and so many things and other things, like what Indians are doing. So if we want to do that, it must be a government policy. Take, for example, they are awarding a contract today for construction, and the white man is just there talking, and the arrangement inside from the governor office is how to share money, those who are in charge. You as a diaspora, if you come there, there's no way you can function with those people. If you do too much, they can eliminate the person, because it's not government policy to attract us. If they want to attract us, they should buy equipment.
You are just talking about the problem. All these people will kill you, people will they are out there for corruption and all those things. Those are not the solution.
How can you prosper in an environment that is loaded with corruption? Don't you see the situation we find ourselves? If you cannot handle those things, you can't go anywhere.
So why are we discussing something that you cannot find solution?
Not the complaining part.
See where I start from. It is the regulation that encourages corruption in Nigeria. We must deal with it first. And it must be a government policy to attract the diaspora. If they do this, we'll move forward.
Fumi, are you there? Can you let Prince Fumi there? She's not said a word. Prince Fumi, the people in the comment section, they want to hear from you. I think she just wants to listen. Sorry, midwife. Yeah. No,
I think we should go into how we regulate things, because if we don't do, and the money that's supposed to look, we live in a country with huge opportunity. For me, I don't care about people driving big cars or whatever. That's not the economy of the country.
I think the
consuming power and strength of every country.
Just wait.
Wait now. It is the consuming ability for a society to consume that really matters. The level of opportunity that we have if you put them in the rightful position.
Okay, I think the major problem that we have, everybody that's running away from that country, they are running away because of maybe money and how to improve their life. That's the only reason that everybody's. If we don't, I think the only problem that we have is that if we don't think of the way we can grow our economy so that people can earn at least what can make their lives better. And everything that we are discussing here is not going to work. I think that's what we should be discussing. How can we grow our economy? That's just it. And the only another thing that I noticed is that
somebody they watch it, they make it low down. I better tell that one they make noise. I know they get everything well. So Simba, you can continue now.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that there are other things that they discussed yesterday. If I said some of you will want to kill me now, is our patriotism. How Nigerians were not patriotic to our country. We are not patriotic. We cannot even sacrifice anything because everybody is suspecting one another. So this one is because this one is a thief. This one is corrupt. That's why. So why should I sacrifice when some people are corrupt? Those are the issues that we have. And if you have that kind of mentality, we will not go. It's not only in India that we have corruption. People will look at the level of patriotism. Our neighbors, Benin Republic, Ghana, and all those, they are more patriotic to their country, and it's not as if their country is better than our own country.
Well,
but when you say want to do anything,
since you recognize our own problem, that's why we seem to go regional. At least regional or state by state, then we can be more patriotic to our own people. Wouldn't that be the solution?
I think exactly. Because let me tell you, if you want to put everything in terms of naira and kobo, I don't think we can go. You can get whatever you want in that country. If you cannot sacrifice, if you are not ready to sacrifice, everybody just want to get whatever they want to get. You are moving nowhere.
Okay, Simba, you look at it from this angle. You see, me personally, I believe in regionalism, and any tribes identity that fall within that region should enjoy, first of all, the autonomous right to decide for their future. Some levels of autonomy that is well enriched. That is where we will start from. So they can have that sense of belonging, so that people cannot see themselves their majority. You start deciding how others will live their life. And that is what is harming Nigeria today.
But
Example is...
But that also leads to another problem, Prince, if you don't mind addressing this, where if you go in that direction and one side starts to progress, then the movement in that direction, in terms of people moving. So it requires uniformity in some regards, in some areas, in some aspects. For example, education. Because
within the region you're talking about, or within the country.
I'm saying that we can call for regional autonomy, but if the other regions don't pick up their end of the couch, then one region will start paying the price, because everybody will then move into that region, and it will be to the detriment of, because then no. I'm saying that there has to be a system that enforces standards across board. For example, education standards. So because you have regional governments that you want us to have, doesn't mean you don't have to meet a certain threshold. There has to be a standard that you have to meet. And if care is not taken, and we just go to radical regional government, it will be to the detriment of one side, and one else will just stay idle, not do anything.
We're trying to create equality, not equity. And we don't have to all grow uniformity. I don't believe in that.
Shouldn't we have standard, at least some kind of minimum basic standard that everybody at least has to meet first?
Well, if you can define that, that'd be fine.
Okay. Somebody gets 100 in common entrance and he gets in, but you get 20, and they can come down to your own area and get into your school. So where's the uniform? Where is the fairness in that one?
Okay.
Listen,
I'm trying to talk about more like let each region be.
That one is no longer in the system. Nobody does that any longer.
No. But I'm saying that I want every region to grow if we're going to go in that direction, but not to the detriment of everybody else.
Every region cannot grow at the same time.
No, please, not at the same pace. Don't get me wrong; they can grow, but different pace. But there are things that I look at. For example, education, healthcare. There are things that you have to provide for your own people, regardless of what the pace is.
Well, that's what we're saying. We should try and localize or regionalize those services. That's the goal here. Timba can correct me if I'm wrong, and you too. Back in the days when we had regional government, if you ask me, I would say the western Nigeria and eastern part of the country, there was competition between the two sides, and I think they help repel one another in terms of fair competition. Because the other one sees what the one side is doing, and they try to emulate or copy or trying to be competitive. And I think that's the healthy competition, and I think that was good back then. Well, the same thing can happen again. Okay, if we all go regional wise. Okay, for example, maybe the northern part can be a strong center for agriculture, whereby the eastern part could be for IT, for example, and the western part could be maybe, I don't know, finance. Everybody's try to build the economy based on the competitive advantage and the labor force. That's what we're talking about here.
Prince Daddy, can I come in?
Yeah,
go ahead, Gary.
I think you are right. But during that time, there was a competition, not even between the East and the West, even including the northern part of the country. But to me, I don't think regionalism will work in Nigeria anymore. But I want total state resource control. So every state control their resources, and you can also control influx of people into your state. If you are not working and not paying tax in that state, so you should not be liable to some services like public service, like go to the hospital or something like that. So I think they can do like that. Every state should have their own state ID card, so that is going to be biometric, and that will show you where you are working, where you are living, and everything. And I think if we can do this with the state police, then if they are killing themselves in Kano because of terrorism, nobody cares. So to me,
Uh,
that's the way we should go. Let me,
Remy, let's look at
in
it.
conclusion,
Let's
maybe
look
in
at
conclusion,
it. Remy,
let me
hold on a
say this
moment.
and then you come in. Let me say this and
Okay.
you come. In conclusion, if we go with journalism, I think there will be a lot of distrust, and people might think it's also an avenue for you to break away from the country. That is the major reason I totally support total state resource control.
Well,
Thank you. You can go
sorry,
ahead.
Midwest. Remy, I kind of agree with you, but to tell you the truth, I actually prefer state by state, and I said it before, no more like regionalism. Let each state concentrate on their own state and develop their own state. The way Nigeria is structured right now, I think it's structured very well, state by
Yes.
state, to be successful. Quite frankly, and if you want to collaborate with other states, free. If you want to be in the southwest, collaborate with a state in the northeast. Go ahead and do it. Nobody's stopping you.
Prince Daddy, me personally, I still believe the spirit of regionalism is there. When the Yoruba people gather today, they still say southwest. When the states that fall within the eastern region, they will still tell you southeast. When the state that fall within the south, they will tell you south. Those that fall, they tell you middle belt, north central, northeast. I strongly believe that to address this kind of tribalism and identity crisis, we must go back to address the issue of regionalism, because it was the military guys that uttered it, not the will of the people. And again, this state that wait, hold on a moment. Hold on, let me lie. I allow you to say. I will give you this
No,
state they
I
created.
said go ahead.
Okay, this state they created, it was imposed upon Nigeria, deception, and every crisis we are having today is a result of state creation. I bet you. One, they divide the people, they make the people lazy, and they create an institutions that will govern people that will never know how to generate money, except the federal will keep on giving them, and they will know how to spend without even a return of any single accountability. And that is what has caused Nigeria this backwardness that we are talking about today. For me personally, because if I have a state governor, or I also related, I have a child, and I raise that child, the only thing he knows how to do is to spend money. And my duty is to keep on giving that child money. I don't think that child will compete in this world.
Okay,
And that
can I
situation
come
we
in
find
now?
ourselves in the state that they impose on us. Many people today, they are even championing what will even destroy Nigeria, as far as more money can come to their state. But
Okay,
if they
can
were
I
to
come in now?
generate that money, they will manage our resources effectively. This is my belief.
Okay,
You can come in, Red.
thank you. First and foremost, I want to correct something. When we are practicing regionalism, it was not between the 6 regions that we have today. And even when we are practicing regionalism, there is also political crisis in the region. I don't know whether you remember Operation West here in the Midwest, in the western region of Nigeria at that time. Somebody is making noise. Simba,
Yes, I'm listening. I can hear you.
yeah, can you mute that person? So to me, I don't think regionalism is the best. It's not the best way to go. This total state resource control will help Nigeria a lot because it will reduce friction among the states if it's on region. Because if you go for region now, then Oshupi will tell you they want to be the prime minister of that region. Ogun will say the same thing. There will be infighting.
Chief Remy Mabin, do you know what I've come to realize? We people
Yes.
in Southwood, we are spoiled in a way.
Mm-hmm.
The regional government, I think it will be easier to implement in our own part when we're not as diverse, like compared to other places where you have a lot of like the South, for example, where there are more tribes in the so I think it will be easier in some regions than the other place. So I don't know what version of that they can come up with in the South. It might not totally be regional autonomy, but something close to it. I think every region should come up with their own version of it. It should not just be a uniform or system. Everybody should design it the way that works for their own region the best. So I think the conventional way or the conventional traditional autonomy, regional autonomy works best for the Southwest. and not so much for some other regions of the country.
BT, I agree with you. I agree with you.
So I see, I understand you, Baba, but I still have the notion that if we go back to regionalism, it will see that ugly political crisis will rear its head in the region. Because if you look at the Southwest very well, you know that it's like everybody is equal, most of the state. We will have somebody that is very powerful that will come, and then before you can say it, they will be fighting unnecessary. But if those powerful people are just limited to their state, and then they can all come together and contribute to the success of their state. Just see the way Ogun State played their politics recently. All the former governors and some important people, they just came together and anointed a good candidate. And
Remy, if we want to do that, people have to sit down. All these things we are highlighting, we will see the picture of the program that lies ahead. That is when we will arrange how to cut the excess power, even within the region premier. Because the indigenous people's right is what Nigeria does. They deprive people of their indigenous right to even have a state, a say, within even a state. And that is why you see this dissatisfaction, marginalized. They have marginalized our people. They have done this, they have done that. But I strongly believe if we sat down and give more responsibility even to that local government to have a say, local council, like the way it is where I live, where somebody is a local council member, you only spend like maybe 2 hours or 3 hours there. You have to have your normal job to be qualified because they don't have enough money to pay everybody for that. So you put your heads together, what structure, how you will develop the place, the planning for education for the kids and everything to meet up the national standard. The responsibility, how to achieve it, lie within the local people. And again, when it now comes to the expenditure, they try to capture it seriously because everybody, as Prince Daddy said, there is no way people can develop at the same space. No way. If you come here, region is richer than region. Community, we run community as local government is richer than community. But any community you find yourself, the benefits that the nation has put in place, you will enjoy it because they have realized some region is not meeting enough. They support them. They plan ahead with the collaboration to see how they can support, push that place to grow. So I think this will go a long way to help us because this Nigeria structure, where governor go to Abuja to go and collect money, we will come to our problem. We are not progressing, my brother. We have to be honest. That's why they want to kill themselves to have that power. The governors are even more wicked than the federal they are pointing to. Tinubu gave them rice. My people didn't see rice, ordinary rice. These are multi-millionaires. They stole rice. Even during the COVID, Indomie was stolen. I can't imagine. Sometimes when I think of the people that is closer to us, Buhari gave them that time. It is good to condemn the federal anyway. They are not serious in so many areas. But however, that thing to me, it exposed a lot of things about the structure on ground. The policy of every country can fail. Even if they remove subsidy, it brings hunger. There are policies sometimes they adopt here. You see everywhere shaking. And they have to do something.
Midwest, sorry to cut you short. First and foremost, you must first realize that Nigeria generation capacity is limited. And because of we have frittered away our golden days in terms of the money we earn, and because of the so many wahala, corruption, whatever you can call it, that country as we are today is a poor country. That is all the truth. All this idea you have in your head is needs financial. It needs money. That is number one. Then we now talk about Nigerians as people themselves. Are we patriotic enough? Are we? Do we really? No, listen. Let me think. Do we really want that country to progress? But for example, look at it this way: when you build on infrastructure, you are creating employment. The other day, I was watching a video on the Murtala Mohammed Airport that they are reconstructing totally, and the people were saying that they need 700 workers as a welder, as a joiner, just as a worker. And they even said that if you are coming as a worker, they are going to pay you about 120,000 naira per day. That does not include some small allowances they will give you. I'm talking about just a worker in the construction site. If you are coming as a welder, they are going to pay you 240,000 naira a month. So they put all of this in outside there. They are looking for people. But the problem we are having is that because of the globalization, because of get rich syndrome, because nobody wants to suffer like before, everybody is looking for quick money. They couldn't find the people to come and join. Not only that, I also watched a video that from Ore to Benin Expressway that they are constructing new, that's cement tarred road. They are looking for about 1,000 workers. They could not find. They are advertising. So sometimes when you are blaming people, the government, something, you have to look at it from various factors. A poor country, there's no enough resources. And even when they generate the resources, they are an average Nigerian thinking. I'm also a Nigerian. No? An average Nigerian thinking is that what is my own benefit? It's always about that that motive first. If I do this thing, what will I gain from it? But when we now do it as state by state, everybody that wants to become your governor has to double work hard because it's not collecting any money from Abuja anymore. So you will now see real development. But as we stand today, everybody just sit down and on the 25th or 27th, you know there's money coming from Abuja. Before the money even comes, you already say, okay, I'm going to. So, but if you are generating the money by yourself, the state, the people in the state have authority to question their leaders.
Remy, we agree with you absolutely. The problem is that those that don't want to generate or don't know how to generate are more than those that want to generate in the House and the Senate. So the need to push for that autonomy is not, the political will is not there from them because they don't believe that they can actually sustain themselves in their own locality. They don't actually want that true independence because they don't think that they can survive. So and they're the ones that have the number, the majority in the House and
that is why my brother Babati, that is why I strongly believe that this state, it was like a trick to dominate. The brainless people will not dominate the country. They will not decide the future, and that is exactly where we find ourselves. They are the majority. They are not. They are very rich with terms of resources.
You do have a very good point. But the problem we are having,
for example, look at what that young boy is doing in a local government. Look at what he's doing. You think it's just a monthly allocation? No. These are money that they are raising from their own local government that is using to build all those things. He's not even 40 years old yet. Look at what he's doing as a local government chairman in his own local government. So that tells you that you can actually tax the people in that local area. They will pay the taxes if they see the work. If you are working, they will pay.
Look at the new law from Nigeria Electric Regulation Commission now. They now give private people power to generate about 1 kilowatt of electricity. So if you have a proposal, you don't even need to get a license from them anymore. If you are generating like 1 kilowatt of electricity, you can bring some people together in your local community. And the only thing is that every 3 months, you must submit your quarterly report. And then they must also see how do you want to, what is the bill rate or something like that. But if you want to generate like 10 megawatts, they also give you power. But that one, you must get a license from Nigeria Electric in your state. So they are bringing it down to even to the lowest now. So if I can find like in mind, it's a good opportunity for me to go to my local government. I want to generate electricity. I want to do this. I want to do that. They give us power now. So that is another investment. So if you can just create and you can create job for people there and give them electricity, people will pay when they have 24 hours supply of electricity. They also do this to encourage those people that have estate developers. They can also do something like this. So what I'm just trying to say is that you guys are right because a lot of lazy people will like the system we're operating. But the moment that each state will carry their cross, what is delaying the state police now is the funding. But I was reading that federal government will fund any state that is ready first. Maybe give them a fixed amount of money, and after that, you continue to fund yourself. So that is how it's supposed to be. Not everything where everybody go to Abuja. The moment we do this thing and we reduce the power of the presidency to just what do you call it, to foreign policy and economy, then we are good to go. Who cares? So if you like in Delta or if it is continue to buy yourself or whatever you want to do. If you are not
Remy, hold on, quick. So how do you determine readiness, Remy? You say if whichever state is ready, the federal government is going to give them some money to start. But
yes,
how
for
do you
example,
determine?
the way they are crafting the bill is that when they finish crafting the bill and then it's being passed, any state that is ready to go ahead with the state police, they will submit their proposal to the government. Government will give them some certain amount of money and they are good to go. Not every state will start at the same time. So they want to see willingness. So if you are not ready to start, then probably maybe the federal government will still continue to police your state. But if you are ready to start and they give you a small subvention or I don't know how much you are going to give them, then you are good to go.
If I'm not mistaken, so are you saying that the federal government is going to approve your proposal for being able to sustain yourself once you begin?
Yes. If you say, okay, like Lagos State, I'm ready to go, the government will give you some certain amount of money, and then they can say from what you follow the bill or the electoral after being passed, then immediately you are good to go with your state police.
So hold on. See, sometimes it depends. Sometimes state are they going to, for example, allow require a state to allocate, let's say 2 or 3, 5% of their GDP, their revenue towards the policing, so they can have sustained and continuous funding for that policing. Because my fear is that if you say a state is ready to go,
Prince, and also to your question, how much oversight will the federal government have on the state police?
So that is what is being delivered. They are thinking about how are they going to do it that the state governor will not misuse their power. But to me, I think whether you toss the coins up and down, it's still going to favor the state governor, whether you like it or not. Because if you look at the America you are living, you will see that the governor in your state also is very powerful one way or the other to control. I don't mean total control. That's not because they are the one that's going to be paying the salary directly. So you can't tell them that they won't have some sort of control. But maybe if they don't use it too much, I don't know.
Okay, Remy, let me use Southwest as an example now. For very long time, they've been running Amotekun collectively. Now, if we had, I can say, little resources to it, convince the Southwest governors to say, let's run it as regional police.
No.
Hold on, I'm just suggesting something. I'm suggesting, hold on. And perhaps we recognize, we design a little bit state of origin, and we just call them, instead of Amotekun, regional police. I'm giving an example. Do you think it will not be easy? Because they have been tested. I know they may have challenges. How can we minimize those challenges so that we can really benefit their service? You can see that it is even easy to go and support that kind of something than this new one, the state police, because the challenges is that definitely governors will adapt it. Perhaps I don't know what it will become, but at the same time we need it, whether we like it or not, with the way Nigeria is going. So I just point to that regional something. I point to people coming together, because people running their state are already running some local vigilante, and it's working to some extent. It's just to add at least some levels of resources to it, and we start from there. And yet they are opposing it. The reason why I feel so many people are opposing it, particularly the Northerners, is that their agenda will be challenged somewhere.
So
I'm just telling you the truth.
So it's not. It's not so much of resources as opposed to some agenda about domination. Is that what you're suggesting?
You said what?
So you think is the agenda of subjugation and domination of the South as opposed to them not that they can. No, what I'm saying is that I believe that they don't have that confidence in their own ability to produce
enough to
No, no.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So I don't want to mention name. When it comes to federal security, there are regions that have already dominated it already, and they feel we're in charge of it. And if these people have something to challenge, okay, let me give you an example. The entire South today, the question that people are raising, who really own the oil well, and why are those people who are not indigenous people owning the oil well? But they cannot go far when they don't have the kind of, I can say, I call it military security level to challenge it. They can't go far.
So Midwest, sorry to interrupt. Are you telling me that there is no Southern people that owns oil well?
There are certain people.
Of course, there's so many of them that have oil well now.
Let me round up
many.
now. There are not too many.
No, many,
and
many.
Wait now, and wait, and that oil well have some levels of category. And if a known South person going oil well from another state, who gave it to them? The military. And how long? We have been in democracy for a year. Why can't we address it? You see it now.
They have addressed so many since 1999. I've not heard about so many that they have to reallocate it to some big people, to some other people. So many they have, because you are not following that particular area.
Maybe I did follow it very well, but people
what I want to tell you is this: don't listen to that. They are shortchanging you. All your leaders, Yoruba leader, Hausa leader, Fulani, they all have hands in it. Okay, they have their stake in it. Big stake. Everybody from all the regions of the country. That's just something I want you to know. When it comes to sharing, all of them have part in it. So don't let them use all this Ojoro or something like that. It's only the Northeast that have this, all of that.
See, let's concentrate on that, state autonomy. Because for me, Mike, we used to have not a lot from here. Because the idea of a governor, you just go straight to the Abuja and you relax yourself. You're already open for the next month money.
So that is why we continue to have a lot of lazy governors coming in and out, and they don't do nothing. To me, they are just like...
And even some states have huge debt. You borrow money, you spend this money, they give you allocation, you spend only your desire is how to spend.
Do you know why so many of the governors are defecting to APC? Because nowadays, they are not borrowing money anymore. They have enough money that they can spend on projects and also put into their pocket. So do you think you want another sheriff that will come, that will now push them to be asking World Bank or all those IMF to borrow state money? Because now the guy generates enough revenue that he can give to the state, and how many states? None of the states in Nigeria is owning salary anymore. Or when Buhari was there, or when before Buhari, so many of them were owning salary. Look at, if Simba is still there, Simba will tell you how Aregbesola is paying half salary or quarter salary or no salary at all. So sometimes when you castigate Nigeria, just like that, things are not changing. Things are changing, but maybe not a fast pace you really like. Well, I would like you to just go to YouTube and see the beauty of Lagos State, for God's sake. That is real development. State that in 1999 was so dirty, everywhere was not organized. But look at Lagos State of today.
Okay, let us, for me, look at another opportunity again. If, for example, today we really have state autonomy, and the policy, every state will now try to design their policy. And so states look into their diaspora's opportunity and design a policy to attract them back. They will develop fast as far as they have electricity. People will be coming back with experience. They will be coming back with high-level experience and try to set up small-scale business. If grants are available, even some states can run their diaspora bank. If the governor put money there and diasporas and they encourage diaspora to, if you have so amount, you put in there, we can run the bank together. Later, 2-3 years, we transfer it to diaspora bank, where people can loan money easily to support small-scale business. Before you know what is happening, people have enough job.
I think it's been a long time you probably go to Nigeria. All those loan app and whatever, they have many in Nigeria now. Even you can even buy data without paying money and you pay later. So many things going on in that country that I was amazed the last time I went home that people can get loan easily. It's not but the problem is first the interest and the second the payment, paying back the loan. So if you want to have a diaspora bank in Nigeria, I'm not in for it all because it's not up to that level now. So that you does not siphon your money.
No, I suggest something like if we have a state autonomy and it's a policy of the governor to attract his people back, attract his people, because if you do that, they contribute. They will have a fantastic country.
Yes.
Like even Sweden here, it is American returnees that transfer Sweden in most of this Scandinavia country. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
Even
you are
that
right.
Finland,
You are right.
so
You are right.
it is
You can
returning
see
because
you can see a lot of property development area or estate area all around all around Nigeria. You will see that some diaspora are they are keen easily to buy that kind of property. There was one I recently checked out. Even in that property, they have a mini stadium. Very beautiful. They have a pool. They have everything you can think of. You don't even need to get out, and everywhere is tied. 24-hour electricity supply. But the property, does it come cheap? No. Even if it's expensive, they also want you to pay the money within 2 or 3 years. So it's not so cheap like that. So it's a lot of money.
What is that?
So no, do you want? Are you interested? So 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 if to say that okay, that kind of property you are going to pay back the money in 10 years, I think a lot of diaspora will quickly key in. But paying the more about 2 to 300 million in 2 years is not easy unless you have a big stream of income that is coming to you in the diaspora. So things are
I
really
think if even the governors should just, if any governor should do their best, generate electricity and carve out an area for industrial zone, and that electricity is mainly for those industrial zone 24/7. Before you know it, we will transform our state. Because sometimes when you think of business, then when it comes to the energy source, remember we are talking about a country when you lose something, you don't even have enough insurance to support you or government to support, except you are connected. So if we have constant electricity, we can develop easily. What these things we are doing here, we take it back, not large. It can just be 2, 3 workers. You start from there. You monitor the environment, you evaluate the challenges, and you think of a way to expand it. I haven't gained experience like 1, 2, 3 years. And then you try to look into other states across Nigeria where you can, transfer the opportunity and make something from it, create job and support the government. We are in a capitalist world. But the idea of no constant electricity and this insecurity, number one is the insecurity anyway, because it's scary. If I look at what is going on, it scared me because it's not easy for we to raise money here genuinely and start taking it to our place for investment, and you are not fully convinced that this money is secured. Your life is secured. Yeah, personally, I
Remy
only
just
think
came
of
back.
that every day.
Midwest. Remy just came back from Nigeria, right? Is constant electricity still a problem for us?
You said what?
Is Remy still there?
I think Remy.
Well, I was
Maybe
just asking: is electricity is still a problem for us?
No, Prince, you know why it is because your federal government, even though they claim that they have their own, they are still holding on to transmission. That is the reason why we don't have 24-hour electricity. That is the only reason. Transmission. It's like people in generation, they are money bags. If they can transmit to you more of it, they will put more of their money into generation. Right now, Nigeria can generate about
So
30 to.
how is the federal government holding on to transmission? What did not allow
They
people
said
to transmit?
it's a national security issue.
So
So they
individuals can
so they've
individual
liberalized.
businesses cannot have their own transmission. They can have their own
No,
transmission.
no, they can. I think
But see, what about what I just said now, that they are not giving property development, or if you are an investor, like a small mini grid, you can go ahead, generation, transmission, and distribution
but
by yourself.
what is the maximum number? What's the capacity that they what is the cutoff
I
that the
think I
federal
think
government
it's
allows?
10 megawatts. That is the highest.
Then they are not serious.
But for most of the
No,
developers, they
let's be
can just
honest
do.
now. No, Prince, let me ask you a question. If you were to invest your money into a grid and you're in Lagos, would you only want to do 10 megawatts to be your interest? Is that what you really want to do? The margin of
How many
the
homes
margin for
can you
profit.
service with that?
No,
With
the
10
margin for
megawatts.
the profit margin on transmission is not that much. You don't make a lot of
Mm-hmm.
money. So globally, governments they're the ones that actually invest in transmission because it's not a profitable. It's not that profitable.
Well, that is true. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're right. Go ahead.
So why can't you then allow state governors to then say, okay, your region, okay, Ogun and Lagos, do your thing in transmission if you want to. That would be like maybe 7,000 or 6,000 or whatever. They can finance that. They won't make money from it, right? They're not going to make money from it as the government. But
So
down the
Babati, I was reading about Lagos State 4 power hubs or something like that. So you mean that if they want to generate electricity in Lagos State, they still have to contract the
no, they
transmission
can
company?
generate now, but they can generate, they can distribute. Transmission is where the federal government is still holding on to.
But okay. So, but if they release the transmission, that means the
when they
state
tell
have to
you,
also. If they release the transmission, that means the state also have to transmit infrastructure transmission by themselves, right?
unless they're going to build their own transmission line, they are still relying on the federal government transmission line.
Don't you see the transmission line is already at Cape?
Exactly, you can't carry more than 6,000 now. So,
Yeah.
what
So
is
they
the
should
point
just
of
let it
producing
go.
more?
For example, if I were Nigeria, states like Lagos, states like Abuja, states like, they should just disconnect them from national grid. Let
Yeah,
them create their
but
own electricity.
that is what Dawn Agenda wants. So the initial plan is they want to connect Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo. They want to work on their own transmission line.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
consider your is not ready.
My question is, why is the the federal government holding on to the transmission? Why? What are they gaining? What are they trying to protect?
They said
Is it for the national interest?
They said it's a security matter. It's a national security thing. That's it.
What kind of security is there? I can't get it. What are they trying to protect? What are they trying to secure?
Let me tell you the honest truth. It boils down to my own.
I have some knowledge about that.
It boils down to what I said earlier about the dependency on the nature of our politicians, of our people. A report was generated by a man from Edo, by the way, that generated the report. And the report, it pretty much said that every region should have their own transmission line. It made sense, perfect sense. People from his own region and in the north, they opposed that report. That no, it must be a national line. It cannot be. They opposed him from your own state. Though the guy came on ITV explaining himself, like they have the proposal there now, but they opposed it.
You see, this is the problem.
So Babati, so if the state can also generate, if you still have problem about that transmission again,
no,
they can
transmit if they want to transmit. They can just work with the federal government to transmit. But everybody does not even want to even challenge that thing of security, whatever. Like, oh, national security. They don't want to challenge it. Somebody has to.
What security really does the transmission? What national security does it pose to the country? Is it transmission does not transmit it enough?
I want to. What kind of security does it really pose to the country?
Dilapidating. Is that No, no.
I think it's just okay. After you please, Daddy.
Now, I was going to say, obviously, most countries, like advanced countries, yes, their transmission line is national security. But in the case of Nigeria, I mean, it sounds good on paper, but I don't see it as a national security because it's not like we are transmitting constant electricity throughout the country, and the grid is so new. I mean, I don't see it. It just sounds good on paper. I don't think it's true to that degree.
I think if we can just break it to regions now, we have 6 regions again. We just break it to 6 regions, and this transmission line cover 1 region.
Hold on,
So
sorry,
what's the
quite frankly, I don't even understand the transmission. By the way, is it one solid transmission for the entire country?
Yeah, we only have one, Prince. The entire country only
really?
has one.
Yes, we saw these big lines, big from one city to another.
It's only one.
Travel.
It's only one.
Yes,
So,
it's only one now.
what happens is you see like the microwave area when you have all those lines. So those people that connect, they will just connect. They will not connect their thing to that line, because back in the days, if you generate any power, you must to a certain point you must add it to the national grid. So that is what the federal government is still holding on to. And like I mentioned before, it is for those part of the country that don't have the capacity or believe that they can actually create their own transmission or their own generation that want to keep the system the way it is. So they will call it natural monopoly. That is because I had to check in with ChatGPT. What the hell is natural monopoly? That is like you wouldn't call. That is what it is defined as. You can look it up. It is ridiculous. So when they keep telling you, oh, you have the freedom to produce, it's all lies. You still have to connect to that moribund one down line. You still have to.
And that is why we continue to have national grid.
Dangote has its own. Dangote must have its own
within his own
transmission.
Within his own compound now. It's within his own compound.
Okay.
They have. Even
I'm just like if I Dangote can
own.
do 30 or whatever, he can do that. But don't tell me that Dangote cannot supply the entire the people around him. He can't supply them.
He can.
He can exactly. But per Nigerian law, he cannot, even though he has the capacity to. You see the problem there?
Yes. So this national is outdated for
because some people just want to create dependency.
It's like the way I see my country. It's like different knots. You just decide to tie everything together, and the brains.
I think. Sorry, I think like Babati said, there is some section of the country who does not want progress. They think slowing us down while they develop, but you are not developing. You are just using so many archaic ways to suppress yourself. When I was in China, most of the city, they have their own grid. They generate, they transmit, and they distribute. If you have more than enough generation, you now sell to their nearby province. That's all. And everybody have light. Even that country, they also have wind power. They use all forms of power, nuclear, everything, solar.
Yes. That is why I keep on thinking, why can't private Nigeria that have money invest their money and generate? They understand that there's an obstacle ahead. So it's just like people.
What are you saying by Midwest? Don't you think 2 or 3 years ago, when there's political upheaval in Nigeria, some Nigerians are thinking about going to Dangote refinery and burn it down? Sometimes your people are so terrible and horrible people. You want to go and burn that kind of refinery.
Look at where I'm going. Look at where I'm going. If you generate and then you want to transmit, here come Abuja obstacle.
Government must make it attractive first. If you listen to Babati is telling you that the federal government is holding to transmission. They must let it go. So that if I want to invest electricity, I have everything in my hand. I control everything.
This is where corporate welfare comes in.
I agree.
There comes a time whereby the government has to spend money though it's a
But
private
they're not
company that's
sincere.
going to
Please,
benefit
my
from
brother,
it.
not
The
being
way I'm
sincere
seeing
now.
Nigeria,
No, they're not being
for me,
sincere.
I also believe in breakup of the country, because if they break up, we still remain within that area. Don't be so surprised the kind of development and competition that will start coming out, irrespective of whatever part the country become. Because people have brain. You have others who just have power.
You know, I can agree with that actually. I can agree with that. If you break up,
Are we not going to that part already? Because it's getting to that part that people are
No,
already fed up and
because
tired of
hey,
all
the
this.
man fine. No, you cannot be
Yes,
dragging people back now. I mean,
yes.
this is people don't remember. Fayoshe wanted to build his own transmission and everything. It was stopped by the federal. People forget. It was they dragged him back. Lagos wanted to do something. It's like anytime you want to do anything, some guy somewhere that has no vision for his people tells you no, and that's that.
Baba T, do you know that subway line that Lagos built, in some countries, that kind of line is being built by a country. And that kind of big project is being undertaken by state government. And they are not even waiting. They are also constructing the second phase of blue line. They are starting yellow line and green line together. And when I see Lagos, and then I travel to Ibadan, I just look, oh my God, what kind of governor do they have in this place?
Because they have no visionary. Because if they have visionary in that Oyo, you should start your own from the end, from where it stops in your own area.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then from that area you go into the main market and link it to your own city rail.
When you get to that Mowe section of Lagos State on your way to Shagamu, by the both sides of the expressway, you will see new companies springing up. I mean, construction. They are big companies for maybe manufacturing something. They are springing on both sides. But immediately you leave that bridge in the middle of the expressway, you are already onto Ibadan. The next thing is bushes. No construction, nothing. I was just looking at what is really going on. How come Osho State is big with a lot of people that are very smart? What is really going on in this state? And when you get to Ibadan, you're not just supposed just to compare with Lagos. It's like you're coming from paradise, and then I'm sorry, maybe hell is just waiting for somebody. It's the difference is so huge. Ogun State is trying to do a catch up, which is good.
Sorry, Remy, Ogun does not have a choice. We have our man now. We don't have a
I
choice.
know.
Hey
Go
Remy,
ahead.
I just look at a picture of the blue line. I think it's the blue line. It looks really nice. The
It's
train.
nice, especially
And
when you're on that train
do you
and
know
you
what's
are
funny
in
though? Do
view.
you know, Prince, that line is supposed to end in Ogun State though? It's supposed to end in
Yes,
Agbara.
and then our governor did not build the
Oh
station.
really?
Let me stick to praising him. You know, people said I was after him for years, and I've done a new leaf. So let me stay on this blue. Let me stay on this blue side of that for now. But
Just look at what Lagos is doing now. They are started constructing green line. Are you kidding me? And states like you're supposed to have like 2 lines. Ibadan have 9 local government, for God's sake.
But
It's even more bigger.
want what they need there because
Yeah,
you suppose you need to they need to start shipping stuff from that rural area into
Thank you.
Lagos with shipments.
Yes.
What Ogun is doing with agro processing, that should be your state doing that. You have the land.
All the agricultural products from Okeogun, they're supposed to ship them to Lagos outside there everywhere, and you make your money. See, we just continue to we have good governor for 8 years there, and then the next governor will be rubbish. And see the governor of that state today, he wanted to impeach Ladoja already. For what reason?
Yeah, I brought
He
the
wanted
issue
to
up.
dethrone him. I don't understand.
Brought the
You
issue up
want
earlier. I forgot to address. I mean, because the Oyo thing, those who at least we can agree that at least Ogun is now turning a new leaf now. Agran Benin Remy, Agran Belogun.
Oh, Tony,
So is the ridership
Prince,
high on the?
Prince, we have evolved in Ogun State. We don't know that get before now we used to kill each other, stab each other.
It's fight everywhere.
But now we have evolved. At mature.
See the Ogun Airport now. Sooner or later you can fly directly from America to.
Mature, like people don't even understand what we went through in Nigeria in 1997, 1998. The bloody, oh my God. People died, man. People got stabbed.
No, just America, and then you just fly to Peru, where the local that airport
I
is.
will. And it's
It's
about
so beautiful. You don't need to. You
uh,
cut out all those traffic in Lagos and whatever. You just zoom in
it's
like
a
that.
it's a 40 minutes drive to Bogota, so no
So
traffic, nothing, none of that.
nothing.
I would prefer that, honestly.
Maybe if they come with their international, maybe I'll also take it because it's better than me to take that route than
Yeah, if I can fly,
troubling my
if I would
so.
do Lagos, I would do my area to London, then London to Peru. I don't mind doing that.
No, me I can if it's okay, me I can fly if Frankfurt, KLM, and the rest are going there. I just fly directly to that place. I
Ṣé
told you they will.
KDM lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ dì ni?
Okay, mo kàn sọ ní lọ́jọ́ iwájú, but I think pé
Mm,
bóyá kíní lè lọ síbẹ̀ which
earpiece.
airline not èmi ò fẹ́ wọ airpiece ní ẹja rí wàhálà àwọn tó pọ̀ jù
Mm.
because the review is not good at all. But today they are good, tomorrow they are terrible. So I don't like that kind of. You must be consistent with your service. No, so I'm just trying to look at it, but also we have our international airport. What is our government doing?
Sí, cotton. Ó kọ lọ́wọ́.
What's the party? They will open it
No,
by December.
they have a new one on cotton lẹ́gbẹ̀bẹ̀, not in cotton now.
They're expanding it.
It was supposed to be open this month, actually. That's what they said last year.
No, but now they said maybe it will open by probably before December. We don't know.
Ìbàdàn need the corner. Ìbàdàn need the airport now. Only
they need every. Can you believe that? Since we have Cocoa House in that Ibadan, there's no any other skyscraper like that in Ibadan. Only one for more than 50, 60 years now. Only one. And when you now go to Lagos, you can see new things coming up every day, every now and then. If I were your state government, can't you attract investors to come to your state, to come to the capital city instead of
they need that airport to fly in now. They're not going to drive hours from Lagos or no, they need them.
I hope we just have this state resource control and all this while I will just stop. If you like, kill yourself totally in Kano, Kaduna, or Sokoto. Who cares? Because of power, I don't understand it.
Yeah, but I don't know how. Do you have concern, Remy, that the APC governors in the south, in the north, might betray Tinubu? I have a feeling. It just maybe I'm wrong. No, I just feel like
what will happen? What will happen?
Like the opposition is they are too comfortable for my liking. If something is just
no.
The way they are moving,
Baba T, you see those APC, they are smart guys though. You think they are doing their work very well. And when it comes to politics, forget all those who time that everybody will vote for Northerner because it's Northern. That's a piece of joke. That's a lie. I just listened to Shetima recently, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, addressing councillor chairmanship from another part of the country. He said when the time comes, he will reveal a lot of things because that policies that you are looking for, they will get it. And what Tinubu is supposed just to get about 40, 50, 50% votes in that place, and then get the majority of the votes in the North Central and Southwest and South. It's good to go now. So all those blah 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 blah. Most Nigeria already know that Baba will win the second time. They are not even troubling themselves. So forget about those people making noise online every now and then. What do they have? Even if care is not taken, they might not be on the ballot, and everyone will not fall, and Nigeria will not die unless they change party. Because the way I'm seeing it, the crisis, the court, wala ya kwa Babati. What I found on Taylor, Babati.
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. Mo ko da pa won ti nlo ni. Okay, Simba Simbe mo.
Simba ti lọ jẹ àgbàdo.
Kò dẹ̀ gbé sí background.
Ó rí pé àwọn ará bí ó rí pé ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ lé ní pé inú ẹ̀bí mi láàárọ̀ mi kò àmì báyìí lẹ́lẹ́ àti mi ìfẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí ni.
Ta ni ẹ?
Ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tó ní skọ́nskọ́n tó ní àwọn èèyàn naked.
Àmì ìgbọ̀ngbà tó ń sọ yẹn.
Oh, I left the show there earlier. Now.
What about she was live?
Oh.
Okay, maybe we just call it a day. We're still saying, but
Prince Daddy, can you please close the program? Or
So I don't have the
you mean you know
connection.
Prince was
Christian, I think that left already.
was a mod, didn't he? I thought you were a mod on the show.
No, it's not a moderator.
Maybe Prince should moderate the show once in a while. That would actually be interesting too.
You can do that. Yeah. Okay, me, I'm awful.
Okay, Remy, Prince. Fumi,
Later.
nobody knows. I don't know who Fumi. Fumi is not saying anything. But anyways, guys, we'll see you later when hopefully Simba comes back and shut it down.
Okay, yeah. Bye bye.